Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this charity stream. I'm going to let all of my I'm going to go around, let all of my players introduce themselves, say something, good mornings, and then I will run the full spiel, all of the great things. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting us. And I'm just gonna start with, to my right on the overlay, Colin. Hey, Colin. How you doing?
Hi, Prax. I'm tired. How about you?
I'm fine. I'm awake, right? I'm awake.
Yeah. I'm a streamer who's up before noon and, on camera already. This is not a thing that's ever happened before. But I'm feeling good about it, and it's all for charity, so I can survive. I am Colin. I am 2 cups of coffee deep, and I'm gonna be okay. Should I say who I'm playing, or we save that for later?
Well, you can give him a little fun tweak. It's always good.
I mean, I'll just give the animal form at least. This is my second time playing a fox in 9 days, so we're gonna not read into what that means about my psyche. And looking forward to it.
All right, then. That works. And then right underneath Colin on the overlay, we have Jess. Hi, Jess. Good morning.
Hi, how's it going? Good morning. I had a cat decide to join me at the last second, so hi for me and Wilbur. My name is Jess. He's just gonna chill here while I talk. My name is Jess. You can find me at go_JG in pretty much all the places online, and today I am playing Tanuki. I'm very heckin' excited, so yay.
As you should be. It should be hecking exciting to be a Tanuki. And then on the other side, we have Mal. Hey, Mal. How you doing? Good morning.
Hi, morning. I'm Mal. I don't ever know what to say about myself. I'm here, I'm excited, and the only tease I'm going to give about my character is I'm playing a very good boy.
One might even say the best boy. And then last but certainly never least, the wonderful, the fabulous. Hey, Lily, how you doing this morning?
Hi, I'm sleepy, but that goes perfectly with my character, who also comes with sunbeams, apparently. So, yeah, I'm Lily Sparks, and I'm going to be playing someone who does not like mornings, named Avocado.
Playing?
Yeah, but tell us about your character.
Also has a tail. That's a key difference between myself and Avocado.
And a very important distinction at this particular time. But we are all up here. Thank you, all of my wonderful players who are joining me for this. Thank you, everyone in chat, for this. We are all here to support a great charity, World Central Kitchen. It is a charity founded by Chef Andres, Jose Andres. That goes in and works with locals and local restaurants and local community leaders, and in the aftermath of natural disasters, to provide food and water and, a comforting meal to those in need. And with COVID, they also have upped their work to include community meals and community kitchens across the country. The charity goes to work with the restaurant. It provides the funding so that the restaurant can provide meals for the community. It allows the restaurant to keep their employees on, and then also provide for the community in need. So lots of really good grassroots work throughout there. You can see our little ticker above me. It's going. We've got a goal. We will hopefully get to that goal today. If not by the end of the week. I need to make sure that things are going. Thank you, Jess. But we are currently at $306 of our goal, which is, yay, really good. Really, really good. Thank you, Origami Shuriken and Anna and Nymeria, for those donations. So, because those are now those are $30 of donations so far. Each $5 of donations gives the players one feeling, which is one of the mechanics in this game. and each $10 gives them an additional wonder. So right now, at $30, you have 6 feelings and 3 wonder. I'm just gonna have you put those in your character sheet, and every time we'll do it, we'll make sure that we get that.
So we all have six feelings and 3 wonder?
Yes, 6 feelings, 3 wonder. That's where you're at right
Gotcha.
now. Regardless of what else comes out from the scenes, this game is Golden Sky Stories. It is a happy, feel-good JRPG, where all of the characters get to play Henge, which are animals that are magical and can turn into humans. And they sometimes try and provide a little bit of help and comfort to those around. Or they try and do little things to make the world a little bit better. And we're going to start our story today in a small section of a small town in eastern Connecticut. If you've ever been to New London, you know that the majority of the town runs up the Thames River from the Long Island Sound, but there's this really nice little section right close to the water on the Sound. There's a couple streets, but it's all centered around this one little cafe. Diner, really. The official name of it is the Yoke Cafe, but locals all just call it the Diner, because there really is only one that they need to worry about. Down the next block over, the local fire station, and that kind of forms the core of this little neighborhood. A couple blocks further east, you hit the water, where the Thames and the Sound meet. Salt water meeting with fresh water, birds, marshland. A bunch of other little creatures make their home here. It's an early-ish morning. We're going to go around and I'm going to let each of my players introduce who they are as we're going. And we'll see what happens. So we're going to start with this opening scene. You are going to be able to count all of the characters and the town for your feelings and wonders count, whatever that is, because you have your little trackers to add up the sides. For this scene, you have all of the players and the town are in this scene. So we're going to start with, I feel, Jess, because Tanuki, I think they're slightly more, are they nocturnal or are they more daytime?
I'm not sure. I can tell you that Tanuki are of the canine family, and I might have looked this up. They're the only member of the canine family that hibernates. So I would say we are somewhat sleepy doggos, but like they're actually closer related to doggos than to raccoons. But somewhere in, raccoon dog, like somewhere in there. But I would think like if there is fun to be had, then Maru is up early enough to go have some fun. Yay.
There is probably fun to be had, and usually, it's a Saturday morning. Means that the diner is going to be serving brunch.
Oh, I love food. In case you don't know, Maru means round. So Maru is a very round, floofy raccoon doggo. In both their forms, they are round.
In both their forms.
Yeah, they're wearing like a midriff top with the chubby little belly sticking out. Cause listen, fat is beautiful, baby. Listen, we're cute here. We love it. We're a sweet little messy bean. And we're here for food because we hear there's some here.
Yep. But where do we find Maru this morning?
Oh, before? Like
before
eagerly
breakfast.
waiting outside the diner?
eagerly waiting outside the diner.
Like looking in the windows, like, hey, are you open? Are you? Oh, okay. Like walk around, maybe. Are you open now?
I love this so much. Thank you. The morning is begun, and there we see Maru as they are trying hard and to be patient for the diner to open. But a little bit further down, we have a small house, about a block across the street and down the block, where there are two individuals that we can find. But why don't we start with, well, Mal, who is Buster?
I was trying to figure out how I was gonna I thought I had a voice, but now it's gone. Buster is in an animal form. Buster is a chocolate lab, and Buster is just old enough in animal form that, like, he's not a puppy, but he's like slightly long-legged with paws that are a little too big. You know, he's going through a growth spurt. And I mean, I think we find
awkward puppy proportions still.
Yep,
that's perfect.
Yeah, and I mean, we find Buster, if it's in the morning, this is probably, you hear that, like, galloping run that dogs get. Like, thump, 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 upstairs, thump, 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 thump. And of course, Buster is running to find his sibling, who I'm assuming is laying somewhere in the morning sun.
And who is this wonderful sibling, Lily?
Avocado, the cat, is Buster's sibling. And I think we see Avocado... So picture Avocado as basically like a big ragdoll cat. So very long hair, very squish face, like a gray tone and like very blue eyes, and like so big and fluffy that you're not really sure if he's chunky or just really fluffy. Like, unless you like go up and like, you know, wrestle him a little bit, you're not gonna be able to tell. It's actually all tummy with a little bit of hair. So, but that's his secret. And I think it'd just be really funny based on what I know of Buster's character if Buster is like racing around like one side of the house to the other looking for Avocado, and Avocado is like right in front of him, like just lying there, probably on like some kind of like nightstand or something, or like one of those little end tables next to the stairs, and Avocado is just like lazily watching him like go from side to side. And that's it. And then I lick my paw. And then that's it.
But it is a beautiful, lazy morning of Saturday. The spring is here. It's warmed up. You know, past couple weeks it had been in the late, like, 40s and then the 50s, and all of a sudden it's jumped to be like 70 degrees. And it is actually nice out. There's a little bit of a breeze off the water, so it's not hot, but comfortable. And you know that Maru had invited you to join them for brunch at this morning at the diner.
So Buster's been running back and forth. I'm imagining the house is set up in such a way that, like, Buster's running from the front door past Avocado and the stairs into the kitchen and into whatever, like, where the back door would be, just back and forth, and finally stops right in front of Avocado, but with their back to them, and just, we were supposed to go! There's brunch! We said we'd go. Where are you?
And Avocado will like kind of open one eye and just see like the back of Buster's head in front of him and kind of just close an eye and think, well, maybe if I don't say anything right now, he'll just go away and I can sleep for longer. But I think maybe like at the thought of not having to get out from my comfy spot, my tail will like twitch, which will like rustle the tapestry behind me. We have a house with tapestries, obviously. We're very epic. So maybe that's how Buster like finds me.
Yeah, the Buster will whirl around and does that like dog thing of pushing their face up against into the cat's face. Like, it's time. We need to go. We said we'd have breakfast. Listen, I know if there's one thing that'll get you up, it's the promise of breakfast, and we're going to the diner.
Big kitty stretch. Very dramatic. Shake myself off a little bit and then just like very snobbily like brush by Buster's face and land on the ground with my delicate little paws and stick my tail in his face, and I will yes, I suppose we best be going before Maru rolls themselves into a tizzy. And I feel like my belly is dragging on the ground because that's the kind of vibe Avocado is. As he slowly will walk away.
Slowly walking your way, possibly up the street to the diner. It's half a block and across the street. But there's one more person who is invited to breakfast this morning, and that is our wonderful friend Abe. Old Abe, even. Colin, who is Abe?
You've perhaps heard the phrase silver fox. It's very, very literal. He is literally a silver fox. But a very old, as the name implies, silver fox. So old that he does not even mind that everyone refers to him as actually Old Abe, because it's just factually true. He's been around longer than almost anybody. And he is definitely a relic of a bygone generation. Kind of, he is the elder to all these young people, all these young Henge. Tries to kind of show them how it used to be done back in the good old days. But he feels the need to kind of guide these little ones and show them the way, as it were. So the other thing is that he doesn't actually have that many friends, so he is happy to get them where he can. So when invited to the diner, he always shows up, but he is always sure that he is fashionably late, so he could make an entrance upon his arrival.
Fashionably late. But here's the question for Avocado, Buster, and Abe. Maru is in their human form for breakfast at the diner. You all were approaching as animals. Do you change to humans on your way?
I definitely see Avocado like approaching slowly the diner and then seeing Maru in human form and then being like, oh, that's the dress code for today's event. And then he's gonna do another big stretch, and as he's stretching, his body will just elongate and the fur will recede into him, and then you just see Seth Rogen lying on the ground. And also will continue slowly like crawling towards the diner, but then be like, oh yes, bipedal creatures. He still keeps his snooty voice, and he'll like stand up and slowly trudge towards the diner.
I love
I
all
think
of this.
I think Buster definitely was like running ahead and then having to run back to Avocado and then running ahead and then having to run back to Avocado. But yeah, Buster definitely, knowing that they were going into the diner in human form, would eventually change. And I think Buster's a little more like into like an instant change kind of thing. So maybe if we're watching the pair of them head to the diner, you just have Buster running in dog form, and then you pan over a tree, and then when he gets to the other side of the tree, you have child Todoroki, except with dark brown hair and brown eyes.
I'm here for all of this. But you also, we have wonderful 2 more donations from our friends Lord Conti and Fernando. Thank you very much for both of those donations. So you have another 6 feelings and 3 wonder. Thank you, Mal. So, the diner, it is early, but not that early. It's 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. It's a Saturday. It should, but there's a couple of strange things going on. But where is Abe as he's approaching?
Abe actually got there before Avocado and Buster did, but he had to make an entrance, so he just did a couple laps around the restaurant until they went in, and then is gonna go in. Abe, so I took the ability for Abe. The ability, I love this combination so much. He has an additional power called Float, that he can literally float on air. He can just, like, drift along. But the drawback of that is strange. He speaks and dresses in a way that's extremely out of touch with the times. So I think Abe is literally doing laps, like, floating around nearby, like, oh, they're coming, okay. Mm-hmm. And just, like, I think this is something that Avocado probably wishes they could do, because it's a very leisurely kind of, like, lean, legs up, just kind of drifting around. Oh, okay. And then transforms to make his entrance. And when I said Abe's behind the times, the old man, so in Silver Fox form, he is a very handsome Silver Fox, very spry, very lively. When he transforms, he is an old man. Very, very wrinkled, completely bald on the top of his head, but for, like, little wisps of hair. Like, he's kind of got, like, the Mitt Romneys going on in the sideburns, basically. That's basically all he's got left. And he is dressed like a 19th century aristocrat as he enters. Like he looks like he's going to dinner at Downton Abbey. Like, jacket with tails and, like, a vest and bow tie. Or no, string tie, definitely. And, like, throws open the door, looks around to see if there's any recognition. Finding any at all is good enough for him. He just needs an audience.
I mean, I feel like we have at least an audience of 1 in Buster.
There is an audience. It's an audience of 3. Unfortunately, as you throw open the door into the vestibule, you realize that the rest of the building is locked. For some reason, the diner is not open. It should be. Everybody knows that Nona opens the diner promptly at 8:30 every Saturday morning, and is usually open for breakfast, but it's 9 o'clock now. There are no cars in the parking lot. Not that there really are a lot anyways, but all you see is as you open into the vestibule, there's the claw machine sitting there with its lights still on. The off-brand, no-name ATM for those who wish to pay cash and
with the really, really high fee.
With the really, really high fee. The coin changer for those who want to play with the claw machine. You can see inside that the lights are down. Not even the little mini tiny jukeboxes that are in each of the booths along the walls are lit up. The lights from the kitchen are out. the jukebox, the claw machine isn't lit. And neither is the ATM.
I think the camera will just see Seth Rogen pawing at the glass very lazily, not like in a frantic way, just like I thought the diner was supposed to be open for brunch. That is what the dog told me.
Whereas Avocado is being so like just standing in one place and like just casually pawing at it. Maru is literally like doing that anime thing where they appear like all around. They just like, what the heck? It's breakfast time. It's always open for breakfast time. Where's our breakfast?
Avocado will give up and just curl up in a ball and take a quick nap on the ground.
It is normally open for breakfast, but I believe this is the exception that proves the rule. My day is ruined. This place is not open.
Okay. No one panic. Oh my god, I'm panicking. I was supposed to have breakfast.
I confess that was expected.
I agree.
There's a perfectly reasonable explanation, I'm sure.
Maybe everyone's ghosts. Wait, are we ghosts? Wait, if we were ghosts, could we talk to each other?
Yes.
I don't think I understand this.
Now, son, I said there was a reasonable explanation. Let's just back up a few steps now, alright?
And Buster literally backs up.
I did indeed walk right into that one, alright.
I don't understand how that helped, but I did it.
And that's why you're a very good boy. You always listen.
He is all right. Well, shall we all go our separate ways for another 3 to 4 hours then?
But breakfast. Hang on. Maybe we just didn't bang loud enough. And I'm like,
I somehow okay now.
I just for one, because I want to know, and I think this is the appropriate time to put the first actual mechanics of this game to the test. Right. I know there are mechanics, it's fine. But you don't have to roll anything, right? So Jess.
Oh no.
How loud are you trying to be? Are you doing this as, you know, you want to be heard? So is this animal or is this child?
Ooh. This, I think this is my child side coming out. Cause yeah, I think this is my child side. If I was being a little more animal, I would be thinking a little bit more on my feet and like coming up with a plan. But I'm just hungry, so it's a bit of a like not angry tantrum, just like concerned.
I would say that this is probably like a 3 or a 4.
I have 3 in child. I'm very child.
You are very child. So you don't even need to spend any feelings. But it is a loud, full-on beginning, that level of beginning of a tantrum, but not quite yet.
I'm concerned. We need food. And also this is abnormal. Not to be confused with Abe normal. But yeah, so I'm specifically like, you know, knocking on this door in a way where I'm trying to make as much of a reverberating noise to get the attention we need. Excuse me. Maybe you didn't realize that it's breakfast time. And I'm looking in to see if I see any movement.
So Avocado is sleeping mostly on the floor, still as Seth Rogen in this vestibule.
Sorry, Seth Rogen.
I love that you stay a cat as Seth Rogen. That's my favorite thing ever.
I feel like it's appropriate for him. I actually was hoping to, with this, use my sleeping soundly power, where if I appear in a scene completely asleep and not participating, I get 10 dreams.
Yes, go right ahead. That's a power. I mean, you don't need to use the wonder for that, right? You just...
Yep, I just... It's 0 wonder. I can participate even when I'm doing nothing. So, yep, I'll just be sleeping.
You'll
for
just
now.
be sleeping and getting 10 dreams, which is useful because that helps. There's another type of mechanic that comes from that. You can also give dreams to people for inspiration. But this is where things get interesting, because the tantrum of Maru has drawn attention from outside. There is a older gentleman known to everyone as Happy. His name was originally Giuseppe, but there were too many Giuseppes and Josephs in the area, so he picked the nickname. It was Happy. He's had that nickname since 1943. He gonna be happy. Has the house a little ways down from the north of the diner, and he has you always knew his house because he has this, small little Cape Cod, right, with little dormer windows on this big lot, and by that I mean like half-acre lot, and the entire rest of this corner half-acre lot, 2/3 of it is a vegetable garden, well known in the summer for the best tomatoes in the area. He competes. You don't want to take his tomatoes because he competes in the tomato festivals. But he's well known for giving out vegetables and fruits. He has a lemon tree and a little fig tree that he wraps up every winter. And you know it's the beginning of spring because he comes out and he'll take the tarp and all of the things to unwrap the fig tree so it didn't die over the winter. He has a couple nice flowers too, but most of this plot is dedicated to this vegetable garden. And you can see him as he comes walking on his daily constitutional every day at exactly 9:15 a.m. He has to walk by the diner, around the corner, and then he makes his turn to go to the fire station where he's going to make his next turn to go around the rest of the block. It's very predictable. You can set your watch by him. But he's also known for handing out small little candies, the little peppermint and sometimes little Italian almonds. And he notices this tantrum, perhaps one might say, attention-getting moment of Maru, and raises an eyebrow and kind of makes eye contact with Abe and be like, didn't the diner's closed?
You don't say, Happy.
The power went out. Didn't you get to see the message?
Where would I have seen that particular message?
On
I mean,
the
I'm getting the
community
message.
Facebook group.
You know I don't know how any of that technological hoo-ha works. Come on now.
You just see this look of like, I'm close to 90 years old and I can use the Facebook group.
I am certainly older than you. Note my style of dress.
He goes, we can fix that, by the way. I have a cousin who does the tailoring. It'll be fine. We can fix that.
Oh, come on now, Happy. I look fabulous.
It's still getting a little long and it's not fitted right, but we can fix it. It's fine. He goes, yeah, it's in the Facebook. The power went out. In the storm last night, they took the transformer out.
That is an absolute tragedy. Did any of y'all see this on the book face?
I didn't use the computer, but I saw, I remember the storm last night.
Yes, that was quite a storm, wasn't it?
Was Buster scared of the storm? Was he doggy scared of thunderstorms?
I would imagine. I feel like Buster was under the bed howling at the thunder because thunder is scary.
I think Avocado would have been under the bed with you and he would have pretended like it was to glory in your fear, but he was actually there because he was also scared.
I think there's a mutual like sometimes Buster is like, Avocado did this because they're a cat, and sometimes there's like the mutual understanding of, yes, we're both afraid, but at least we're here afraid together, so it's not as bad.
It's so cute.
All the cuteness. So Happy just kind of shakes his head because his like watch beeps and he goes, nope. And he turns and goes, salutes at Abe and keeps going. You know, he can't.
As he goes, Abe literally does set his watch. Gotta do it something.
Gotta wind it and make sure it's still working.
Exactly. Pulls out his little key and winds it. Ah, perfect. Right on time. Well, that is a tragedy. Blown transformer from a storm. Taking away my breakfast. This is a travesty.
Maru drops to where Avocado is sleeping on the floor and is just like, what are we gonna do though? This was our we always have breakfast. How are we gonna find food now?
I don't suppose any of you are electricians.
I don't think I am.
I don't think you are either.
I think I am awoken by Maru dropping on the ground next to me. And I will just blearily open one eye and says, well, if the problem is that there is no power for the diner, then perhaps we should just casually fall back asleep.
Abe is like rapt attention, like we should what?
Yeah, I know.
We should what? What?
Like,
What?
we're all like leaning in at Avocado, like, what?
Out with a cat.
Tiny cat snore.
Oh,
I like the slightest paw, like the slightest poke, just a gentle one. So, like, you were about to give us a really good idea.
I was, wasn't I? I do give the best ideas. Perhaps we should investigate the location as to where the power went out, and maybe we can.
Maybe we can what?
See if there's anything that can be done about whatever it may be.
I mean, that Maru's right. That was a really good idea.
Yes. This is what I do. Buster, carry me, and I will drape myself over.
As Seth Rogen?
As Seth Rogen.
You're just carrying Seth Rogen on your shoulder. There.
But it's Seth Rogen being carried over the shoulder of
a child.
Totoko.
And I will give a dream to Buster to maybe help him do this.
Hey, dreams can work like that.
Well, that sounds like a solid plan to me. Is there like a way station, or I don't know how the public utilities work ever since President Roosevelt hauled them all over in the mid-30s.
Rusa, who? What?
You wouldn't understand.
I don't.
Well, I do support the Works Progress Administration. Anyhow, if there is some kind of transformer station or power station nearby, I suppose that is the proper place to go. We can make our inquiries there. Buster, you gonna be all right carrying Avocado there?
I mean, I can do it, but I think it'd be faster if we, humans are slow.
I see.
True. Slow is really the best way to go about anything, in my opinion.
Yes, but if we want to help, like you suggested, we would be faster,
Help, perish the thought. I was merely thinking of my own sustenance and breakfast, not the well-being.
Yes, if you would like all of us to help you get breakfast, Avocado, it would be quicker Like, I understand you want to be slow because that's the way you live, but breakfast, and you could get breakfast sooner if we change back.
And I will roll off of Buster, but in a very like graceful way, as Seth Rogen, and then just start
Seth
to like.
Rogen is envious of how graceful you are as Seth Rogen.
Just picturing Seth Rogen landing in like a 3-point stance, and it's ridiculous.
That's how I pictured it as well, actually. And then I'll just like on all fours start to walk away or crawl away. But then, you know, as I move, I sort of grow my fur out and change back and look over my shoulder in a very condescending way, like, well, are we going then?
Does like a snap and a flourish and transforms into a gorgeous silver fox. And then all of a sudden much more spry and just like trots up leisurely next to Avocado.
Maru just like bops their own head and like a dust cloud like poof, but like it wasn't even dusty in here, and somehow it's like just leaves and twigs and dust just like poof, like, and there's a teensy little raccoon dog.
Yeah, I think Buster's the like really anime. Everyone's starting to go, and Buster's like, "Yeah, we're gonna have fun," and jumps and transforms and lands as a dog.
Does the
and I mean, Buster's probably like running around the group of them, like, "Yeah, this is gonna be fun."
Well, so this is where things get fun. There is a transformer station, actually, literally just off the map for you guys, over here on Pequot Avenue. If you go east,
top right corner.
Yeah, top right corner. If you go towards the water, it's like actually just off the map technically, because you know it's where you have the pumping station and the transformer station.
I mean, I feel like Buster's got a pretty good idea of where things are in town, being a dog. Like, he might not know all the names for things, like all the roads. But, you know, he knows, like, this building is in this area, and this building's down this way, and the diner's over here, and our house is here, and Maru's tree is this way, stuff like that.
I mean, Abe has a perfect map of the town in his head, but it's a map from 1875, so it's not entirely up to date. He's still adjusting to the Coast Guard Academy being nearby.
It was perfect at one point.
Spot on at one time, but no longer.
I mean, the Academy being there...
1876, I just looked it up.
Yeah. But yes, it is... So, to get to this pumping station, and if you want to use animal to do this, use your animal cunning and knowledge of places and how to get home, because all dogs know the way home. It is inherently known. Looking at you, homeward bound.
Homeward bound.
Yeah. I would say this is like maybe a 6 for your animal, Buster.
Okay. My animal is 3.
So you can then spend feelings to up to the check.
And you have a dream.
You do.
Okay. I don't know what dreams do yet, but also I'm gonna hold on to it for later.
Mm-hmm.
So I will spend 3 feelings to get to 6.
Mm-hmm. And also with feelings, we have a couple other donations. Thank you, chat, for supporting our wonderful donation, our charity today. So between Colin is a Fox and Time is Gifts, I wonder who Colin is a Fox could be. You have $60, so that's 6 wonder and 12 feelings to add. And wonder is also spent for your transformations. Or feelings are spent for your transformations? Let me double check. You can use either feelings or wonder for transformations. During the day, it's only 4 to be completely human. It's 2 if you keep your tail.
So we should have been spending these to do all these casual transformations.
They're beautiful transformations, but you can spend either feeling or wonder, and you just got like 12 feelings.
Cool. An additional 12, or we're at 12 now?
You got an additional 12.
Okay, so that's a lot.
Sorry, how many does it cost to transform?
4 during the day.
So
To have a full,
I
complete
basically
transformation,
just spent
it's 4 feelings or wonder, either one you wish, during the day.
Oh,
Yeah.
so we've already spent a few.
Yeah, I just double-checked the rules. I'm sorry.
I've only
okay.
transformed once.
Yeah, you
I
started-
transformed from fox to human and then back. Right? Yeah.
So twice, so that's 8. And you can
8.
spend either feeling or wonder, and you just got 12 feelings and 6 wonder.
Yeah, we said more donation.
Oh, we just. Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, because I forgot to. Because apparently Colin is a fox, and time of gifts donations didn't come in until right now. I wonder who Colin is a fox is. Such
Probably
a
a real fox.
yeah, probably.
Sounds like a fox. I mean, take them at their word.
Yeah, some fox out there on their Fox mobile phone is like sending in donations with their little bean paws.
Why is that the cutest thing I've ever? So
There's like tapping at it. Like...
foxes with smartphones, brilliant.
I could see it.
So it's 4. Okay, so yeah, I'll take 4 from each then. Why not?
Yeah. So the journey is easy to make because Buster knows where he's going. He can get there. He can find things. He's good at that. He's also looking very stylish in his
This
finding. I do love this. So I would like you to describe how you proceed after our dear friend, young friend Buster, as he's making his way towards. What does this all look like?
I'm gonna spend. I actually should have spent for this before. I didn't realize. So it costs 4, worth it. I'm gonna spend 4 to float after Buster in fox form, but just like it looks like Abe is starting to get like a running start, and then he's doing that level of running where like all 4 paws leave the ground at the same time, but at some point he just Supermans and just stays that way and just goes along above the ground like a Back to the Future hoverboard, and it's just kind of that's nice, feeling a little bit of breeze on his ears.
Full body stretch, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, he's basically planking in the air and floating.
I mean, Buster's in the lead, and I think rather than running, this is the very, like, almost like leading. If he was in kid form, he'd be like leading the march, nice and purposefully.
Oh my god, I just found something out from my sheet, y'all. Because my
you an
specialty.
electrician?
No, because my specialty is transformation.
An electrician.
I mean, I could look like an electrician if you really want. But I won't know what the heck I'm doing. If I spend enough points, I can turn into a cat bus and take us all there.
You could turn into a what?
A cat bus?
I can turn into a cat bus, like a raccoon dog bus. And
Oh my god.
Like in My Neighbor Totoro.
how lazy is Avocado being
I
right
feel
now?
I feel like
Very.
that's a nighthime adventure, not a daytime
Okay, fine.
adventure.
You're right. I'm actually more powerful at night anyway.
I
So my
think
stuff doesn't work during the
Avocado.
day.
Picturing a dog turning into a bus and be like, all right, everybody, get on in.
I feel like
And you keep your ears and your tail as the bus.
Yeah.
And it's fuzzy.
Oh my god. Amazing.
Avocado knows of this power that Maru has, and we'll keep, like as they're walking, we'll keep like side-eyeing Maru, being like, you gonna transform, you gonna...
I mean, I
And Buster's
could, and I'm
there.
like looking around at Abe and Buster for like, do you think, would it be a good idea? Is that something I should do? I mean, Avocado wants it. What do you...
I don't know if Avocado is saying it out loud or just looking at you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
he's just like,
I know you can be a boss. What are you waiting for?
I know you can be a boss.
Actual,
sentiment.
no context Golden Sky stories.
But Avocado will take one for the team and walk as needed and follow after Buster.
I'll save it for later.
Floating along next to Abe, like rolls over as he floats and does a little like backstroke. Just big stretch.
I'm gonna look over at Buster and give him a look like I'm not allowed to turn into a bus, but Abe is allowed to float through the air.
There's different rules for the
I mean,
elderly.
I don't think we had a discussion about who's allowed to do what as
No,
characters.
but we're
It ain't a
getting
goddamn
lot
committee.
From all the facial expressions of everyone, like look at Avocado, look at Buster, look at Abe.
Yo, I literally have an additional power that's called Shrine, that the humans of the town have made a shrine dedicated to me. So,
These powers are
let him
so
talk.
good.
Let him talk.
I feel like if any one of the four of us actually is, I'm just gonna say, because American people have very limited views, if any of us is a ghost and can do weird things, it's gonna be Abe. So people just accept.
It's like,
Sometimes
oh, yep,
there's a
goes
fox.
There
Yep,
goes the
there
area
goes-
floating fox. Everyone
Yep.
knows about that. Yep. It's the name of the local high school football team. It's like the New London Floating Foxes. Like, it's just an accepted part of the folklore now.
I mean, it is New England, and an understanding you must understand of, like, there are cities in New England. There are even cities in Connecticut. There are 3.5 of them. Hartford, New Haven, Stamford, Bridgeport, ... kind of. But most of these small towns along the coast, they were New England fishing towns. If you want to find the most superstitious people who are still pragmatic about life and curmudgeonly, you find fishermen. Because the sea still has secrets, even with all of the vast science that has been revealed. Also, you have a whole lot of southern Italians, mostly Sicilians, and a bunch of people from, like, Calabria and, from Naples. And if you didn't think that these people were superstitious, let me point out to you the number of peppers hanging all over you. There's a couple, maloica hanging on various places. And there is, of course, the tradition, the fact that one of the best things in the world is when the church fairs can happen. Pizza frites. But
We
nobody
should go to one of those.
You should, but unfortunately those are a summertime event, and
Yeah, I was like, screw this diner. Let's get some pizza free.
pizza frite isn't fun. But you make your way there. It's... Well, there are a couple people out who don't really react. A couple of the old folks don't really care about, there's the Nono Watch. You don't need CCTV or any of these things, like neighborhood street cams. You have a bunch of the little old ladies who, are all sit in the front step and watch. They know everything. They know everybody. They know everything. They got the secrets. But there are a bunch of them are out sweeping the front porches this morning, airing things out. The linens have started to come out because it's spring. All of those beautifully embroidered tablecloths and the curtains have come down off, and are being taken out onto the line to air them out. The lace, you're not going to put it through the actual wash. Well, you might wash it a little bit, but they're all going to air out, get rid of all of the dust, kind of clean out the bad vibes and the bad dust that's accumulated over the winter as you had to keep everything locked down inside because it's cold in New England in the winter. So there are a couple people out, but not a lot. So there's no one really commenting on Abe's floating like a lounge loaf.
I do think that with Abe floating and Maru not turning into a bus, eventually Avocado is definitely going to try and jump on Abe and hitch a ride. like staring intently for like 5 minutes of the walk, and then you just see like tail twitch a little bit, and then all of a sudden it's like pounce.
There's a very brief warning sign, a brief window of opportunity to escape, but Abe is definitely got his eyes closed.
So I will say that the pounce attack is probably about a 6 animal for Avocado. And then there will be something else that will come for Abe when we get there.
Cool. So I spend my
So what is your animal at?
I have 3.
Okay. So then you can spend 3 feelings to get to the 6.
Perfect. Yes. This I do.
So there's this moment and then a pounce and a leap as this cat, you wonderful, wonderful fat cat, jumps on to the floating silver fox. Now the question is, this silver fox was not aware of and or paying attention to any of this, so does not actually know what's going on. But I need to know, can you maintain your float and your reaction? Because you are probably going to be surprised. And I would say that this is a this is a henge. It's probably going to be a hard surprise check, and it is a where is it? I'm probably going to say like this is a 7 or an 8 because you know you're not expecting it, and suddenly a fat cat has jumped on your back.
Yeah, I wasn't able to decide like what I think Abe's primary form is, because I see great benefits to both, like what he feels most comfortable in, whether he's better off being a fox or being his old 19th century aristocrat self. But just this moment just tells me that it's probably not the fox form, even though he's quicker in it, a little more spry, gets some of his youth back. He is who he is, and he is not at all ashamed of who he is. And this sudden jarring, there's a cat landing on his like belly probably as he's backstroking through the air, is most unwelcome. So I think he frantically starts, it looks like he's like doggy paddling upside down. Just absolutely freaks out, and tries to maintain his float. He's gonna, because he will like fall to the ground if he can't focus and keep it going.
And my dear Abe, I need you for transportation, so you must.
Oh, what the hell! Do I have to spend to
You can.
not crash?
You're surprised. If you to not crash, like I said, it's a henge 8, and if you think you are surprised, then the question is
Definitely surprised. Yeah.
Then go ahead and so here's the thing about surprise, which is always entertaining. So okay, what is your henge attribute?
3.
And what is what is your highest attribute?
Adult, which is also 3.
Okay. And Avocado, what is your henge attribute?
1.
1. Okay. So you are not you cry out and you are startled, but you are not surprised.
That's good.
You can control your emotions enough not to fall out of the air now that you have a fat cat floating on top of you.
Definitely not surprised because this is probably not the first time this has happened.
I do only ask that you ask first if we have had this conversation before.
I asked
You most certainly did
last
not.
time, or the time before that, or whenever that was.
These don't expire and carry over, okay? They're not like the rollover minutes on your track phone, okay? You gotta actually petition each individual time.
So I see here that Abe has 2 respect points for me. Can I leverage that into?
Love this okay.
Well, that is a thing that can happen, possibly.
Is it?
Well,
I
sort
didn't know
of.
mechanically what it meant.
It wouldn't mechanically. It's what it gives. It's the connections that they have, or how you get feelings and wonder. So it's what your pool is based on of each of those little connections that go back and forth. Your connection to your feelings about someone else give you wonder. Their feelings about you give you feelings.
Makes sense. Okay. Avocado's not going to, move or anything, but we'll just be like, Abe, it's so early and the thing is so far away. Just let me, it doesn't take much of your power. Just let me snooze here a little bit, please.
How many hours a day are you sleeping now, Avocado?
22.
Oh, good. You're down from last month. I'm proud of you. Yeah, whatever. Roll up, put your tail over your nose, get comfortable.
Yep, and I just curl into ball.
I'll be your fox taxi. I was a carriage driver back in the day. I got this whole map of this here town memorized, as it were. Oh, you're already asleep, all right.
Yep. I was about to say that, too.
Figured you were going that way.
Buster, you are making your way down Hall Avenue to Chapel Drive, where it's going to meet up with Pequot Avenue. Not Peacock, Pequot. And Buster, that there's this, little side lot between the 2 houses, one at the corner of Hall and Chapel, and one that actually the big one that faces Pequot and looks out on the water. So right about here. And that there are a bunch of trees, and you and Maru have on occasion had a little bit of fun in these trees, but a bunch of kids usually hang out here. There's a little swing set kind of built into it, and there's a sandbox and a little bit of a kickball field. It's kind of become like a little community created playground. But it's a Saturday morning. It's warm. It's been a long winter, and everyone wants to get outside and play, just like you, Buster.
I was about to ask, are there already other kids there?
Yes, there are.
I think what happens is, while they're walking and all of this commotion behind Buster is happening, that maybe Buster doesn't notice because Abe mostly kept their composure and didn't fall. But as they're going, maybe Maru notices that subconsciously Buster partially transforms. So he's a kid with floppy chocolate lab ears and a tail. And the tail starts wagging.
Terrifying.
Because the tail starts wagging, right? Because he can hear. At this point, we're probably close enough. Even if he can't see the kids, he can hear the kids playing. And there's just this he's now turning into a kid, and there's this like change in body language of like the excitement, and like any second he's gonna bolt for this playground.
Yep.
Were you telling me this because you were hoping I would discourage it? Because you would be incredibly wrong.
I'm telling you because the other half of our party is currently busy.
Yeah, doing old people stuff. Like they're having a fight. They're having an argument. That's not like fun. You know it is fun. Hey Buster. Hey Buster. You know it's fun. Climbing the trees. I'm also like, I haven't transformed because like transformation is my, like if I'm gonna transform, I'm gonna do a whole heckin' thing. So like, so I haven't started transforming yet, but I'm absolutely like wiggling like in the direction of the trees. Like
I want to say,
Buster.
yeah, I want to say we hear the like that very specific clink sound that you get from an aluminum bat on baseball. Like, you know, because that's a very specific sound. And Buster, partially transformed, just looks at Maru and is like,
let's go. Oh my god. Like doesn't even look back at Abe and Avocado. Just like takes off.
Abe doesn't care, but Abe doesn't care at all. But that description, that like real life Colin just gave me like a shot of happy juices in the brain, like the softball on a metal bat sound. That's I feel you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but specifically, yeah, that like think like the, oh man, so good. Yeah, I'm gonna like just be making faces at Buster and then like look at the park, look back and take off.
Yeah, I think Buster's just a second behind because they're a kid, so they're slightly slower.
Slightly slower kid Buster with ears and a tail running after Maru, who is
raccoon dog form still.
There is, you know, it's a little early, but it's still, you know, late enough that there's pretty good. There's still, you know, still warming up. They haven't quite picked all the sides yet, you know. There's that sound of the ball hitting the bat, and the bat, you know, and of course, you know, the parents have gotten involved just enough to make sure that the home plate is the one that's closest to the road and that they're always hitting the ball away from the road. Because that's, you know, the responsible thing to do, even if you're letting, you know, having this nice little community playground where people in the area kind of let their kids kind of hang out. Nobody's really worried because a bunch of houses kind of look down on it. So if there's anyone who's actually concerned, they could, you know, check out through the window and see kind of thing. But you hear just as you run up that pop of the sound of the ball hitting the bat, clink. In the one of the she's, you know, you've seen her around, you know, her name is Katie. She's got shorter brown hair that she's kind of pulled back in a very messy high ponytail, very much like she pulled it back herself and like pulled it tight with, like, you know, looks like a rubber band, not an actual hair elastic. And
oh no, that's gonna be terrible later.
Yes, it will. And she's got, you know, she always has a streak of mud or two across her face, and she's got this old jeans and, you know, a old Boston Red Sox jersey t-shirt that just says Big Papi on the back, and you know her, she's like got dedication and she has plans and she's gonna play baseball, not just softball. She's actually gonna play baseball. But she, you know, you see her just as you run up, crack it, and it goes flying. And so I have a question, Buster. And possibly Maru. I actually feel like this is a Buster and Maru question. A question for our two little canines. You're excited, you want to play. Can you restrain yourselves from go running after the ball to go play fetch with it?
No, I'm not even gonna try. Nope.
See, Maru was never gonna, like, all Maru was gonna do was, like, tug on Buster's doggo ear to try and be like, hey, just fix this, like, one thing. Yeah, Mara likes watching the fun. Like, this would probably have climbed up a tree, still in like raccoon dog form, and like sat and watched. But is absolutely gonna be like, "Oh, this is yours, buddy." Like,
So, Buster, do you go running after this ball?
Yes.
As they bolt, Abe is just like, oh my word. Anyone who used the phrase herding cats never hung out with dogs.
I do
offense,
have
avocado.
I have a question about Katie.
Yep.
Would you say Katie is our neighborhood Benny the Jet Rodriguez?
Possibly.
Please tell me someone understands that reference.
I got it! Yep.
It's the Sandlot.
It is.
That was the big baseball playing kid in the Sandlot who became a pro.
Who went pro. Yeah. No.
Yep.
Full disclosure, Katie, hi Katie, you know who you are. I play so certain people I may have played softball with in high school definitely should have been playing baseball, and if in the 90s they had let girls play professional baseball, someone who could throw a softball at 90 miles an hour underhand should have been allowed to pitch for the pros. Just throwing that out there. We don't need to talk about her accuracy problem. She got better. But yeah, so Katie takes that bat, and the ball goes flying deep over the infield kids. And I mean, it's, the Sandlot, so it's not like a professional grade size. It's not to regulation. And so they're a little far in. But a bunch of kids are jumping for it, and they don't catch it, and the ball goes flying over their heads into the middle of this field. And Buster, you take off running into this field. So the question is, do you control yourself to get rid of the ears and the tail, like Maru suggested?
You know what? I feel like that could easily go either direction, because on the one hand, I don't think the kids necessarily care if Buster shows up with ears and a tail, but parents watching might care. So I'm gonna flip a coin and see what I get. I do manage to control myself.
So there's the motion of, like, between one step and the next of Buster realizing he's got ears and a tail, and they just kind of in on him between one step and the next, and he goes chasing after this ball. And you can go and find the ball. Is easy to find. I mean, it's they get a bunch of these, after the games that are held by the local community softball team, and they're bright yellow, and you can see them from everywhere, and everybody knows them. They're really, really bright. So I have a question, Buster.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see in color as a human?
Oh, wow. I had not considered that at all.
Asking the tough questions.
I mean, I'm a henge, so I'm gonna say yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think so. I think that makes sense. You go running after this ball. It's bright. It's right there. So you get there, and now you have the ball. What are you going to do with this ball?
I mean, I really want to... part of me really wants to just be like a dog and run it back. Be like, here, I got it. But I also, in human form, Buster looks 12. So I feel like Buster's watched enough baseball to have figured out what is supposed to be done. And so Buster gets the ball, runs out to where the edge of the field is so that at least he's in the lot again. And he'll throw the ball towards whatever base Katie is currently running at.
Oh, by this point she's rounding third, and she's fully looks like she's gonna do a perfect slide into home.
So he's trying to throw this thing from all the way in the back to home.
Oh,
Like, he doesn't know he's gonna make it, but he's trying.
I want to see if this works. So can you go ahead, and I would say, ooh, is this child or animal? Or do you want to make it slightly magical and use your henge? Give that little extra float to the ball that shouldn't have gone that far.
I feel like Buster is... I feel like Buster is maybe subconsciously... Like, he's still kind of young in both forms. And so maybe subconsciously he's like, I really want to get this ball there. And he adds a little magic to it, maybe.
I would say that this is like a 6 because you're just throwing from like the left field down to home. It's possible to do in either form, but you might need to put a little effort into it.
Yeah, I will spend the wonder to get that to 6.
It's only feelings. Feelings, not wonder.
Oh.
Wonder.
Because you said wonder was magic.
Yeah, wonder, but wonder is only for like your special powers.
Oh, okay.
It's henge, so like what it is if when your normal checks,
all of the attributes are with feelings, and it's just what attribute you're using.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So you use that little bit of magic, and it's just there's this moment of like the ball speeding a little bit further, a little faster, a little harder. The arc is just perfect, and it hits the glove of the catcher right as he comes down on Katie. And there's the moment where you see the slightly older kid, you know, who's like 14, the responsible one, who calls her out. And there's this moment of, I'm not out. I had a perfect slide. You didn't hit me. You didn't. And there's going to be this moment of argument going on between between them, and, you know, this little bit of arguing. You know, not a big thing, just about like, and then a moment later, you know, Katie's sister Trisha comes up and is like, no, it's fine. And you just see her go, looks, and she's not mad at anyone. She's just kind of like frustrated that she couldn't get the dive slide. You know, she's like, I got the slide right. And she goes, and everyone's like, yeah, you got it perfect. You're fine. And they move her off. But I think this moment, this perfectly encapsulated moment on the baseball field, is where we're going to take our little break for the morning. Go ahead. We're going to take about 8 minutes, get some water, get some snacks. We'll come back and we'll see what happens at the Sandlot, and if we can fix this transformer to get some breakfast. Because, you know, it might be actually lunch by the time we get to breakfast. But we'll see. Lunchtime. But we'll see you in a few, everyone. Bye-bye. And thus we return to some more Golden Sky stories to support our charity, World Central Kitchen. As you can see up there on the ticker, we are slowly getting closer and closer to the halfway mark. We are at $416. Woohoo! And every $5 gives our wonderful players a feeling, and every $10 gives them a wonder. And those are the mechanical tools that is used in this game, because this game doesn't have any dice. It's just about, you know, do you have the resources to do the thing? If you want to do it, you can. But we were in the sandlot on the baseball field. Buster had just thrown this great line drive to home plate from the left field wall. Well, effectively a left field wall. Would have even looked really good, you know, at the at Fenway. We see this shot of Katie getting up, brushing herself off, and like adjusting her baseball cap. You know, kind of doing the curve the side down thing again. It's like, I'm gonna get it next time. I'm gonna get it.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Have any of these children or players or whatnot, have any of them brought maybe like a packed lunch? Like a bag lunch? Is there food?
Avocado now. Don't go getting ideas.
I'm just asking.
Would you like to try and see if you can find something?
Yes, I would.
I just realized that because I'm like backstroking, I'm carrying avocado like a mama sea otter, like you're on my belly.
Yes.
through the air.
Looks very cute, but they're not nice. Otters are not nice. They look cute, but they're
Hold hands.
Yeah, that's about as nice as they can get. No, you said sea otters. River otters are okay. Sea otters are mean.
Okay, well, we're near a river,
Interesting.
so we're river otters.
Yeah, river otters. River otters are fine. So you, Avocado, you saw Buster and Maru take off running. Maru went up a tree, and Buster ran and got real involved in this, was involved in the softball game going on. If you would like to attempt to see if you can find some food to, fill your grumbling belly at this point, I would think that would be an adult.
Oh, that's my worst one.
Or animal. One of the-
Yeah, my cat knows how to find food, so if I could use an animal, that'd be cool. I have a 3 animal.
I would say that this is just a 4. It's not that hard, because...
Sweet.
So
I will do that.
you will spend the feelings, and there's like this kind of pile of bags that have kind of been set over to the side that aren't really like bags. They're mostly just like softball bags, you know, bat bags. So there's a bat and like a bunch, you know, a couple for gloves and cleats, and, you know, if they actually had uniforms, but they don't, because this is just, you know, weekend fun time.
Mm-hmm.
And among those bags, there's been like a little table set up, probably by one of the parents, with like little bottles of water and some sliced apples, and then like, you know, those little peanut butter packages.
With this, where it's got the peanut butter dipping side and like the cracker or sticker, whatever.
Oh, no. Nice.
But they're off to like one side to make sure that in case any of the kids have any allergies, they're kept separate and there's no problems. And then there's avocado. You can smell it.
Yeah.
Is it tuna?
You know, it's that good tuna salad
That good.
that, you know, one of the older ladies, Mrs. B, makes all the time, and they've got like, she got little saltine crackers that you can put it on, but it's got like a little bit of hot sauce, a little bit of tuna salad.
So I picture like Avocado is sound asleep, catching a ride on the float train, and then, you know, maybe we approach closer to the game, and all of a sudden it's just that snap up and like the ears like perk up and like the eyes get really big and my pupils dilate, and I don't even say anything to Abe. I just like casually roll off, and I would like to use my stealthy feet to sneak, like weave my way through the various like bags and clothes and, you know, feet of people.
Can I ask you, do you want to sneak away? Obviously you want to sneak to steal the food, of course. But do you want to sneak away from Abe? Like, do you not want me to know that you're doing this? Or do you not care?
Don't care, because somehow I feel like Abe's not gonna stop me.
Or probably couldn't if you wanted to. And also I just think, just like it's not the first time that you've, without asking, hitched a ride on Abe, this is also not the first time this has happened. So as soon as you like perk up, Abe's probably like, oh no, I know what you're doing. I know what you're going to do.
I'm already gone.
And there she go.
And so that's just, you spend your 8 wonder to activate your special power to be really sneaky, and nobody sees you as you sneak up on this table. This like little card table that, you know, it's definitely seen better days. A little dinged, a little whatever, but you know, you got a little couple water bottles, the little fruit.
And if anyone was watching, but maybe just the camera sees, like, the shot of the card table, and then just 2 little ears poking over and then the little nose, and then I just, and I grab a little tuna, and I go under the table again, and then a few minutes later, you see the ears and everything again, and then back under. And I will just stealthily eat everything, if I can.
Stealthily eating everything while this game is going on.
Everything.
So, Maru, what are you doing in this tree?
I was observing the excellent play, and now I'm observing the eating, and I'm like very torn. As an individual who is round and loves food and always supports the eating of food, I'm also like, But if we get the diner open, then everyone can have food. But if we, maybe, how do I? And now I'm like on my back in this tree, pondering what our best like course of action is. Like, and I'm probably thinking out loud too, which is weird because I'm an animal. So maybe I don't know. Would it sound like an animal? Would it be like?
I mean, you're magical animals. If you wanted to be,
or would it be like words? Like, would it be like human words? Would it be like
either is hilarious to picture? So,
raccoon dog, pondering, like sitting backwards thoughtfully, pondering and like, I don't know what raccoon dogs sound like. I'm gonna assume it's.
What does the raccoon dog say?
Oh my god. I'm gonna slowly slide down the tree and not interrupt Avocado from eating, but just start proposing to him that if we go, okay, Avocado.
So, the answer, by the way, according to Google, is that they make vocalizations like foxes. They do not bark, uttering instead like a growl or chips and whines. They might yelp or growl if they get into, you know, territorial disputes, but they are slightly higher pitched than domestic dogs and sound similar to cats.
Perfect.
So it sounds like a raccoon dog speaking cat at a cat. And I'm just like,
I do want to note that with my stealthy feet, it says that no one in the scene will notice my presence and no check is possible. However, I do love the idea that Maru is maybe just noticing the food going missing off the table. Maybe doesn't necessarily see me, but like suddenly a sandwich is gone and then like an apple and it's just disappearing.
Okay, so then I slide down the tree towards the snack table and I'm just like, where's this? What is going on? It's like, and I probably am making raccoon dogs noises. I'm like, chip chip, like.
And I think when you come closer to the table, that is when you will hear from under the table a. Because if I do something that makes noise, then you will find me. And I am eating quite happily.
Oh yeah, we're supposed to be going to open the diner.
I mean, there was a distraction, and the dog went chasing after the ball, and I was hungry, and the food was just here.
You're right. That's very fair. We're hungry. That's why we went off on this adventure. So,
Maru.
how
I
are we
roll
doing?
an apple towards Maru. I bribe.
I just take the apple. I was trying to be selfless and help others and get back to finding the food, but Avocado has offered me apple.
We have chill. So this is what we do. We
That's
chill and we
true.
eat food.
That is literally our connection. It's chill. Okay, so I'm gonna slide. Now I'm gonna, having slid down the tree, I'm now gonna slide down the table and join Avocado on the floor and eat my apple.
Avocado is pleased.
So, the Avocado and Maru are under the table enjoying some chill and food. Buster, you're still on the ball field. There have been a couple of people who are real excited that you're there because they're like, yay, we can have some fun. And the next batter comes up to bat, and it's not as deep a line drive into the... but Katie's younger sister, Patty, is pretty good too. And she puts a... and the kid who's playing shortstop misses it, and so it's bounding out of on the ground, and you can continue to play left field if you choose. They're kind of requesting and expecting you to continue to play left field. But Abe, what are you up to?
Abe is transformed back into human and is coaching the baseball team without prompting at all. No one asked him to do this. But he's like, as that line drive, he's like, oh, now bend your knees just a little bit more. Okay, now you're hiking up too high on the bat. You want to keep your hands together. Don't separate them. Your swing's going to go all wonky. That's good form. Very, very good. Perfect. All right, now follow through. Keep your eye on the ball. And, oh, look at that go. That is beautiful. Congratulations. That is a fantastic hit. Thank you. As a contemporary of Abner Doubleday himself, I extend my congratulations to you, young sir. And I don't know if anyone's paying attention to Abe at all, but as far as he is concerned, he is doing a good deed.
Is this the first time Abe has engaged in
God,
spontaneous
no.
coaching?
Oh, he was there when baseball was born. He considers himself an authority on the matter, and he has definitely given unprompted coaching to the baseball team and pick up games and whatnot many, many, many times.
Okay, so then my next question is, what is Abe's feelings about the Dodgers leaving New York?
He was a Giants fan, but every bit as pissed. Yeah. Considers it sacrilege, thinks that the sport died in 1954.
Okay. Very important things to know.
Mm-hmm.
So, we have this interlude of gameplay going on. None of the kids really care about Abe suddenly turning up to coach this game. They're used to this. It's not...
I improved that child's swing, I'm telling you.
You probably did. They're also, it's a pickup game, and they only have, 3 bats, so none of them are really all the right size, so the little 8-year-old is picking up a 28-inch, and it's, almost, too heavy, and they're, wobbling with it, and you have to teach them how to spread to keep the balance on it.
All right. Yeah, totally, aligning it up with their shoulder, and,
Yeah.
there you go, back away, so I don't get hit.
Yeah, all the fun things. And so the question is, are you going to engage in some fun times with the baseball field for a little while, Buster?
Is Buster still out in, the outfield?
They're up to the 2 outs,
I think I would actually like to tell, whoever the kid is at bat, run over, try to adjust their swing, help them a little bit, and then tell them to, aim for Buster, hit one right out there to that dog. He'd love that. Come on, you can do it.
Buster's a people right now.
Oh, it's people right now. Okay, it's hard to keep track of all these shifting forms.
Buster is a people because Buster made the throw to home plate
Right.
to tag out Katie. But it's one of the younger kids is coming up. He's a little, still has that, baby fat still on him, but he's a nice kid. A good, I would say probably, you look at him, and for those of you who grew up in New England or in Connecticut particularly, you look at him and go, oh, you're Greek. It's, the hair, the face, the attitude, the number of Maloik kind of that he's wearing around his neck because his mother wanted to make sure he was safe when he went outside. And he comes up to bat and he's like, okay, I'm gonna hit it. I'm gonna hit it to Buster. I'm gonna hit it to Buster. I can hit over Buster's head. I can hit over Buster's head.
Pull that right down the left field line, son. You can do it. Come on, man.
He will hit this ball, and I am going to use some of the feelings I get in this game. I don't get a lot, but every time a certain number that you guys spend, I get some. So he's going to use his feelings to kind of stick his tongue out and like really concentrate out, and he's going to hit a bouncing line drive that just skates along the quote-unquote foul line. It's not like we have a foul line here. There's nobody painted any lines on this field. But where the grass and dirt meet, right out to Buster. And this little kid is gonna, has that moment of like, I hit it! And then everyone turns and goes, yes, now you run, now you run.
Go! Come on, go! Hustle down that line.
So Buster, what are you gonna do as this ball comes towards you?
I mean, Buster will run after. I feel like Buster's supposed to play left, but Buster starts to run after anything that goes far enough out. Mm-hmm. So maybe Buster's not right in left where they're supposed to be, and so they have to really go after this ball again because it's bouncing down the line. It's low, and Buster actually has to like dive into the grass and dirt to snatch it before it goes out. But also knowing who hit the ball, I think he's gonna not try as hard. Like, he's gonna throw it back to try and get them out, because that's what you do. That's how the rules work. But he's not trying quite as hard. He wants this kid to get a base or two.
Kind of lob that throw.
Yeah.
You're not going to put that little bit of extra magic into it to try and beat the home run.
Mm-hmm.
So you make this throw, and it'll get down. Thank you, Pope. You'll get down the line, and it'll be stopping him at second base. So he's sitting at second base. And Abe, it's at this point that a couple of the moms come out.
Hello, ladies.
Mrs. Fernandez and Mrs. Colcoletis. Mrs. K.
That's the Greek one?
That's the Greek mom.
Yeah.
She's cheering for her son. Very loudly.
Hell of a hit. Well done.
Yeah. And you can just like, Theodosis! You did so good! You can hear her. And
he has improved so much, Ms. K.
Yes, indeed. You did a wonderful job. It was so good. Why have you not come to dinner? You should be coming. Wait, where'd all the food go?
What? Oh, now that's...
Because there's this, because everyone will tell you, Mediterranean mothers will notice two things. One, if you didn't eat enough, and two, if the food is missing. He's like... And she has this beady-eye little look of like, and starts looking around and looking around. And now, well, technically Avocado is still hidden. Maru is not. So she's gonna start yelling loudly in Greek. So, what is your Henge score, Maru? Okay. So she's gonna start yelling, and then suddenly, miraculously, you don't know how this happens, but she starts coming down to start shooing you out, And then she notices when she leans over to start shooing you out from away from the food, and it's like, get away. She sees Avocado. And then, Avocado, what's your Henge score?
1.
So then there's a scream. Because she's not expecting to see Avocado under there.
Can I use my feigned innocence?
What does that do?
This lets you hide your true character and put on an excellent act. Declare that you're using this power before you make the check. When I use it, I can use whatever attribute I like, rather than one designated by the narrator or the rules.
Okay. Yes, you may use your feigned innocence to try and avoid overly surprising her.
I would also like to, if I may, I have a duty and a connection to protect Maru. So I will just kind of like out the corner of my mouth tomorrow be like, pretend you're a stuffed animal. Pretend you're a stuffed animal.
I seized up.
Yeah, I also like seize up.
I like seized up from where I was, and then I do like a flop over, like a well,
So
and
I
like
have a question, Maru. Don't you have a weakness?
yeah. Well, I was gonna say I have a few things here that might kind of apply. Goodness gracious, which ones? I have mischief, teasing, gullible,
Don't.
Oh, Maru.
carelessness.
This is why we all have protect on Maru.
We all have protect on the Maru.
We all protect Maru.
I'm a very soft bean, like that is very prone, and I'm also
Isn't gullible? I think gullible is the one I'm thinking of.
I'm also very, very clumsy.
Oh, you're not cowering. You're just gullible.
No, yeah, and I'm very, very clumsy, and I think I gain dreams anytime I do something clumsy or like embarrassing.
Yeah, you do. So you are going to kind of fall over. You have Avocado. You can spend the wonder to use your look innocent trait. She is still kind of like.
Can I help this a little bit?
Yes. How do you help this? As
'cause I
Mrs.
have
K is going off.
Because this costs nothing. It's a 0 for me. The basic fox power. I have the alluring feature. That it actually says is particularly powerful on the opposite sex. So I'm just trying to distract this lady from like. I'm not going to seduce the old Greek lady, but I'm trying to. I guess I don't know that she's
The
old.
middle-aged mom, Greek mom.
I mean, everyone's young compared to me. So
This is true.
Like,
This is true.
they're all babies. Just try to get between her and the food. Now, I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation, and if need be, if
The
there's...
cat can't be near the food. Get the cat out of the food. It's the boy is.
Well, see, I told you there's a perfectly reasonable explanation, and it's that the cat took the food. Now, that is an issue. We can address that. Tell you what, though, we were just on our way to get the power up and running again so that we can go to the diner. What you say...
Oh, yeah.
We can treat the whole team to a little bit of food at the diner once we get that going. What you say about that?
All right. I need to go get all right, I'll go talk to the... And she's like, just get rid of the cat. The cat
And I will
can't be...
take that. I will take you up on that dinner invitation, Miss K. Your moussaka is delicious.
Thank you. Good. She comes.
Always
I'm
compliment the
still
moussaka.
pretending to be a stuffed animal.
I want to, if this is okay, I want to have like when Abe started coming over to distract Miss K, I slowly, like, from my like laying down pretending to be a plush position, slowly started scooting away to try and make myself over, because I think not too far away is where they've lined up, like, you know, all the kids put their equipment, all the bats are like lined up against like a tree or like a wall or something like that, and I want to make my way over there and start to hide behind those things. But then I have a very voluptuous butt. I am very round. And I think do that thing where like I knock everything over, but still lay there hiding as if I think I'm successfully hidden, when really I'm really, really not. And when I do clumsy things, I make people happy. It's one of my abilities.
So at this point, Mrs. K has turned around, but the kids have all seen, heard that blop, 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 blop of the bats falling on the ground. So Buster, it's just about the last out was in. You're in the middle of changing sides. Your side is about to go up to bat, and everybody on the team, both teams just kind of stops as Maru knocks over these bats, and then you see her just they see them, with their hands over their head, just kind of pretending to still be hidden behind the bats, and
Face all the way on the ground, big butt up in the air.
And the kids, start smiling, and there's laughter that's not laughing at you, per se, but oh, you're cute. So what are you gonna do, Buster?
I don't know.
I should also point out at this point, thanks to a very kind donation from our dear, dear friend, Cleric of Cord. Thank you, Kat. Each of you gets 4 more feelings and 2 more wonder.
Also, I was gonna ask, because I was trying to protect Maru, does that mean I get another wonder? Is that how that works?
No, it's just if you're in the scene with her.
Oh, okay.
But you can get dreams if other people think that you deserve a dream.
Okay.
Other players give you dreams,
Yes.
and actually...
How do we do that?
You just say that you think she deserves a dream.
Yeah. I think so. I also, I have because one of my powers here says I can only activate after I've gained a bunch of clumsiness dreams, and I'm like, how do I get those?
Dreams of being clumsy.
You can only use this power when you've gained dreams for being clumsy. That's literally what it says.
You get given dreams, and they're basically like inspiration. Each player can give a dream for a single action once. So for each action that you think is really cool, like Avocado protecting Maru, you can say that each person gives them dreams, and so that would be 5 dreams that Avocado would get.
Okay. Well, Avocado convinced me to be a plush, and that was very helpful. So I would like to give Avocado a dream.
Exactly.
I mean, I think Maru should get a clumsy dream for knocking all the stuff over because it made the kids happy.
I was about to say that, yes.
Aw.
We're both going to get dreams from me. And what you do is every 5 dreams you get, you can strengthen a connection with a different player who's in the scene, which gives you, for the next scene, more feelings and more wonder.
Neat. Okay.
So that's how that works, really. And I would say at this point, this is now scene 2, so you can refresh based on, your feelings and wonder based on the connections that you currently have. You still have 2 for the town, because you always have 2 for the town. And then based on whatever your connection or wonder tally score is, between everyone else in this scene, you can make that work.
So they roll over from the prior.
They roll, feelings and wonder roll over until the last scene of the,
So I get that right. So I have a 2 connection to the town, so that's 2 right there, right? And then 2 from everybody else, so that's 6 there, so 8 in total.
Yep.
Is
And
that
so-
8 wonder and 8 feelings, or does that split up?
Whatever's on the left side column is what you feel towards them,
I see.
and
Okay,
the right side column is what they feel towards you.
gotcha.
So wonder is what you feel towards them, feelings is what they feel towards you.
Gotcha. Okay.
And they don't always have to match. And we
Yeah.
also got some wonderful donations from our dear, dear friends, Sphinx Roll and Pope. Pope had to come in and make sure things were balanced, so we're sitting at $450 for our charity of World Central Kitchen. So that means you get 6 more feelings and 3 more wonder.
Yay.
Thank you, Pope.
Thanks, friends.
Yep, Sphinx and Pope.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, and Sphinx as well. Thank you.
I also spent 5 dreams to increase my connection with Maru because we had a chill sesh under the table. And I will spend another 5 to increase my admiration for Abe because he let me float on him many times.
Oh,
so
thank
then that would then put me up to 2, 4, 5, 7, 9 wonder.
So that goes up on my sheet too, right? Because you increased
Mhm.
with me. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, on the right hand side.
On the right
Yep.
side. Yeah.
We're not. I full disclosure, we're not playing with all the rules because we're not going to do the impression check because I started this with each of you already knowing each other instead of having you meet each time, and therefore there are some really, really great rules in this game. If you don't know what this is Golden Sky Stories. It's a really, really cute JRPG slice of life magical animals cuteness game that you can find on DriveThruRPG. And from there, it would be, you know, but it has some really great mechanics that I think are really cute.
Hey, Cracks.
Yeah.
Can I add a truth here that would just make me really happy because it's a
Give me your truth. Give me your truth.
Because I have this, I didn't know what to do with this, but now I think I have an idea. I have the shrine power that they have made a dedicated shrine to me. Can I just say that the baseball field is named after Abe? That he's like been here so long that it's like I was about to say the Abe Memorial Field, but that would mean he's dead. But it has his name on it, so he feels somewhat level of entitlement to go coach kids that are on it.
I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take that, and I'm gonna take it one step further.
Cool.
You've been here so long that this used to be your actual physical shrine, and then, you know, modern technology has come up, but now the field has grown up around, and where there was originally the shrine, there's now the baseball field. And earlier in your long inhabitation of this area, when they first started playing baseball, this was a little different, and then you had to go into looking at it, and now this is how Abe knows so much about baseball, because his shrine is now the baseball field.
He has this deep, deep loving connection with baseball now. Yeah.
Does he read the box scores every day?
Oh, absolutely he does, yeah. He also gambles a little bit, but not much. he places some bets on some games every now and then.
It's okay. So does everybody who plays the bingo. It's fine.
Oh, he loves the bingo.
So this is what's going on. Mrs. K has been successfully dissuaded. Both teams have switched sides. There's now a new, Buster, the first kid up to bat on your side is one of the she's a little African American girl, and she has actual really big natural hair that that it looks like perhaps her dad helped her braid, because it's not as neat, Keisha is usually really well known for, like, when school's in session, her hair is really, really well done, and, like, her mom is, like, really fancy with it. But today it's just a very, very simple braids, like 2 little braided pigtails on the back of her sides that just kind of just touch her shoulders. And you're like, I think her mom's out of town on business again, because that looks like her dad was helping her kind of look. And she's just driven a pretty good shot into the middle and run through the bag and gotten a safe at first base. But Buster, you're up to bat. What are you gonna do? Can Buster restrain himself not to just chase the ball?
Oh, I thought you meant he was literally up to bat.
He is, but he's
Oh,
batting.
okay. You're gonna bat and then run straight for the ball you just hit, because that is so adorable. Well, I gotta help his swing, of course.
I mean, I gotta hit the ball and then chase the ball, right?
It sure feels right, doesn't it?
Like, even if what I imagine happens. Okay. So first of all, are you gonna make me make any checks to hit the ball or chase the ball?
Not unless you want to try and restrain yourself.
Okay. So I think what happens is, you know how when kids get excited, they, like, just kind of vibrate?
Mm-hmm.
That's what Buster does, waiting for the, like, I'm gonna, yes. Throw the ball, throw the ball. Come on. And then he hits it, and I think there's like, he hits it straight down center over the pitcher.
And the second baseman tries to leap for it and just misses it.
What I want is, I think Buster he drops the bat and starts running right at the pitcher to chase the ball, and then it's like, wait, no, I need to go over here. So he's gonna try and restrain himself.
There's a lot of yelling by the kids on the other side. It's like, no, you have to run to first base. You have to run to first base. Why are you go the wrong way? Oh, and there's lots of that as the ball gets hit into the field. And as it does, you hear it goes really deep. It's a great hit. And it hits one of the low-hanging tree branches of this old oak tree that kind of like has grown up over this space and is really probably a couple 100 years old at this point, and one of the older trees in the area, and in the fall is really pretty when it turns red and orange and gold and drops all of the leaves. But as it does, you hear it crack against the wood of the tree, and you see just this little hint of spark. Just, that little friction spark, right? Nothing's really gonna catch on fire, there's not a problem with that, but it's that little hint of spark. So, but the question is, you hear that crack, you see the spark, the ball falls, the branch doesn't fall, but a couple of the little, like, baby branches that are rooting off of it fall. And now, Buster, you can make it to third. It's a solid triple. Real well hit. Thank you. But what are the rest of you going to be doing? I mean, as Mrs. K comes back up to Abe to say, what you wanted to take the kids to the diner? What are you doing?
Yes, that is the plan, just as soon as we work out this power situation, but also I don't want to, it'll be just a moment, I don't want to disrupt Buster. He's really good. His swing has come a long way. That was a fantastic hit he just had. So let me just let him play this out, and then we will get right on that. As soon as the diner's repaired, lunch is on me for the whole team. Ice cream too.
And there's this evaluating Mediterranean mother look, which every Italian, Greek, and Jewish mother has, is like, I want to hold you to that, but you are going to actually pay this time, right? And not just, show up without the money and therefore say that then we all have to take care of it. It's a look, right?
The other part of my shrine feature is that the shrine has up to 10,000 yen or $100 in it. So there's like a donation box or something perhaps here that he's gonna cash out.
It's a donation box of like, it's like support, help us take care of our field donation box kind of thing, to pay for like the getting the grass cut occasionally and that kind of stuff.
I'll cut the grass myself this month, and I will just cash it out to help pay for lunch for these kids.
Okay. She just kind of nods and starts around, waits things out. The next kid up to bat is another, yeah, I think we did. Oop.
No, Buster, come back.
No. Camera, musical
Buster,
chairs.
come back.
Buster, come back.
Yeah, we're gonna take a quick second to make this work. People will not be in the right places, but
That's okay.
you will just see these things so you can see everybody and not just half of them. But you will... There we go. Because these are easier ways to fix things after the fact. So Buster is going to be... Buster is going to be trying to figure out what's going on. He's at bat, he's at playing. What are the rest of you doing?
I think Avocado has slunk away to behind the trees again and is going to transform back into human form of Seth Rogen and then walk back out very confidently to the table to continue eating whatever food is there.
Why are you making this so hard for me, Avocado?
I'm hungry. I am allowed to eat this food. My kid is playing and points over at Buster. Yes, my child is quite the hitter. Munch, munch, munch. Miss K, fabulous spread that you have here.
I just need an adult out of here as you claim Buster as your child.
That's good because I have a 0 adult, so... but I do have lots of feelings, so what do you want
I would
me
say
to
this is a 6 to claim
Okay.
Buster as your child because you look nothing alike.
Adopted child, clearly. Yeah, I'll spend that.
Non-traditional family, it's fine.
I'm surprised you didn't go with like younger brother because don't you call yourself siblings?
Yeah, but they won't let me eat the food if I'm an older sibling. It has to be. I don't know. This is Avocado doesn't understand.
This is great. This is my son.
So give me this food that was supposed to be for him, but I will eat it.
He doesn't need his portion.
Yeah. Mmm.
All right, so that'll be a 6. Go ahead, take that off your feelings. To pretend to be an adult and claim Buster as your child. And the rest of the game goes pretty well. There are a couple ins and outs. It doesn't take long for a true winner to be determined. I mean, it was close. Buster definitely balanced things out, but everybody knew Katie's team was going to win.
Wow. As long
Katie
as
doesn't.
Buster got a good play in there.
Buster got some really great plays in there, but they were the away team, so they had the last at bat, and then Katie was coming up with a runner already on and just drove it over the right field when Buster was in left field, and he just couldn't get there in time.
You said a bunch of words just now, and I'm confident that they're real words, but like. As a Canadian, they weren't hockey words. So
Okay,
I'm sorry.
but I can translate this to hockey. I can translate this to hockey. So Katie's team had the last power play, and then
Third period.
Yeah.
and there's an
they pulled the goalie.
they pulled the goalie,
Yeah,
and
okay.
and
Okay, I get it
Buster
now.
was playing mid ice and doesn't get back to the defensive line fast enough from their other side to stop the goal that she kind of slams in, completing her hat trick.
Amazing.
Up to speed.
Yeah, now I get it. Now I'm like, wow, Katie's really great. Holy cow.
Damn, Katie.
Dang.
I can translate across almost all of the sports metaphors.
Croquet.
Croquet I can do. Cricket ain't gonna happen. I don't get cricket.
Cricket's been explained to me multiple times, and absolutely none of it has taken. I can't even begin.
Highly recommend checking out Netflix's show called Explained by Vox Media. They do a whole episode on cricket, and I now vaguely understand cricket. They do a lot of great mini documentaries on things. K-pop, cricket, gender, wage gaps, all kinds of things. Great show. Great show.
What's it called?
I can't believe that I'm
Explained.
actually going to watch that, because there's a part of me that actually does want to understand cricket.
It's a
Don't
really
know why.
interesting show. My favorite one, sorry to take us on a
No,
tangent,
no.
but my favorite one is about the exclamation mark, and I have never thought of the exclamation mark again since watching it. It's a really good show. Really.
What'd you say that was? I'm actually writing this down.
It's called
Explained.
Explained.
Explained
I
on
also wrote it down.
Netflix.
Yeah, they've got like 3 seasons now, and they just do like mini documentaries on various topics, and it's always very interesting and narrated by like interesting people.
Yep, I'm taking that note. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
So do we like leave this diamond? That's what it's called, right? Did I get it? Do we leave triumphantly, or do we like, you know, sneak away while they're celebrating? No, I'm asking like the other people if we like, do we have to drag Buster away from the ball? Or are we dragging Abe away from like talking to all the ladies?
Is Mario just dragging everyone?
We each grab. No, yeah, because avocado, you're not helping. Oh my god.
I'm eating.
You're on your own, Maru.
Since when am I the response? Listen, the old like my I know I had that apple and it was really good, but I still need my brunch. So we gotta go. So I'm like dragging everyone like whoop, like one at a time, like whoop, pulling each of you out of your scene, like whoop.
Mm-hmm. Checks out.
Yep. I will ensure that I am so confident that we're going to fix this, that Abe, like, makes date with the moms and all the kids to be at the diner in, like, an hour, and we will have this up and running.
We've got 1 hour.
On.
Pressure's on.
After taking, like, 2.
Yeah, after taking 2 to coach baseball, to coach Little League for a while. But he does, like, come back, like, with the rest of you guys. It's like, okay, so we are actually on a very strict time around, so we're gonna have to get going, or else this is gonna seriously damage my standing with the moms. So, what do you say we hustle to the Transformer station?
Yes, I'm famished. I really need to have some brunch.
Me too.
Oh, was your bowl half empty?
My big belly.
Avocado's like, I have never eaten in my life.
Yeah.
I'm so
Avocado
hungry.
while finishing a tuna cracker. It's like, I have never eaten.
You're trying to starve me.
Mm-hmm. Walking in circles around all of you and just still in human form, but like brushing up against you very passive aggressively, like, I am starving.
So hungry.
So he will go along.
Bye, Mrs. K.
There's that little like wave, and you know she nods, and we'll like 1 hour. We'll see you 1 hour. Oh, and then there's she and the mom, Mrs. Fernandez, are getting together and kind of like cheering on the kids that they did such a good job and all of these things. And you leave the field following Buster and his suggestions down the rest of Chapel Road to where it stops right here and joins Pequot Avenue to go north up the river towards the Transformer station. Buster is definitely in the lead at this point, very determinedly showing you how to get there. Do you stay human?
I've been a raccoon dog this whole time.
Yeah, you never rephrase that. Do the others stay human?
I will for now. But I'm loving that this is, to me, in my mind, this game is all leading up to a big reveal of Maru's human form. I'm really excited for this.
I mean, they started as human. Wow, I'm sorry, Jess.
No, you're fine. I understand. Yeah, they when you met them at the diner when they were banging on the windows, that they were in their kid form.
Yep.
Right.
And that's where the Tantrum and Mr. and Happy kind of pointed things out.
I know it's confusing because I've described my adorable chubby belly in both forms.
Yeah,
but
very
it's 'cause
similar.
I have an adorable chubby belly in both forms.
You are perma round.
Yes.
The adorable chubby belly is a thing.
Yeah.
So you. Oh look.
Hey, Mel.
Bag.
There we go. Hi, Mel.
Welcome back.
I'm gonna fix
Thanks.
things.
You did some very good plays, but the other team won.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay.
But you were very impressive, and we're all very proud of you. And now we're trying to do the Transformer thing because Abe has promised the moms we will be at the diner in an hour.
Ooh, that's a tight time.
Yeah, we're
We're on a bit of a deadline here.
We gotta book it.
Y'all are gonna have to move.
So yes, that is a thing that must occur.
The accent's infectious, isn't it?
Well, I did live in
I
Georgia.
do declare.
I did live in Georgia for a significant portion of time, y'all. Alright. And thus, miraculously they are fixed. Haha.
Huzzah.
Huzzah. So, Buster, here's the question for you. Because, Abe and, Avocado are still in their human forms. Avocado, after, declaring that he can eat all of the snacks because his son Buster is playing on the baseball field. And uses that as a way to engage with the snacks. He then,
This feels like a really good time to point out that Buster can't lie. That's one of his weaknesses.
Nobody asked, and Avocado's the only one who said anything. But the proceeding towards the Transformer station, are you in human form, or are you staying in human, or are you in a dog form? Avocado and Abe are both humans, and Maru, they are staying as their wonderfully cute Tanuki self.
I guess since I was all a kid to play baseball, I will stay a kid for now. Because also, I was potentially going to pick Maru up and carry them if they were still pretending to be a stuffed animal. Because we protect.
I like the idea of we can retcon it a little bit. Are you okay with that, Maru?
Oh yeah, totally. Still like face down, pretending to hide, big chubby butt up in the air.
So yes, there's some cheers. The team continues. You can pick up Maru to carry them as you proceed. Buster, are you still in the lead to this Transformer station?
I think no. I think now that we've played baseball, Buster's more distracted, and so like every 5 feet, it's like, ooh, what's that? Ooh, what's that? Oh, what's that smell? Oh, what's that noise? Look over there.
So stimulated. I think Abe's in the lead actually, because I think it's like, okay, we gotta kind of got an appointment we gotta make here, so trying to like lead the march and hustle everybody on.
Leading the march and hustling everybody on. Is everyone okay? Well, Maru's being carried. You occasionally have to go back and get Buster because he's distracted by shinies and squirrels. There
Abe
are a
took
lot
a baseball
of
with him from the field and is just throwing it in front of it to get Buster to follow. Which like looks to like which way is the or whoever would know with like which way is the power station, Transformer station?
Buster's the one who was leading you last time.
Yeah, and Abe self-described as knowing the whole town. I thought, didn't you used
to
run
a
coach?
From 1875, so he has no idea where the power station is.
Well, maybe it was built upon where there was previously like a dam or a mill or like
it's near the river somewhere, right? Yeah, like the
energy
station.
sometimes stays in a consistent place based upon technology.
True. I think he knows the general direction from Buster leading, so I think he's like, "Hey, Buster, hey there, bud, is the pump station's just up the river that way? Is that right?"
I mean, based on what we were told by Prax earlier, I'd imagine if we just continue up Chapel, Buster would be like, I mean, when we hit Pequot, you can see it across the river.
Up the river.
Up the river?
Yeah, not across.
He's gonna throw a ball up the river that way. Let's go, Buster!
Let's go. So you make your way, this is up the street. There are a couple more people out. It's a little later in the day. It's like 11 o'clock now. The sun is out, it's warm. You see there's a breeze blowing. You see a couple of the people are starting to pull their winter covers off of the boats and trying to put them in the water. You know, everybody knows by this time that it's actually, you know, you can start putting the boats in the water. It's almost bluefish season, so people are getting ready for that. Yes, bluefish is a thing. It exists in Long Island Sound. They are edible. They're kind of like a tuna salmon, if you can picture something tasting like that.
How blue are they? Are they blue?
Yeah.
Huh.
A tuna salmon.
Yeah, it's... Look, I don't
No,
eat fish.
I'm not questioning you. I'm amazed.
I don't eat fish.
Oh, okay. Okay. So it's somewhere. Okay. I can imagine. Somewhere in between the non-fishiness and the fishiness and the kind of
like,
soft and
it's
No, you're good. You're good. Don't.
I have a shellfish allergy. I don't touch anything of it.
That's fine.
So, you know, they're actually also pretty big when you can actually get them. There's a period of time where they weren't in the Long Island Sound for a really long time, and then they started coming back, so they're actually no longer on the protected species, but they're really kind of advanced. So they're like averaging like 4 or 5, you know, between 3 and 5 feet long. They're kind of big fish. I don't know. They're fish. But you can there are a bunch of people putting boats in the water, getting ready for some offshore fishing kind of to get started kind of thing. You're heading up to, you see a couple couple people, a couple of the very sturdy, stout people who even a bunch of other New Englanders raise their eyebrows at because they've been kayaking in Long Island Sound in March. Look, the North Atlantic is not warm in general, ever. Any time before July is just like, oh, hi, that's not nice. I don't judge anyone who does these things, but I'm just also like, that's not my preference of being, I don't like that cold. The water temperature isn't above like 50 degrees, and for those of you who are on Celsius, that's about
like 10, I think.
Yeah, roughly about that. Yeah, it's cold. It's not frozen, but it's cold.
I got it exactly right. Sorry.
Yeah.
Nice.
Thank you. So you have a lot of these kind of people around. There are a couple people at like the beach who are kind of getting into these things. Aww. Thank you. That's so cute, Jess. You make your way up to the transformer station. But it's a Saturday, so there's not really any people out. And you can see the transformer station. Most people are avoiding it. It's a transformer station. People aren't really going to get involved. So what are you going to do as you approach?
Is there any immediate issue we can see? Like, is there like a clear, like, is there a tree on it? You know what I mean?
There
like
men in bright, the vests or something that would be working? Like, is there clearly some kind of, something
because
blow
it's a Saturday morning and there's no...
So they're not bothering to fix it. This
is a travesty.
This is unbelievable.
President Roosevelt did not reform public utilities in this country for them to sit dormant on a Saturday because no one can bother to get out of bed and fix them.
Don't they know they are keeping us from breakfast?
And they are seriously damaging my standing with the moms.
And also lunch at this point. That's 2 whole meals.
Yeah, and at this rate, avocado's going to starve to death.
Avocado is, I think, rolling a catnip cigarette. Which I may have taken from Jess in another game. But he's tiding himself over with that. I have a move here, and it makes no sense, but also it might make sense. So I'm curious, Prax. I have this friends move where I can call the other cats in the town to help me out. Now, I don't know how much all these cats are going to be able to fix an electric, but it doesn't say what they help me out with. It just says help me out. So I'm kind of like want to do it just for the sake of.
I'm gonna say we can put a pin in that and come back to it because
Okay,
you don't
cool.
because you should maybe take because here's the thing, people. Like Abe and Maru wanted to take a look around to see what it was, and once you know what it is, then you can come at summon the cats to help you once you know what you're doing.
Perfect. Instead of blindly summoning them for no reason.
Yeah, because then you just have a massive number of cats, and that's gonna look obvious and noticeable.
Yep. I'm just gonna have my catnip cigarette hanging out of my mouth and look around with my friends.
And thank you, Lydia, for that $10 donation to support World Central Kitchen Charities. That's 2 more feelings and 1 more wonder for our fine players.
Thank you. Hey, avocado. Puff, puff, pass.
Yes, indeed. It is of the finest green. And I hand it to you.
Oh, what? What in the hell is that?
It's not even on fire. You just cough anyway.
It's just the smell.
Avocado's just like, it's just catnip. It's just like,
Don't inhale.
just
Hell are you kids smoking these days?
let it waft. Okay.
Any ideas?
Yeah. So there's
What do
not
we
like it looks
need?
So
absolutely normal.
if you take the time to kind of like go around, because it's
Okay.
built it's built on the river, and so there's like the big fence around it, and like there's a little building, like brick cement block building that's been there probably since World War II, maybe a little bit earlier, but definitely since World War II. And then you have the big transformers that are kind of coiled there, and they kind of set off, and there's big signs that say danger, high voltage, and stay away. And so most people are staying away. But if you take the time to kind of go around and go up on the because it's on the side of the road, on the beach side, and with the river right there. So if you can, there's a beach on one side, and you can kind of go around on the rocks and the jetties and go around the whole thing if you wanted to. If you take the time to do so, you would notice that there are a couple big tree branches and that have fallen onto the top of the transformer, and one that has even pushed one of the fences down on the backside.
I think we can get in that way.
Yeah, I think you're right. We could just, we could have gotten in even if there was a fence, and now there's like no fence, so like it's like double easy.
Very convenient.
I think because Buster's been carrying Maru, right?
Oh yeah.
So Buster's carrying Maru like in front, like you would a big stuffed animal. And I think because Maru started being like, but now we're gonna miss lunch and breakfast? That's so many meals. And Buster's just like, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Thank you.
I'm like a kid with it, like I won the biggest stuffed animal at the fair and just am walking around with it.
And it's that thing, in like cartoons and things where like the top half, like my little arms and my little head is hanging over, and it's almost like a Weasley top half, if you've seen a raccoon dog. And then the butt, like it's almost like gravity just hit halfway down, and it's just all like tummy and legs and butt, and it's just like, so it's like this little thing up top, and then you just got so like the way you're holding it in your like little kid arms, big belly, like as you move. I feel like we're both comforted also by the fact that you're like consoling me, but we're both consoled.
Yes, I would imagine that petting something is almost as good as getting pets.
This is true. This is true.
Okay,
So,
so do we just all like let's just go inside?
This feels illegal on some level, but like,
No.
My dear Abe, we are henge. We are not bound by the laws of mortals.
oh, I don't disagree with you whatsoever. I mean, of course we are not bound by these laws. It doesn't mean that they won't be tried to be enforced against us, however.
It's fine, it's fine. We'll just tell them we didn't notice there was a fence because we came in where there
'Cause
wasn't
it's
one.
not
There is no
down.
fence.
I mean, if you want to, technically there is no fence in that spot there.
Exactly. So
And
go.
that will be our
I buy the
defense.
technicality.
this is the best.
And if this is a problem, I know a very good lawyer. I'm sure we can work this out. After you. Public trespass ain't no big deal.
I will sashay in with my Seth Rogen butt.
That is the sentence.
I mean, to be
Seth
fair,
Rogen sashay away.
I feel avocado's a cat. The cat just they go where they want regardless.
Yep. I'm not bound by the laws of mortals.
Oh, all right. So I missed. I can't remember. What has the fence down? Is it a
tree
branch?
Tree branches. How big are these tree branches?
a couple of, like, the big one that kind of took the fence down is a big, it kind of actually spans, because they're, you know, it's, the transformer itself is on the side of the road next to the river, so there are no trees on that side right next to it. But there's a couple big trees that span across the roadway from the other side, so these are a couple big branches that have fallen. And just kind of blown and fallen.
Okay, I think that my lazy weakness is going to come into play here probably. Because I am a rather lazy cat. I can only spend 1 point of feelings for checks relating to actively moving my body around. So everyone will see Avocado as Seth Rogen disdainfully look at these tree branches and then just like sit down in the cat pose and just chew on my catnip cigarette.
Can I ask you something? Because I'm really sad I didn't realize this before. Is it your intention to perhaps take a nap?
Right now, probably not. I am interested in how all of you are going to deal with this problem. I certainly will not be assisting in
I'm
lifting
only
things.
sad that I missed this at the beginning. That I didn't realize I have a power that lets me influence your dreams. Anyone's like while they're sleeping, I can give you any dream that you want.
Oh, maybe later.
Next time.
Yeah.
Indeed.
So here's the next question. Are you going to try and summon your cat friends?
I'm gonna wait and see what my friends do first, but perhaps.
So we get inside. So we get inside this fence, and then we're at this building.
Yeah.
Is that where we're at right now? Is
Well,
the
no.
And there's
door-
tree branches
You're
falling on
not
the
inside
power
a building.
lines.
It's just okay. So have you ever seen a transformer station?
Oh, okay.
So like
okay.
there is a little building on the side that's basically cement blocks, but the transformers themselves are these big coils, and by big I mean they're like 10, 15 feet tall, and they're like maybe 20 feet long, and there are 3 of them outside, and there's just this, you know, high fence that surrounds them, and they connect to this building, which is supposed to be the monitoring station.
Is there like obviously like a severed line or something?
Yeah.
From the tree?
Well, no, I mean it's like the tree branch has fallen onto the transformer, so it's not.
Oh.
Okay. All right, hang on.
I'll probably turn to Buster and say, you love sticks, don't you? Why don't you go fetch that one off of the power line there?
That's okay. Now hold on.
I mean, I think it's a little big. I don't think I can fit it in my mouth. I mean, the fact that it's long, that doesn't matter. Like I could drag it. It's like, but I don't know that I can lift it. It looks really big.
I'm so tempted to be like, well, you have to try to find out, but like that's
Yeah. Hang on. What about? So I'm assuming these are like high, like the stuff that has fallen on it is kind of high up out of reach.
So, like, I'm gonna put an image. I'm gonna put the image of what it looks, of, like, what it would look like when it's cleared. Kind of, but it's a little older fashioned because it's New England, and why would we build new things?
Okay, that's not, like, unreasonably high, actually.
No. So, like, but the fence is, like, 10 feet tall, whatever. It's supposed to be, like, a barrier fence, whatever. But if you... The tree has fallen, the branch has fallen on top of the transformers, so it's disrupting, it's knocked the currents off the sides.
Okay, I'm gonna use the power.
Okay, what power are you gonna use?
I'm gonna use become anything. which is my power to become any object. I cannot become anything liquid, gas, flame, or living. But I can become any object. This is the one where, like, I would have to pay double the points to become something large enough to, like, hold everyone, like a bus. But I can do it. It specifically says you can become transportation. Which is wild. But I'm just gonna become a really long, like an arborist's pole, like the kind that has the strings so that you can grab and pull. Like, it's literally made for the point of grabbing, pulling, and breaking branches.
Yep.
So I'm gonna, like, from Buster's hands, I'm gonna, like, wiggle out. I'm gonna put my arms up and just poof down, like, drop. And they'll be like, oh, since you like sticks, this is perfect. Okay, ready? Poof. And I'm just gonna, like, whoop, and then, like, as the dust, like a big dust cloud goes, and as the dust clears, I'm just a giant telescopic
stick with a claw and blade on the end that you can pull on.
Yeah, with a smile.
That is so funny to picture.
With a slight smiley face on it.
Yeah, it's got a little talk. Is the little, like, cutting blade like your mouth?
Yeah, I'm like, okay, get the stick, Buster, get the stick.
And when someone cuts with it, you can hear you going like nom 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 nom.
Oh.
Oh, so good.
I guess I'm gonna use Maru and try and clear the tree from the transformer.
Would I have to spend my wonder points or my feelings points?
That's wonder to use your powers.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And so, okay, this is gonna be a little hard to just do by yourself, Buster. Like, a 9 to just do by yourself, because it is you're a kid. You're bigger, but I would say you would have to use, like, animal to do this if you wanted to, do this as a child by yourself.
I mean, my animal is my highest.
Mm-hmm.
We have lots of points from all our wonderful donations. So on the one hand, I totally kind of want to just do this on my own. But on the other hand, I feel like this game really should have that good scene of the power of friendship where everyone helps out. So I think Buster attaches the pole and is starting to pull, and you get, like, that slight budge. And then just, okay, Abe, I need your help. Avocado, come on. We need more.
Harder! I'm, like, trying to fight through the thing.
As I'm being called upon to help, Avocado will very disdainfully say, yes, I will summon assistance, and
yes!
I will spend most of my wonder. I have 1 point left, but I will blow my load, as it were, to call upon all the cats in the town to help me out. And it makes me happy that every time I say help me out, it sounds like help meow. What does it look like as he summons the cats? This doesn't actually make sense with catnip. Don't try this at home. But he will light the catnip cigarette. No, he pulls out a catnip blunt, and he lights the catnip blunt to make a smokestack of summoning.
Summoned by
catnip
the power...
smoke signals.
Catnip
Mm-hmm.
catnip Smoke signals. Wow, try and say that 3 times fast.
So I summon 4 cats because it's the sum of my henge and animal attributes.
So that there are 4 cats nearby who, you know, couple local strays and 1 random Maine Coon because
Love a good Maine Coon.
We are good friends. They are my Maine Coon. Oops.
These cats come to you kind of, there's the moment of like silent negotiation and about between cats of like, wait, you want me to do what? What's in it for me?
Catnip. And
Avocado became a pusher.
warm naps afterwards. You like warm naps, don't you? You need the heating of the transformer. You can lie on top of it and it will warm your belly. Or you can go into an establishment and their heating will work because you have fixed the power. So, and catnip.
There is the nod of like, okay. And then, you know, all of a sudden, Buster, there's this just giant weight on the bottom of your stick as this Maine Coon just kind of sits on the end of it to give you that extra fulcrum balance.
I don't know if this would help any. I probably should have used this sooner in this scene, but just in case. I have a power I'd like to use that's called Fairy Rain. That costs a lot, but it makes just a very, very light, like, sun shower fall. Mm-hmm. And for as long as we're in that area, we can transform from human to animal freely whenever we want. We don't have to spend any points for it. And it allows you to use feelings and wonder interchangeably whenever you want for anything. So if you have more of the other, it'll help you out. So I'll spend 12 to do that, 12 wonder. And then, like, as the cats and everyone try to, like, start helping, Abe is just like, oh, my back, you know, I'm a little... I did my bit. Y'all go ahead.
I'm here for old curmudgeon-y Abe, which, by the way, we can retcon your spending for, you know, the transformations that you just did, that Abe would affect you, so you can get a little bit of bonus out of each of these. And then Babe being like, I helped.
I did my thing. Yeah. See that hole? That's me. Yeah, that was me.
So there is this moment of it takes a little bit of time, and then there's all of a sudden there crack as the tree branch breaks into pieces, and you can pull it off. At this point, the biting of Maru as, you know, throwing the various tree branches off, and you hear the little Maru, as the last one goes off, you hear the little snap of, and you feel it like when you're, because you're still, you can be any object, but I love the image of like you still have a little bit of like fur and ears. Yeah. And you just see that static electricity starts playing along the pole.
Like, pull me back!
And it's raining too.
Well, it's raining gold. It's raining golden light, not rain. But yes, so you pull back, and you hear like the sound of energy going off, and you see a couple, like the street light that you hadn't noticed starts flickering, and the halogen comes back on. You know, because of course it went out in the storm, so its timers are messed up, and then it needs to, you know, flickers back on, and then it turns itself off because the day lights up. So you know that the power's back on. And I want to give a dream to each of you because that was so cute and I love it.
Does this mean it's finally food time?
It means Eggs Benedict, my friend.
Oh, now I want Eggs Benedict. Why would
We've
you say
saved
that?
the whole town.
You did a really good job, Maru. That was great.
We all did it. We all did it together. You helped me chomp, and Abe called on the light.
Made it rain.
And Avocado called all the cats. We all did it.
Okay,
That was
okay.
some mighty fine chomping you did there.
And now it's time for breakfast. I'm gonna
Food
transform
chomping.
into a bus so we can go to
Yay!
breakfast as possible.
You can use wonder or feelings to do that.
Yes! Oh my god, that makes it easier for me to do. I'm gonna be like, haha! And I'm gonna like spin in a circle, puff, and then like bus. I'll try and be a mostly normal bus, but I definitely have like little cute ears. And like I'm mostly because it's daytime, so I don't want to give it away too much. But I almost look like one of those tourist buses that are all like decorated for like showing people around town. So it has like a cute little tail and cute little ears.
Abe insists on sitting in the driver's seat, even though I'm pretty sure you're the one actually driving it. But
So then the next question is you all pile into this bus to make your way back to the diner a couple blocks. The question,
pick up the team on the way.
you stop to pick up the team on the way?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Teams, yeah. Okay, you stop and you pull up to the side of, the...
All the better that you look like you're driving, even if you're not.
Yeah,
Exactly.
actually.
There's still, like, Mrs. Fernandez's questions, like, has that look of, like, where did you get the... But she kind of lets it go as Mrs. K starts, counting
Abe
all...
just slaps the hood. You like it? You can fit so many Little League teams in this bad boy.
I shake my butt in a slight way that's like kind of not super visible to anyone, like maybe the
Your
kids
bus
that
butt?
are in the back, and I expand an additional like 2 rows of seats.
Like, become a double decker.
And it's one of those things where all the little kids would be like, oh, did you see that? Did that happen? But like,
I don't know what you're talking about. No. Not a damn thing.
Yeah.
Also, if we're gonna ride in the bus, Buster turned back into a dog,
Mm.
so that he can stick his head out the window as we go.
And I think we will also see Seth Rogen sitting near the back of the bus, and it's just like, yes, children, come on in. Would you like a snack? And start handing out the apples that he had previously stolen from the game. I brought these for you. Don't worry, my son Buster will meet us at the diner or something. I lost track of him. It's fine.
Nobody questions that. Nobody questions that
Love
whatsoever.
this so much. So
And
good.
you get yourselves to the diner just in time for Nonna V, Mrs. Viverito, who's owned this diner for years, to start opening the door. Just as Happy makes his second round of the Constitutional, right about the time, because it's now officially 12:30, because it's the time that Happy will go and get lunch.
Yep.
And
Rewind.
you walk in. So the question now becomes, Maru, as all the kids get off the bus and you get in the bus, goes around the back side of the building, I'm assuming to transform back into Maru.
yeah, like I definitely have to like drive around the corner.
It's nice because the diner backs up to the fire station, so there's a really nice
Perfect.
big like turnaround parking lot in the back. But you pull inside and you come inside. The rest of you, we're gonna give Maru a second, but the rest of you have gone inside with the kids, and Mrs. V is Nonna V is going around and taking orders and running the place. What are the rest of you doing? Because I'm assuming Buster is not coming in as a dog.
No, I think Buster would have been like in the front seat that wasn't the driver's seat. So he's the first one off, and he also he runs around real quick, like the other direction to be like he came from this side, and then just poofs back into a kid, and yay, you're all here. The power's back on.
Abe is counting the heads of all the kids to see how much money he's gonna have to shell out on promising to pay for all of them. It's probably more than is in the donation box, but it's fine. It's worth it. What is money?
Yeah, Nonna gives you a look and is like, don't worry about it. Get out. She knows you're good for it. She also has a running tab for you, probably by this point.
Centuries long, because she's also an immortal being secretly. Head cannon.
Shh. You're not supposed to out the Strega.
Oh God.
She also has a magical pasta pot in the back, but we don't talk about these things.
Abe's gonna be like chaperoning, kind of getting the kids off the bus and into the diner, and like I feel like it's a place where there's probably only like, you know, maybe the owner and like one server, if that, you know. So like Abe is like seating kids at tables and stuff,
and there are these old-fashioned booths, and they have these old-fashioned jukeboxes in the booth that will play.
Oh, I love those. Yeah.
So Maru, when you come in, they have started. The kids have started putting, you know, because Nona's got this racket under control. She's slipping each of them a quarter so that they can just put it in the jukebox. So each of them gets at least one song to play in the jukebox. But Maru, you come in and there's fun music playing in the diner. What do you do?
Oh my god. So I'm in human form. And I strolled in here all happy, like not like nonchalant, like, and then I hear the music and the music hits and I start to like I start to tap out a rhythm on my big belly. I'm doing it now in real life. I don't know if you can hear it.
Kinda can.
And I have a special ability called Tanuki Dance. Hang on, let me find it. And I start to like beat a rhythm out on my like little chubby belly. Cause I always have it out a little bit. Maru always wears like little midriff tops. And so Tanuki Dance, you can do an odd dance of enjoyment for others. People who see you dance must make an adult check of 4 or higher. Otherwise, they stop whatever they're doing and burst into laughter. And everyone that laughs and has fun doing this gains dreams.
So I'm just gonna say all the kids immediately start laughing and a bunch of them start dancing with you. Mrs. Fernandez and Mrs. K kind of like start smiling and going along with it, but they're not dancing. Nona is like just clapping along in the background. Mrs. White, who is the token wasp mom who is only there because her son is, you know, really wants to play and is like really concerned about, you know, the safety of all of the kids. So she's got that little like pinched look on her face and she's like, what are you doing? What's going? I'm very concerned. I don't know what's happening. But everyone else is just like, whatever.
Get with the times, lady. It's called fun.
She doesn't have fun. What do you mean by fun?
This is what joy looks like, my dear.
It is joyful for everyone else. So the rest of you, are you going to try and resist?
Are you gonna resist my dance?
I love you, Maru, really do, but this Abe's gotta try to resist that. It doesn't feel right otherwise.
Buster will not. Buster wants to dance.
Buster was born to dance.
I feel like Avocado has ordered all the food and somehow it has all already arrived and there's just like this spread of brunch feast in front of him, and right as he's about to take a bite is when the dance starts, and he has 0 adult, so he bursts into laughter and then starts doing a dance.
How do I have to resist this?
You have to make an adult 4 check.
All right. So I have a 3 in adult, so
you just need to use 1 then.
Just spend 1 feelings on that to do.
Yeah,
okay.
That's all you gotta do.
I'll give you this though. Abe is like sees all these kids laugh and dance and everything, and probably some of the moms too. And outwardly he's just like kind of ruefully like, oh Maru. To a careful observer, they would notice that under the table, his toe is tapping.
Yeah.
And this is where we're going to end our little one shot of Golden Sky Stories with this toe-tapping good time of music and frivolity as you have repaired the power to the diner and everyone's just having a great Saturday. There was some baseball, there was some fun, and now there's lots of food.
Eggs Benedict.
I mean, okay, yeah, that's fair, but I'm always gonna go, I'm always gonna go, waffle. Belgian waffle.
I just want hollandaise. I could drink it.
I am the category of brunch person where I always want something sweet, but I also really want something savory, and so I'm forever torn between the waffles and Eggs Benedict.
Well,
Favorite.
thank you all of my wonderful players for playing. Thank you, chat, for supporting us so far. We are currently at $460 of our goal towards 1,000. Yes, you are cute and donate to charity. Thank you, Jess, for that. But I'm going to go around, let everyone say where you can find them, what they're doing. Also, share some love with the other players, something that you enjoyed about today. And then I will spiel at the end. So why don't we start in reverse order and start with, to my left on the overlay, Lily. Hi, Lily. How's our wonderful fat cat?
Hi! Oh, so happy. Probably danced for 10 minutes and then got to eat all the food once again, and then we'll be hungry again in 5 minutes. So it's good. Avocado had a great time. My name is Lily Sparks. I also had a great time. And yeah, you can find me on Twitter and Instagram, Lily Sparks with an X. Don't find me. I don't do anything on Instagram. I don't know why you find me there. No, I'm mostly on Twitter. But if you enjoyed my vibe and my style, you can play games with me at magpiegames.com/Lily-Sparks. I run Powered by the Apocalypse games, and that's pretty much what I do now. I also started making dice. None of them are for sale yet, but if you want to look at them, follow me on social media. And yeah, everything I loved. It's just, this is a great system for my anime brain, where I just want all of this to just be an episode of an anime and animated, and it was great. I just really enjoyed, like, everyone's vibing together, meshing together, shenanigans. Oh my gosh, I'm trying to think of moments, but I woke up too early today, and it was just, when we did the session 0 for character creation, everyone said what their character was going to be, but we didn't play the characters, and then came into the session today, and everyone was exactly the character that I thought they were going to be. And it was just perfect. I had such a good time. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Thank you, all of you, for waking up at 10 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jess, for waking up an hour earlier than the rest of us, and for being here on a Saturday. And Mal, too, because he is also not on the East Coast. Counting. And then under Lily, we have the wonderful, fabulous Mal. Thank you, Mal. Hashtag bestest boy.
Thanks. I had a lot of fun. Buster is a very, very good boy. I mean, I also really liked everything. Like, it's hard not to like a game like this, right? Where everyone just gets to do cute things. But I mean, really, like, how can you not like the bus at the end?
Giant.
I mean, we all wanted a cat bus as soon as we knew that was a possibility, right? So, but yeah, I'm Mal. You can find me on Twitter at malhadale. I have an itch page where I make games and stories, malhadale.itch.io. I also have a new Twitch channel that I co-produce with a bunch of other people. We did change the name, though, because we realized it was maybe a little appropriative of us. So follow us on Twitter and Twitch at Stellar Magics. And hopefully we'll have some shows over there real soon.
Ooh, can't wait to see what that comes about. I like this. I like this idea. And then to the other side, hey Jess, how you doing?
Hi, how's it going? I'm good, thank you so much. Oh my god, this was so much fun. I think kind of like, it's hard, like everyone said, it's hard to pick a favorite moment because there's so much good stuff. I think one of my favorite things just has to be everyone's like absolute commitment to their characters, like how Avocado was like, nah, I'm gonna hop on this floaty dude, like I'm gonna do it. And then like, you know, Abe being a crotchety old, well, not crotchety, you know, like a little grumpy but very sweet, and Buster being absolutely unable to resist baseball. All that's the stuff that really made me happy and smile. So y'all were amazing. Thank you so heckin' much. If you're looking for me, you can find me at @go_JG in pretty much all the places online, on Twitch and Twitter and Instagram and TikTok and all that stuff. You can find me over on my Twitch, twitch.tv/go_JG, or somewhere on Twitch almost every day of the week, honestly. I do a wide variety of video games and tabletop role-playing games. I produce a bunch of shows, highlight a lot of indie content. I make indie games sometimes. But yeah, thanks so much. And if you want to hang out for more games and stuff, you can find me in any of those places.
You should indeed go follow Jess and all the games that she runs, because they are fabulous and lots of fun. There's lots of heckin' fun in her games. And last but certainly not least, the fabulous, the wonderful, hey Colin, how you doing? You're muted.
Hi. I'm very happy. That was just like real heartwarming. I learned something really weird about myself from this stream today, which is that I've never wanted to be a parent, and I still don't. I don't think I want to be a dad, but I learned from playing Abe that maybe I want to be a granddad, and I don't think you can skip the step in between, but I wish you could. Coaching kids at Little League was just really, really heartwarming for me. I really, really enjoyed that.
I mean, you can be the great uncle, the fabulous uncle, or the coach, or the community.
I already
friend.
do that. Yeah, I am an uncle, so that's always been
Exactly.
fun. That was very sweet, and I have to second Jess on that. Just like the utter commitment to the bit on everyone. The way just like Mal just as Buster, you were just the goodest boy, and like chasing down every ball, being so excited. I love just like the little things of like us walking ahead and Buster like doing laps around us, and oh boy. This is just so sweet. And this is such a small detail, but I love Jess with Maru, just like the utter commitment to, I have a cute cushy round belly, like human form, animal form, I am proud of my cushy round belly, and it's adorable. I love that. And Lily, I loved getting like gently bullied by you as Avocado, and carrying you like an otter as I floated through the sky was very, very sweet. I love that. That was so delightful. Thank you all. That made my morning. If for some reason you want to see more of me, I also have my own channel. It's my name, twitch.tv/Colonomicon. My thing is that I do one-shots every single week, every Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern. This week will be my 20th one-shot in a row, and every one-shot is a different system. So I've played 20 different systems in 20 weeks. My brain is exploding. This week's is... tomorrow, 7 o'clock, is Kids on Bikes, with a lovely, lovely cast of folks. Looking forward to that. The week after that is The Happiest Apocalypse on Earth, which is a PBTA game set in a horror, terrible version of Disney World. And it's one of the coolest things ever. And I wanted to announce, too, that in the month of May, we're going all PBTA all the time for the month of May. So it's PBT May. Every one-shot on every Sunday is a different PBTA game. I have an open casting call out for it right now. So I have a Google form you can sign up for to put your name in the hat to be in any of those 5 games, because luckily there's 5 Sundays in May. So we are doing Comrades, which is a PBTA in order. It's Comrades, which is a PBTA about playing leftist revolutionaries. Badass. May 9th is Bedlam Hall, which is like if imagine an episode of Downton Abbey, but the family is the Addams Family. Basically that. May 16th is The Sprawl, just good old-fashioned cyberpunk goodness. May 23rd is Thirsty Sword Lesbians. I don't think I have to pitch that to you. And May 30th is Apocalypse World, the game that started it all. So I have that open casting call out. It's on Twitter right now, and it's on my server. I will be reposting it routinely to Twitter over the next few weeks to get as many people in as we possibly can. But I want to get as many new people playing because I love making new friends and having new people and getting people streaming for the first time if they've never streamed before. So I'm absolutely here for that, and I look forward to playing with all of you again someday. That's all.
I'm just gonna throw out there, when you play the Sprawl, you need to tag Hamish.
Oh yeah?
He is the writer. He's Peregrine Kiwi on Twitter. He probably won't show up on stream, mostly because he's in New Zealand right now, so time zones are a thing. But he really likes to engage with everyone who plays the game, and I met Hamish in his other capacity as a professor of classics in Latin and Greek. We just lost.
Oh,
we lost
terrible timing.
But no, at least we got to the the end.
Yeah, at least Mel got to make his outros.
Yes, exactly. And Hamish is good bean. Hamish is good bean is my answer.
Cool.
So, but really fabulous. And as for me, you all know me. I'm at Deirdre on Twitter, or Praxagorthesmiophoria, as you see me around here on Twitch, and I'll be back in about half an hour with the next game, which is going to be Wagon Wheel, and we will keep going. We're going to keep going all day. Wagon Wheel starting at 2 p.m. Eastern. Then at 6 p.m. Eastern, we will be going to a game that I actually wrote called Zia's Recipe Book. And then we will see on Sunday, we'll be back here if you like high romantic fantasy and power of friendship, but also really complex relationship drama. We are playing Romance of the Blue Rose, so you can come back. There's some questions that are
Great
happening.
game.
It is a great game. I love it. And then on Wednesday, we'll be back here for some more Witcher Wednesday goodness. But other than that, we're going to take a break. I'm going to put a clock. I have a clock going live. It'll be 30 minutes. That'll put us in so we have time to change out. If you want to hang out, feel free to hang out. If you just want to put yourself into lurk mode for the 30 minutes and come back at 2 o'clock, we would love to see you here. But we're going to keep going all day, and we hope you come and join us all day. So have yourselves a wonderful day, y'all. We'll see you in a few. Bye. Hello and welcome back. Time for us to get into Game 2 of this 12-hour charity stream benefiting World Central Kitchen. If you will see above me, we have a wonderful ticker for supporting World Central Kitchen. We are currently at $460 of our $1,000 goal, and hopefully we'll see where we can get by today. But I have some wonderful new friends to play some new game, and I'm going to go around and let everybody tell you who they are, and we'll get into this wonderful GM-less system in a second. But we're going to start on my right on the overlay with my very dear friend. Hey, Kelly. How you doing?
Oh, hi, that's me. Hi, I'm Kelly, Kelly in chat, and I'm doing okay. I'm excited to get here, be back in the saddle. Haven't streamed in a while. Gonna hang out with some friends, old friends, new friends, all of you in chat. Hi.
New friend.
I use she, her pronouns.
Yes, she, her pronouns. Sorry. I'm Prax, use she, her pronouns. Sorry, I'm usually better about this, but we're going this is the second time I've done this today. And then directly under Kelly, we have Kat. Hi, Kat. Welcome back. Nice to see you again.
Thank you. It's good to be here. Always a good time when we're on stream together. It's been a while since we've played. Usually it's reading scripts. My name is Kat, or at Cleric of Core, which is where you can find me on Twitter and lurking in various Discord servers. I am so excited to play this game. I have an old adventurer who is retired, and I'm looking forward to seeing what new adventures she's getting up to. So I'm very happy to be here. And faces, this group, look at them. I haven't seen them in ages, and it's been forever, and it's so good to be back on stream with these people. They're all wonderful, wonderful, wonderful individuals. Oh, I use she, her pronouns. And hi. I've had coffee, lots of it this morning.
Well, I appreciate you coming to join us, because I also appreciate the fact that you were hanging out with us in chat earlier, and I understand you're on West Coast time, so from the morning show coming in here, we appreciate it. But then we have someone who I dearly was looking forward to playing with, and I have really quite glad that you came to join us, and I miss you, and I'm sorry we didn't get that PAX U was not a thing this year, so we couldn't hang out again this year. But the wonderful, the fabulous Tall Squall.
Hey, how's everyone doing? I am Tall Squall, he, him pronouns. Man, yeah, it's been a minute, right?
Yeah.
And looking forward to this. Looking forward to a new system, seeing what it's all about and all those things. And y'all can find me on Twitter most of the time or elsewhere around the interwebs.
And last but never least, my fellow lady detective, the fabulous, the wonderful PB. How are you doing, friend?
Hi, I'm doing well. I am PB, otherwise known as at PB Plays Inside on the interwebs. I use she, they pronouns, and I am very excited to play this game. This will be, fun fact, my first GM-less game that I've ever played, so I'm excited.
Well, it is a fun game, and for those who you don't... yeah, PB, you're a little quiet, they're saying on chat.
I will start to project, don't you worry.
Yeah, see, there you are. We good. We good. Okay, I fixed it. I figured it. I remembered there was something I screwed up. Alright, but this is we're raising money for World Central Kitchen. It is a charity created by Chef Jose Andres. It's after the 2018 Haitian hurricanes. They go into local areas immediately after natural disasters and work with local chefs and other community leaders to provide food and water to those in need or during the disaster or providing relief for the disaster. There also been, during COVID, they expanded their outreach to also include a special Chefs for COVID program where the charity will go in and supply the funding, and these restaurants that would have had to have been closed due to lockdown could stay open to provide meals for those in need, but they could also means that they kept all of their staff on to provide funding for that. So it provided food for those in need in the local communities while also keeping these restaurants that may not have been able to survive lockdown or afloat. So there's a link in chat if you want to help us raise some more money for donations, or there's also a little banner underneath. But we are also playing a game called Wagon Wheel, which is a great system. It's a little indie game. It is by, what is their name? I have it right here. Weston Leaf Humphreys on itch, Brave Run on itch. I'll put the link in chat. It is a GM-less system designed to tell stories in little scenes. And this story is about the restoration or recovery after the adventurers have stopped adventuring. And the big bad evil has been defeated, the horrible thing is gone, and now it's about trying to help everyone out and make things better. So the first thing we get to have fun doing as a group of fabulous people is creating our world, right? So, you know, we eat. I'm gonna, because there are 5 of us, and we are gonna select 5 words that are either in a row or touching in some manner on the chart that's in the book. So that chart on page, what is it, 6 in the PDF. We're gonna pick 5 things. See, Kelly's got me. And each of us is gonna pick one word, and they can either be straight across or just touching in some manner to help describe what the world is like. And I'm going to say, PB, you get to pick a word first, and then we'll go off in reverse order, and we'll go from there.
Let's go with evolving.
Ooh. Evolving. And then Tall Skull, pick a word that touches.
Okay, my Chrome is completely crashed and it's not opening back up. So, what are my choices? I guess there's 3 choices that touch. So,
well,
what are my 3 choices?
it's actually a middle block, so there are 4 that go around.
So 4 choices. Okay.
Dark, engines, glittering, floating.
I'm gonna go glittering. Let's have some fun.
Evolving and glittering so far, and then cat.
Does it have to be touching evolving, or can it be touching glittering?
Well, now it's what's touching glittering, because it's like.
Oh, now it's touching what's glittering.
Yeah.
Okay. Does diagonal count?
We can count diagonal. It's our game, right?
Yep. Okay, let's go with keys.
Evolving, glittering, keys, and Kelly.
You muted, Kelly.
I'm out of practice. I was gonna go with Jurassic because dinosaurs, but I feel like that we're going with a different vibe now, and I'm being drawn to something else. I'm gonna go with Kingdom.
Evolving, glittering, keys, kingdom, and off of kingdom, I'm gonna go with moss. So I'm gonna do a thing, because if you are in the Roll20, you all are, cool. I can just do this, create a new page, put us all on this new page, and put our words on this page. So we have glittering, or evolving glittering, keys, kingdom, and moss. And then we have to figure out a way that sentence works. And it's basically Mad Libs for the world building. I love this.
It definitely sounds like they're a Feywild something. Maybe that we thwarted the Feywild from doing something weird with their glittering keys. Like, you know, I'm spitballing out here. Glittering
Fa-
keys, evolving glittering keys, moss, kind of.
Are the keys glittering or does the moss glitter?
An
I'm either-
evolving
I mean-
kingdom?
Evolving moss, evolving glittering moss.
I mean,
I'm into the idea of sparkly moss. I
Yeah.
also
Yeah,
I feel
Yeah.
like it fits a Feywild style vibe.
Yep.
yeah. Maybe then let's then do evolving keys, because keys aren't something that normally evolves, so that gives it that little bit of weirdness.
Yeah.
The keys to the kingdom are evolving.
So this is what happened to the world, correct? And what we're recovering from.
this is the state of the world as it is.
Oh, as
Right now.
is. So now this is the fallout. Okay, so this is the world that
Yeah,
we're
this is
left
day
with.
after.
This
Yep.
is the day after.
So,
okay.
like, the example they give in the book is they chose the words wandering, towering, spooky, rocky, and overgrown, and they created the phrase, or the little paragraph blurb. The soulless wandering giants never pay us any mind. Oop.
We just lost it all.
We will be back. I'm assuming because his internet just did a thing. So I'm just gonna cheat right now. We will not be in the right locations, but this is the fastest way to do this. So that we can at least see somebody when they come back. Or, well. People will not be in the right locations, but we'll make it work for right now. And then, you know, what would a stream be without technical difficulties? I figure, yeah, he'll be back shortly. PB in 2 spots. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm fixing it. So you should see only 1 PB right now. Not that we don't love more PB, but, you know, she's a quantum item. So, the way... just keeping an eye out. And I didn't lock it. So yeah, so like, what was I saying? Oh, so the 5 words are, that they use as an example in the book is, wandering, towering, spooky, overgrown, rocky, and overgrown. And then the soulless wandering giants never pay us any mind, as long as we stay out of sight and don't take for them. We let the drungles grow wild to hide us, not daring to carve paths or anything else in the rocky ground. So, you know, this is the state of the world as it currently exists after whatever the calamity was.
I'm brainstorming in Zoom chat.
So bring it, bring it. What have you got?
I started off with, okay, we got this Feywild vibe, so I started off with, like, deep in the Feywild, there's a kingdom at rest, covered in glittering moss. The doors to other worlds shuttered, thinking that maybe these keys, like, opened portals to other places that caused chaos, right?
keys have evolved?
So the
The
keys have, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, the keys to the world have evolved and now lead to new places.
Or they've become sentient and don't open doors anymore. I mean, also, I did watch Labyrinth last night, so there's that. But, no, I like the evolving keys kind of thing. And Telesquall will be joining us shortly. He is rebooting the computer. Ooh, the keys to these other
Yeah.
planes have evolved to gain sentience. They no longer open the doors and instead...
Some kind of chaos.
Yeah.
Or not.
Ooh, maybe
Wherever.
they no longer open doors at our request, but at their own choices.
Like that. I like that.
Okay, so did I put everybody on the page? I put everybody on the page. All right, so what do we got? We've got Deep, a Wild Kingdom rests covered in glittering moss. The doors to other worlds shuttered. The keys to these other planes have evolved to gain sentience. I can spell that word. They no longer open doors at our command. Instead only at their own choosing.
Dig it.
Sounds perfect.
Yeah, if you want a door to open, you're gonna have to convince that key that it's for a really good reason.
Good reason.
You have to good reason convince your keys. I mean, I'm here for this. Hold on. Didn't I use to? There we go. There we go. Cool. There we go. So that I've got that. Then, so we've built our world. And then that kind of also leads into what kind of the calamity was, but it, we know what the aftermath of the calamity was. We don't, these keys have gained sentience. We can't control our means of travel. I'm just picturing like sentient Stargate, the actual the dial home device, the DHD, where they push the buttons and it's like talks back to them in admittedly snarky hoggle voices. Oh, look, Jay might be coming in.
Hello, yes. I'm trying to get my camera working.
Hey, it's all good. I'm gonna play with... Cool. People are out of order, but that's an easy-ish fix.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Chrome decided to take down my entire system.
We have technical weasels, but we can at least hear you now, so yay. We came up with our little descriptive phrase.
Yep, I see it there.
Yep. And now we are talking about what was the calamity. Is it... Their suggestions are like a wildfire, a war, being overrun by ravenous miniature unicorns, anything you want.
I'm thinking somebody had these keys and was opening doors and just letting things in, right? And we had to stop them. Yeah. And the fallout from that was that the keys then got to decide when they opened the doors instead of... Right, we gave the power to the keys instead of to a person that could use them for evil.
I like
all of
that.
Those things from the Feywild Kingdom that was being taken over by the glittering moss just went, okay, we're emigrating.
I like this. Well, isn't it our kingdom that's covered in glittering moss? We are.
I think so. Maybe the glittering moss is a leftover.
Yeah, of what
thing from one of these other places.
It just kind of came through. It's fine, and it,
it's not bothering anybody.
It's pretty. It's phosphorescent. Possibly some neon going. I'm here for neon, glittering moss, Feywild fun. I love his comment in chat. Sentient keys sound quite cool. Why should sentient doors get all the love?
Or doorknobs, right?
Or doorknobs, yep. Talking doors is such a thing. So we're gonna say like this probably quote unquote evil wizard had been messing around with the doors and opening them to places where they shouldn't have been opening to, and magical things happen. Yay!
There we go.
Hi, Luna.
Luner's happy.
So, magical places were being opened, and now we managed to stop the evil wizard, but now the keys in the stopping of the evil wizard, probably, my bet is through an overwhelming amount of magic that shouldn't have been there, have now gained sentience. And
Liking this.
They still do their job of opening doors, but it's when they want to and not when anyone else does. And then we get to choose an adventure job and a restoration job. So what were you as an adventurer? And then what is your now current job? How are you helping to fix things? And then you get to choose 3 of the skills listed under your job and then add them to your character sheet. Well, we don't really have character sheets, we're just using notes because I can give you mini game character sheets if you want.
We're good.
I've got a notepad. I'm fine.
I'm well armed.
I was gonna say I've got my Google Doc open.
Yep, notes are a thing. I have discovered that I have become obsessed with these little half-size index cards. They make my life easier.
Don't panic. I'm gonna see if I can get my real video going. Stand by.
Okay. It's all fine. We're moving things. All right. So, adventure jobs. They give 1 for each of the general party characters. Bard, cleric, druid, fighter, ranger, rogue, swashbuckler, wizard. Kat, you said you had a character that you were thinking about basing this on?
Yeah. In D&D terms, she was a sorcerer. So I'm going to go ahead and just use wizard.
I mean, that makes sense.
And then her restoration job is chef.
Okay, so you have that. So we've got chef, and we can overlap if you want.
Yep.
Everybody, but
Yeah, her 3 adventure are lore, the keeper of ancient and secret knowledge. She's got a cookbook.
That is
Pipe, weed,
ancient
and transform.
That is an ancient and holy text.
And then under chef is she has treats because she always has sweet rolls on hand.
Yes. So yeah, hold on. Yeah, you choose 3 skills for your adventure job, and then
One from the restoration.
one
basically,
from
to start
restoration. Yeah, one that you start with, and you'll gain more as you go on. You can even add things if you want, invent things randomly if you want. So I was thinking, where did I put that? It does. Okay, so I think I'm going to pull cleric. Yes, I'm gonna go cleric because I have a cleric in mind. One of my many toss bottle sisters. Halfling clerics. Well, halfling, all of them had the criminal background, and there's one for each class. It was great. All of their names start with E. Cleric. And she's going to be healing, seance, and ward, because she's less about preaching and more a little bit down home wise. Folksy might be a term one might use for the toss bottle halfling sisters.
Okay. I'm gonna go.
Go ahead.
Okay. I also decided I'm gonna base this off a previous character. And I'm gonna go with my gnome barbarian. So we're gonna do fighter. So I'm gonna go with discipline, defend, and no. I'm gonna go with defend, combat, and intimidate. And then did you pick a
No,
new role?
I was thinking maybe healer or I was thinking healer or historian. Either one could work, but I think healer might be a little bit more on point. She is a cleric in the sense that but she was more for a healing cleric than a y'all gonna convert to my religion kind of cleric. It's like,
Well, then I'm going to go with blacksmith.
hey, tiny gnome barbarian swinging big heavy thing. I love this already.
It's a vibe.
It is a vibe that I appreciate. Wait.
I've got one whenever you're ready.
Oh yeah, go right ahead. And I want to give a huge shout out to Fernando for that $10 donation to World Central Kitchen. Thank you, Fernando.
Thank you, Fernando.
Yep, go right ahead.
So I'm going to be have been a druid. And with become, which is to turn into an animal. Green song, hear the whispered stories of plants and trees. And wilderness speak, converse with animals and insects. And in this brave new world, I'm going to be a moss farmer. Glitter moss farmer.
I want this so much. Y'all, sparkly moss growing. I love this. What? My healer is going to take herbs, which is cure what ails you. And there might be a lot of... I like this idea that the glittery moss we have discovered has some minor healing benefits.
It's also quite delicious in stew.
So I'm guessing with gardener farmer. So I will say, I guess gosh, I don't know whether to cultivate or protect. I think it's cultivate because it's growing like crazy out there. So I think it's all about how to cultivate this and make it, turn it from sort of the wild moss that has taken over into like actual crops.
I support this. Have any ideas, PB?
Yeah, I am also the stick-on trend, and going with one of my old characters from way back in the beginning, from I think the very first campaign I played on a stream, and Lord knows what her name was, but I do remember she was a very headstrong tiefling. So we're going with Swashbuckler, because she was a sailor in a past life. And I'm going with Hold Fast, Steady Onward, and Belay. So I'm not afraid to steer into trouble, because stubborn and, no fear. Always a daredevil, that one. Expert use of knots, because I'm sure that's always useful. And Belay, stop something or someone in their tracks. which she was a fan of back in the day. And to stick with that sort of like hardier, headstrong type of person, I'm gonna go with a rancher. And I'm thinking I'm between like handy and tough. Although while horse sounds fun, I think handy or tough is probably better for a shorter campaign or shorter story. Ooh. So handy, always have a tool for the job, or at least you can make a tool you have do the job. Or tough, nothing can keep you down. Let's go with handy. I'm gonna go with handy on this one.
I mean, that makes sense. We are trying to fix things. So the great thing about this is mechanically, each of your aspects, your description skills, you can use once per scene to add an extra coin to your, when we eventually get to the mechanics. So it's like a little tick box. You can use it in roleplay purposes as many times as you want, but you just have to delineate the one time you're going to use it for mechanical purposes. And then we get to describe what our characters look like. And I'm gonna go say, jump over to Tall Squall. Why don't you tell us what your wonderful druid looks like? Druid Glitter Farm Rancher.
So I'm actually, like everyone else, is using one of their old characters. So I'm going to use Fulton Stump, who is one of my characters I played back in Learn by Play, seasons ago, years ago. But he is a furbolg. He is a furbolg glitter farmer who has big, tall antlers. Antlers included. He's almost 9 feet tall, sort of a green skin, and it's sort of a mottled green. So like when he passes through the shade and stuff, it always looks like he's kind of walking through the sunlight and shade that sort of filters down through trees. So his skin just sort of is this sort of modeling on it that helps him to blend in with the natural surroundings. And I'm thinking, since he's a glitter farmer and a glitter moss farmer, at this point there's also always a sheen of glitter on him, because we all know glitter is just never goes away. But yeah, he actually has sort of a like most robots, a little bit of sort of animal-esque type idea. He actually has sort of like a cloven hoof for feet, so he doesn't wear boots or anything like that, but sort of has if you've seen like elk or any of those larger herbivores, his feet are sort of like that to sort of help him navigate and through the sort of deeper groves of glitter moss that now have covered the kingdom. I'm gonna say I actually probably have a picture somewhere. I think I have ours.
Appreciate this so much, and I love it. I love giant furbolg friend who is now covered in glitter, perpetually shiny.
Yes, perpetually shiny.
And then just go ahead and like write those into the Zoom chat or into your Zoom. Rename your Zoom, and then I can add them to the overlay. And I'm gonna tell you about Emmeline Tossbottle. She is the second Tossbottle. Halflings. Her older sister is a very pernicious individual, but Emmeline is one of those fine folk who will help you and will heal you for all of your stuff, but she might comment on your stupidity of running right into, a gentleman with a sword as she's doing such. Down home, slightly folksy, and is here to help you. She is, I actually do have art of her, longer hair for a halfling. She keeps it pulled back and like big swoopy dark brown. She's got a feather drop earring coming from her right ear and a feather in her necklace around her neck. She favors greens and browns. She's a if we were talking in D&D terms, she would be a she'd be a life cleric who's here to help you and keep you alive and possibly commentate on your not so sound choices. She stands at a very, very... She can make 3 feet. She can. It's just hard, and, you know, standing up that high is problematic. And she's got, like, bright blue-green eyes that kind of glow slightly. Which is quite entertaining when she's standing next to Fulton, because, you know, she's literally a third of his height. Between them.
Well, she sounds like she could be Irma's niece. Irma Gerd is a stout halfling. She's almost as round as she is tall. She has a magic wooden spoon, and she will wrap knuckles with it if you don't mind your manners, so you must use please and thank you, please. However, she will hand you sweet rolls, dearies, because she believes that a sweet roll will cure anything and everything, and it will always make you feel better. She's an older woman. She's got her grandchildren, and she is still trying to find a little pseudo dragon for the grandbaby, because every child needs a pet. Maybe someday. It's an ongoing quest. She wears her hair in a braid wrapped around her head, and her apron is always spotless. Doesn't matter, it's always spotless. And there's an odd glitter to the wooden spoon. It's magic, you know. She had it for 20 years, and then one day, it was just magic.
I support magical wooden spoons. They do make most sense to me.
So that's Irma Gerd.
Who wants to go next?
I can go. I love that name, by the way. That's great. So Griselda is a gnome barbarian fighter in this case. So she's like a healthy 3 feet and change. She's on the short side. She comes from a long family line of jewelers. So she's kind of covered in costume jewelry kind of pieces, glass beads and baubles everywhere. She's got, think, Aloy hair, big poofy hair, lots of braids. It just kind of envelops her being. She carries around a flail named Femur Breaker, because that's about the height she hits at. But, you know, it's been a lot of adventures, a lot of bad guys vanquished, a lot of good guys assisted, and she's just kind of ready to help the little guy now and put her large muscles to use in a new field.
I support this. And then PB.
Oh, well, and then we have Rabali, who is always been a bit of a wayward wanderer. Always fighting to be worthy of her love. She has a paramour on one of the shores that she'll never admit which one. And she has always been one to take knickknacks from people, but ever since the calamity, the glitter explosion, as some call it, she now leaves knickknacks wherever she goes, trying to bring a little bit of joy to people around. She is a deep red color, and she has horns that go backwards that she used to wrap in black tape, just, you know, to look tougher, but now she takes a softer approach with some glittery ribbon instead. It makes the kid happier. She is a decent height, and the one effect that the calamity had on her, aside from affecting her entire life, is her green eyes that were once just very vibrant and a solid color, now have a sort of a star field effect on them now, thanks to the glittering.
So, I love all of this. I also love the image of the two halflings, the gnome, a 9-foot tall Furlbog, and A respectable height tiefling.
Well, one on each shoulder, and then a little backpack.
Truly.
It's service bars.
You must be this tall to ride the furlong.
I mean, I definitely getting those Lord of the Ring vibes of Greybeard. Greybeard, was it Greybeard? Yes.
Mm-hmm. Treebeard.
Treebeard, that's it. That's Gandalf the Grey. It's Treebeard, the end. But yes, I could definitely see that as we wander. Oh no, am I the wagon?
You are not the wagon. We actually have a wagon. We have a wagon.
Okay, good.
But occasionally you have a halflings or gnomes hanging off the antlers.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, I'd say I'm guessing pre-wagon in our early adventuring days. There was
yes.
rotating naps happening on.
Yes, pretty much.
Mm-hmm. I can. Also, you know, halflings are small, so they can be in your space. So, yeah, I remember all my D&D stuff. But we do have a wagon. So wait. So we also get a you have a you know, but how are you each? So we talked about how they were affected by the calamity, and then we each get a weapon and a tool that represents, you know, a weapon for your adventuring job and a tool for your restoration job. And I'm going to say Emmeline has, it's entirely anachronistic, but I love it and I want it, so it's going to happen. Emmeline has one of those leather rounded doctor's bags that's just chock full of stuff. You know, all of the herbs that she could find, and it's just like, it's almost, but it's human-sized, right? So it's a little weird and offset for, like, this tiny halfling to be carrying, because it's about half the size of her. But it's like, nope, my bag. And she still has, that was right, because I was playing with these characters when I built them. She still has the, modified garden trowel that she used as a weapon. You know, she just like sharpened it so it could be a dagger, but it was a garden trowel, so she's like practical and useful. So anybody else have their restoration items?
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Ermagerd's got her rolling pin that functions as a club.
I think probably Fulton kept his shield, sort of just, and it's really just like a big sort of sheet of bark. That would be from his adventuring days, and then he has traded in sort of his other weapon for a scythe, like a big his farmer tool, but it's kind of can work either way.
Yeah, you know, a big scythe that'll take out like.
Yeah, 9-foot guy wielding a scythe at the correct size, probably not. I can farm a lot of moss.
You can. I'm intrigued by the fact that a moss farmer needs a scythe because, you know, it don't grow that tall. But yes, I like it. It's entertaining.
Hey, it's everywhere. It's the Feywild, so you can get the stuff that reaches high.
There's that, exactly.
Because I'm thinking, like, you see, for me, moss is Spanish moss because I'm from the South. So I'm all about that. This is like that the trees and everything are covered in like that. It's this glittering Spanish moss that's sort of covering these the darkened woods of the Feywild. Sorry, that's where my mind was. But yeah, I guess there's actually little green moss that like grows on the ground too. But to me, it's like Spanish moss.
I was thinking big kudzu energy for this moss too, right? Just everywhere.
Oh, and it like kudzu, it can't die.
Yeah.
It gonna take down your tree. It might take down your house.
I think probably Fulton was first. It was a battle against the moss that then turned into, hey, we could farm this. So his original farming was more like, machete-esque going at things, and now it's the, hey, that's the tender part there.
You have to make sure that you don't sleep too close to it, because if you could wake up covered in moss.
Oh, I'm forever pulling moss out of my antlers for sure. Oh, does Irma have good moss recipes?
Oh, of course they're here. You put it in the stew, and then let's see. It makes a wonderful. If you dry it up and powder it, it makes a lovely rub for the meats. It's
Fried up crisp.
Mm-hmm.
It's like frizzled onions.
Mm-hmm. It also makes a nice savory if you're making a pie.
Ooh.
I mean,
Love that glitter moss and rhubarb pie.
now I'm just thinking about all of the.
I was gonna say this is gonna end up as like a Irma God's Southern cooking show.
I'm here for it.
And she's also constantly raiding Emmeline's herb bag because, medicinal, cooking, it all goes together.
It makes sense. What about Griselda? I need to know.
So she definitely has her flail still. It's kind of like a best friend. She doesn't have a use for it, but she can't let it go, right? And then I think she had made for her like one of those rolled up, like leather rolled up pouches kits with a bunch of little blacksmith's tools in them that are gnome sized, because she's like, you can usually find something to hit things with that's heavy. You can find an anvil at any like town, but to find like gnome sized tools for finer work is a challenge. So she's got this rolled up set of like pliers and smaller hammers for detailed work.
Rivali has still her 2 cutlasses who have helped her through thick and thin since the beginning. She uses one for slashing everything, and the other one was tragically broken in one of the last battles we had. So that is now her working cutlass. That's the one that she uses for every odd job. She uses the butt to hammer things in. She uses the blade thing to cut things and such. And that's it's a lefty and righty. Lefty is for cutting and righty is for fixing.
I love this so much. But we do have a wagon. Or, well, it's called a wagon. It can be anything, as long as it moves, so we can go and help people. What are we feeling after this calamity of keys, doors, glitter moss, and Feywild?
So we never said how big or small the keys were. How about if it's one of the keys?
Ooh.
That it's like, that it's this, whether it floats or hovers or whatever, that it, maybe we were carrying it around. It just sort of has kind of, we've just kept piling stuff on it and adding stuff to it. But at its heart, it's one of the keys.
What is it?
That's my thought. I don't want to take over.
No, I like it. Like the giant key is the base, and
Yeah.
then we've just built
Mhm.
wagon like fixtures on
Yeah,
it.
absolutely.
Maybe?
I love it.
It's evolved to travel with us.
Ooh, yes. Has it also done some of it on its own? That we sort of started using it as wagon, and it started becoming.
Yes.
It's like the room of requirement. It's.
Eventually, there'll be like a mini forge for Griselda.
Oh yeah.
And a garden, a little garden. It's covered in glittering moss that Fulton cultivates.
Yeah. Like my
What if
special
like
species.
it also is picking where we're going, right? We're just kind of along for the ride.
For sure. I love it.
I also okay, please. I automatically get Farscape vibes off of this. This is Mara, the sentient spaceship. So because the keys now have sentience, right? They they can choose, and it's evolving where it's going. It's still a key. It's like a big old, and it's decided that it wants to look like a big old skeleton key on the bottom. And there are these rooms that are kind of haphazardly growing off of it, that are all kind of moss covered on the outside, but it looks like Baba Yaga's house floating on top of chicken legs, or Howl's Moving Castle, right? Like it.
Oh, yeah.
It should not be movable, but it is.
Yeah.
It's like, you should fall over, you're too top heavy, what's going on? It's like if somebody put the burrow on top of a giant key on wheels.
I'm good with it.
I love it.
We get to pick two updates to our wagon. So we get to upgrade it twice. So upgrades, the wagon upgrades. So we get to pick upgrades.
If you're on the PDF, it's numbered page 10 or PDF page 11.
Yeah.
Got it.
So we're at level 0, so like accommodations, crew, utility. So we can pick to upgrade twice. You know, we can upgrade, like, we start at level 0, and then we can upgrade.
I think our key IDs already sort of blown way past this.
Oh yeah, I know. I think we kind of are, basically.
I think we kind of we auto upgraded by having the sentient key that has rooms for us and all that
yeah,
stuff.
so I think we just kind of.
I feel like we just kind of upgraded to level 2 on accommodations, right? And
Yeah,
the
certainly.
idea is maybe over time we will add on these extra.
Yeah.
We can add on
Stuff,
the extra
maybe.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't. I don't think we've got a crew, but I think
It is kind of an NPC.
yeah, I think it is kind of an NPC. You know, well, I mean, this utility list. I don't know if that was actually. Oh, that was the. You know, we've basically done the entire utility list.
Yeah, it'll
Workshop,
eventually
library,
get there.
kitchen,
I mean, we don't
garden.
we don't have a fish hatchery.
Yet.
Yes.
Or a gym, but I'm sure that's coming.
Yeah, I was gonna say all you need is a bar for a gym. It's a place to hang off of.
There is
But-
that. So I think we go with the theory that we've started with level 2 in accommodations, and
Yeah.
like the other stuff kind of comes as it will.
Yeah.
Because we're playing with this anyways. It's fun. It's great. We're doing whatever. And then so that's. But what? So now here's the most difficult question of all time. What is the name of our?
Okay, I'm just because I think of like the keys of the kingdom and Kingdom Hearts, all that sort of stuff, and I'm just so of course what jumps to my head is Mickey, but I mean,
I like it. I was thinking like we have such fantastical names. What if we went with like
Bob.
Kate?
Yeah, or
Yeah,
Kate. Oh, I like
Bob.
Kate.
Like-
Kate the Key Wagon.
Kate the Key.
Kate the Key. I kind of like Kate the Key.
I'm here for it.
I'm
Kate.
so down.
Kate. I like Kate.
His name is Susan, and he'd like you to respect his life choices.
Yeah.
Kate the Key. Kate the Key is the name of our wagon. Okay. So now we've done the hard part. All the most difficult things. We'll worry about NPCs and half of the time because it's all about mini games now, which is a really great system. So it basically becomes you roleplay, you describe what the game is, you pick who you want to play with. You don't, everybody, you know, will do little games, and then each, then you must play in your character, and then you flip a coin anytime it's needed. We'll just roll a d2 and roll 20 or whatever. And it's mostly about if we'll do it ones and twos, right? 1 is heads, community point. 2 is tails, a suspicion point. And when you reach, is it 5 suspicion or you move? No. Yeah, at 5 suspicion, you are kicked out of town. At 4 suspicion, you are asked to leave politely. There's a difference there. And so, but we each get them based on the mini games that we run. And you start, and then at the end of each mini game, there's memories, which are and each of us can invoke once per town, any of us can invoke once per town a montage by spending a community point in order to forego flipping coins, which is basically like you montage through the town and you get the good respect of the town before you move on. And then after 3 mini games have been played in a town, you play Move On to leave one town and go to the next. Your group can also choose to leave a town sooner by whenever you choose, and you start your journey with the mini game On the Road, which is you each play, no coins are flipped, and you answer a couple questions, and then each of the, it's really, if you've ever played Firebrands, this is kind of like Firebrands, so it's a character-driven story game with questions that you need to answer before the mini game ends. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. So, before we get into finally playing, now that we have our world and our key of Kate the Key. Anybody have any questions? Things they want to share? Okay. So together we answer these questions. How long ago was the calamity?
I feel like we're saying it's been pretty recent, but we've had enough time to pick up new hobbies, basically, right? So
A year, 2 years, 18 months?
I like that range.
I like the 18 months to 2 years range. Enough that you've determined a beneficial use for the glittering moss.
Yeah, and that things aren't, that things, for the first 6 months, you're probably still on edge. Is there more to come? Is there something else? You're waiting for that shoe to drop. 18 months, it's like, okay, we're going to travel the world with our key. And
we still don't know everything about our key, but we're getting there.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
So 18 months.
So a year and a half?
Year and a half. And how long have we been traveling together?
Oh. Yeah, that's a question. Do we think that we were an adventuring party during the calamity, or did we go our separate ways from our adventuring party and meet each other later? I kind of feel like we were a party. We've got a pretty good mix. It would have been a pretty good adventuring party.
Yeah.
I feel like because we kept the key, or the key kept us.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the answer to the next question.
Yeah. Or, I mean, we could, adventuring party that retired, we each kind of went our own little separate ways, but not too far apart. And then at the calamity, the key came and gathered us all back up together.
Like that.
Yeah, so maybe we were the fixers, and then we kind of tried to do things on our own, and just as we were each getting a little bit lost, the key collected us back up together.
I like it.
I support the sentient key coming to find its friends.
Yeah.
Rebuilding things.
We had this key to begin with before they all became sentient, and then when the sentience came, it came the sentience of our key, and it just grew in power as we grew in power.
Ooh, I like that.
I like it too. It leveled up.
Yeah.
It explains why we have a more advanced.
Yeah, Kate leveled with us.
Yeah, Kate. There was a magical mishap. I believe this.
It's like there's this one room that sometimes it's a kitchen, sometimes it's a forge, sometimes it's a room for Emmeline to do her work. So this one room is empty, but the key makes it whatever we need at that moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a room of requirement.
Yep, exactly.
Our giant sentient TARDIS key room of requirement. I'm here for this so much. And so we've probably been together for, we've been together with the key maybe a year.
Yeah. Maybe during that 6 months, we were like taking care of what we thought was personal business, trying to rebuild the before time for ourselves, and then realize that no, where our real home is together and with the key and with Kate. Yeah, I know, right?
I'm here for this. And then each player should ask one of the following questions to another player. These questions usually have to do with your traveling time together so far, but they can also refer to a time before that, perhaps even before the calamity. Make sure that everyone gets asked a question. It can be nice to record the answers to these questions as memories.
Okay, I've got one.
Mm-hmm.
So, Rirali, did I say that right?
Yeah.
Rirali, I once showed you a hidden spot I found that brought me peace. Where was it, and what secret did you tell me there?
Oh. I like to imagine it was like a hidden grotto just off the path of just the path we were taking. We were all just, we had already sat down and we were taking a break, and we probably had just like a really tough time where we had just come from, and something was really troubling both of us. Something just a little difficult happened to us before, so you led me to this grotto that if you weren't attuned with the land, no way you would ever find it. To this day, I still don't know how we got in. I just know I was in a bunch of vines, and then suddenly I was in this beautiful place. And when we were in there, we kind of sat there and just admired the scenery. And while we were sitting there, the secret I would have told you is that I really wish I had never left my parents. I really wish I had stuck around, that I could have, that I had been able to just sit in one place and take up fishing like my parents had, instead of going off and gallivanting and creating a life for myself, because I wish I'd spent more time with them.
I love that so much. So I know you're a swashbuckler, but were you like a pirate?
Yes.
Yeah, so definitely that you went off to be a pirate instead of being just the local fisher. Was it generations of fisher people in your family?
Yeah, generations of fisher. And then I was like, I kept seeing the ocean in front of me, and I wanted to know what else was out there. And so I hopped on I hit on a ship, and I sailed away. Now, did conveniently or inconveniently that ship end up being a pirate ship? Sure. But did I mind? Not really, because I was out having adventures and being crazy, living through my teens.
Mm-hmm. I think Fulton, because sometimes it takes a little of time. While we were there at this grotto, sort of a natural spring there in front of us, glittering moss over our heads, sort of breaks off two sort of willow branches and uses some of the moss and sort of spins it real thin and makes us 2 fishing poles, and we sit there and fish the afternoon away.
Oh. And I would never admit it, but I definitely cried a little bit. And we just come back to camp with a couple of fishes, ready for dinner. I love it.
PB, do you mind maybe want to ask the next question then, and that's how we can
Sure,
bounce around?
Yeah, we could do that. Oh, okay. Then this one's for you, Griselda. I once engaged you in a sparring match. Who won, and why was it you?
So I feel like this was a time when we were just like bored on the road, right? Probably really early in our traveling days when we still were feeling each other out, right? Trying to like see who was the tough one of the crew. And it was one of those things where you came up to me and was like, how about some exercise to help us wind down at the end of this day? You want to fight? And Griselda is always one to get in a brawl. At least she was in her youth. And she ended up winning because you were maybe a little bit cocky about it, having been so successful before, and so she used her flail and just tripped you by going in between your legs, right? Did the sliding trip, and so you fell on your face. But then at the end, she was very she extended a hand and helped you up, and I think it was a moment that kind of broke the ice between the two of us. And maybe later when we were traveling another day, you stuck a foot out and tripped her and got her back or something, and started this big prankster sibling like relationship.
And not only that, there was a time when we were in this building just fighting some acolytes of this crazy wizard, and there was a situation in which you had just turned around and seen me kind of struggling against this guy using some hybrid of magic and sword skill. And seeing me struggle, I look over at you and I give you like a look, and you understood exactly what I was talking about. And so I jumped out of the way. And as I jumped out of the way before that guy could react, you came in and did the same exact move you did to me and just swept the heck out of his legs.
Sweep the knee!
Yeah.
Exactly. No, but I love that. Absolutely. I would have just... It started a tripping war, I think.
Yeah.
We just try to get at each other wherever we went. I love that.
I feel like there have been days where we've come back from doing something to the rest of the group, and one of us is just covered in mud, and everybody just sighs.
And I'm sure Emmeline has had to tend to a wound or two from our more aggressive trips.
So I think I am going to ask Emmeline. So I once got myself lost, and you're the one that found me. Where did you find me, and why didn't you give up looking?
Okay. Because I like this idea. of tying it into a lot of things. I like the idea of Griselda falling through one of these doors after that the gates are supposed to control. Or the keys are supposed to control, excuse me. And I like the idea that it was like that's when the first time we figured out that there was something wrong with the doors, because we've used them so many times. It's like one of those things we naturally did. You know, you went from point A to point B, but we didn't, you know, the keys were just how you did it. And then all of a sudden, the door, like Griselda almost always went through first, right? Because, you know, took the point kind of thing, and Griselda opened the door and walked through, but you didn't end up where everyone else did. And so Emmeline proceeded to run back and forth through this same door like 50 billion times. That's excessive, but she's concerned. And she finally finds you, I think, on like we were going to a particular town or something, you know, that had a library that Ermagerd was going to look something up in, and had a really fancy library. And instead of showing up outside the library where this door had always placed us before, Griselda ended up at the seashore in this little like cove area that had with a door like people had forgotten was there kind of thing. There was a door that people forgot could go there, and had this long jetty, you know, kind of mostly tumbled at this point because people had forgotten it for so long. But it was like nightfall, and just the level of the sun hitting, you know, sunset right over the water as it kind of refracted. And Emmeline comes and finds you on the beach, and she was like, and what she said was that you're her patient. You cannot leave without her permission because you are medically, you can't leave without signing out from the medical, you know, you don't get to leave MAA kind of thing. But what she really was concerned about is like, she had already lost her other sisters because she ended up here and doesn't know really where here is. But you're one of her sisters now, and so she's like, I'm going to find my family, and you're my family, so but she said it was because you were still under medical watch, and oh my god, why did you leave without us? You can't do that. You're my patient, goddammit. Gods damn it.
And I like the idea too that maybe it was all one of those things where we'd been doing this. Griselda goes through the door, everybody follows in a particular order, like we had a system down at this point, and so it was such a like shocking thing that the system fell apart. That it just rattled everybody. And then you find Griselda like sipping a Mai Tai on the beach somewhere, just waiting for you to show up.
I think there was this whole scene of like frustrated, concerned shouting, and then Griselda just kind of hands Emmeline a Mai Tai as if like, here, just calm down. And she takes the Mai Tai and then takes a long drink and then kind of escorts Griselda back through the door that she had left open, kind of thing.
Medicinal Mai Tais. I'm here for this.
Medicinal Mai Tais. Only traditionally made and invented, fun fact, at the Warrior Lounge in the Halikoa, which is a hotel, but also a military base in Hawaii. Right on Waikiki. I like that one. Ooh. Oh, I like this one. So... We're just gonna have to double up because we have odd numbers, it's fine. I like this image. So, Fulton, I once sang you a song I learned as a child. Did you already know it, and how did it make you feel? You're muted.
It always helps if I am actually unmuted. I think it was almost like a harvesting song, like a song of the harvest type idea, and I think it just took Fulton back to his tribe and sort of this very sort of elusive tribe that he was a part of as a druid, and reminded him of what that time in his life was, and also I think a bit of what was lost during the calamity. And so it was one of those things where it made him sad, but also it was nice to be brought back to that time and space.
So because it's thematically appropriate and apparently the most popular thing on TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube at the moment, some sort of working song, the level of shanty kind of working song.
Yes, absolutely. And then I think this question for Fulton and Irma, since we've already been talking cooking, this next question is just was made for it, which is, I'm not even going to say once prepared your favorite dish. I actually think you created what became my favorite dish. What was it? And how did you respond? Oh, wait, no. I once prepared. I'm sorry, I did this wrong. I once prepared. I like it the other way around, though, that you created what has become my favorite dish. Tell me about it. Tell me about it and how you created it.
Well, Fulton is a growing boy. And, Irma raised 3 boys, so she knows about growing boys and their appetites. So she always makes sure that there's plenty of food for Fulton and snacks. So what the dish was it's a salad, but it's more than a salad. And it's all of these different plants that create, if a salad was a stew. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you've got all of these flavors and textures working together. It's not just that leafy, type of lettuce or spinach kind of thing or kale. It's much heartier than that.
Like a panzanella?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, you've been following my Twitter. Right? It's like I've been the crazy salads I've been making during.
Well,
no, I love it.
She this, and then she, well. But it's difficult to eat when you're on the road. So then she took this flatbread, put it in the flatbread, rolled it up, and handed it to you.
Oh, yeah, no, and I think the piece with that, and again, almost like the song, but very much, Fulton has a very close connection to his family and to his tribe. And I think, the salad itself was amazing, but it was that motherly sort of here, let me make this easier for you. So you can take it with you, that you can, that you are, it's that thoughtfulness, I think. And very much his family has a tradition where, cooking was how his cooking, or, doing, spending one's time and paying attention and knowing what other people or members of the tribe enjoyed was the way that you expressed, your camaraderie, your friendship, your love, your sense of family and connection.
Feeding people is love for Irma.
Oh yeah. And so I think it very much came through, and just, I think at that point, Irma just became so dear to Fulton. And I think probably, it's one of, certainly he would lay down himself for anyone, but I think especially Irma, there's a special connection there.
And she always makes sure that there's something to eat in a pouch. Like, he doesn't even realize it, but he knows that he can reach into a pouch and there's going to be food there.
Yeah.
That she's tucked something away. Or like when Rivali and Griselda go at it, Emmeline's bandaging scraped knees and Irma's mending the tears in their trousers, and ripped elbows. She takes care of everybody. Irma's I always described her as the mother. That's what she does, and feeding people is her way of expressing her love. If she doesn't like you, you don't get to eat her food. So yeah, that's what she made for you.
Love it.
I'm loving all of this. It's just so wholesome and sweet, and I love it, and it's perfect. I think we can take a moment to describe, what they do on their way to town and how they first learned their restoration skill. Is it something you learned on the road, or was it something you had before you were life as an adventurer? And I want to hear what Raleigh.
Yeah. Raleigh definitely comes from a family of do-it-yourselfers. Not really getting a lot of help, nor really asking for a lot of help with their fishing business in the small town they're from. So it's just like with everything in Raleigh's past life, she kind of, pushed it to aside and ignored it for as long as possible. But definitely as, we traveled, whenever something would go awry or not work as intended, Raleigh would come up and figure out a way to just make the thing work again, whether it's something splintering or a wheel falling off. She would be the first person to go and try to figure out how it worked and how to fix it. And after the calamity, Raleigh had a hard time kind of finding who she was again, having been an adventurer for as long as she could remember at this point. And thinking back on a conversation she once had with her Furbolg friend, she decided to kind of go back to her roots, and she stumbled upon a town that was kind of hard hit. Just structurally, a lot of things were not great. And she just kind of settled down in that town and applied what she knew, but then learned from everybody else how to make do with what you had and how to build when you didn't have a lot. Hence, Righty being her main tool of choice nowadays, because they didn't have a lot of tools to go around to help fix the town. So I think that's how Raleigh probably got her her new job skills.
Well, go. I want to know, Griselda. Come on.
Oh, so let's see. So how she got her new skills. So Griselda comes from a family of jewelry makers, right? So she actually left home because she wasn't any good at it. She didn't have the patience for it. She didn't have the nimble fingers for it. She just got really frustrated and she wanted to go do something else. But I think there was a lot of those skills that she had learned, and it was really more that she just didn't have the patience to sit there and work on it. But she still picked up a lot of things. And as the group traveled together, little things would break. They would have issues with their weapons or whatever. And she started kind of trying to apply some of those jewelry making skills and the jewelry kit she had. She adapted it to work on bigger items and started trying to serve that role for her friends of fixing these smaller things. And over time, she just kind of built those skills up as the group needed it. As you know, when they were trapped places and weren't able to find new weapons, it was Griselda that would try and build them something or fix what they had, reattach handles, reattach pieces, patch, bark, shields, etc. And then when it was all over and she didn't have the group didn't need her to fix things like that anymore, she felt like she couldn't go back to just making jewelry with her family, because she'd adapted all of her tools. She hadn't done that in a while, and she realized she could help other people by doing this kind of blacksmith style work. And she was surprisingly good at delicate filigree kind of things and making really fine pieces because of those core skills she had built as a kid growing up with jewelry making. And it was weird for her because there was a lot of fights about why she didn't want to follow in the family business, and now she like kind of is, but in her own way. So, who's next?
I'll go. So, Emmeline Tossbottle is a toss bottle, and therefore quite enjoys a lot of things. But I have to find the right page because I lost the questions because I was looking at something else. Cool. So she is a cleric, but at her core she's a doctor and a healer. And I think one of the things that the calamity and the fact that these keys are sentient now and they don't open doors the way they used to is, well, y'all are in the Feywild, and I think she doesn't have the connection to her deity the way she used to. So she doesn't have as much, she still has some, right? But she doesn't have a lot of the healing magics that she did, so she's falling back on the more traditional forms of treating ailments that she learned from when she was really little from her mama, helping take care of her younger sisters and stop her older sister from getting into fights. But, she she might not be able to like cast mass heal anymore, but she still knows how to stitch a wound and what herbs do the right things and throw them in together. And she knows how to take that little bit of what healing magic she still has and use that to bolster the magics of the medicine that she's using. So it's kind of like a combination of more folk magics, really. And I think that's like what she's kind of focusing on, remembering herself about like, oh, I can be a healer and a doctor without having, giant mystical powers. I can still do what I did. And I think, when she's traveling through town, or whenever we come up to a new town, she kind of like sets herself up as like a doctor in town. Is like, all right, who needs what needs healing, who needs all these things. And she spends a lot of time on Kate the Key to reminding herself about books of anatomy. Like when she was a massive healer cleric, she didn't have to worry about remembering things like different races have different nervous system endings. It's so strange, like she would cast like cure wounds. It didn't make much difference if that was cure wounds on a gnome or on a furbolg. But now she's stitching things together. She needs to pay attention to the anatomy difference. These kind of things. So she's kind of like half the time with her head in the book, kind of like reviewing all of these core medicine traits, when half the time just kind of setting herself up in a town and healing folk as they come.
Well, Ermagerd started out owning a bakery. I said she was widowed at a young age when the youngest of her three boys was just a toddler. So she took over her husband's bakery, the family business, and ran that until she learned that her spoon was magic, and then, well, she had to go find out how that worked. That's how she started adventuring. So she's used to taking care of people. So her cooking skills came from traveling and learning how to, when you don't have a larder, you have to make do with what you have. And so she's, if you spend time down in, where it's always dark in those tunnels and, the little gray dwarfs live, very interesting people. And those gnomes, they know how to use a fungus. Let me tell you. So she's learned to take different ingredients of what she's found. Fulton teaching her as he forages, and combining them to make dishes to make sure that everybody's fed. And she believes that you should always end the day with a hot meal. If you don't start the day with a hot meal, preferably both. So that's what she. That's how she learned to really cook. I mean, she was an excellent baker before that, but to become a chef, she expanded those skills, making sure that everybody stayed fed and had something hot to eat. And then while traveling between towns, I think when they get to towns, this is Emmeline is setting up, as a town doctor. Irma goes and finds somebody's kitchen, and she's always looking for new recipes. She'll usually go to an inn if there's an inn, and it's trading recipes. It's helping make sure that people have food, cooking for others. Learn and just getting it back into a kitchen for her is always a good thing. She can cook on the road. It's generally a fire and a pot, hanging over the fire. But to be in a kitchen where she's got an oven and all of that and all the things that she needs, she spends a lot of time experimenting with different recipes Again, what can you substitute this? What's if you don't have sugar, what can you use, to sweeten things besides honey? Can't always find, a hive. So little things like that. Just always experimenting with flavors and substitutions. Because there's a magic in cooking.
But what about our glitter moss rancher?
So I think with Fulton, it very much sort of happened organically, with his height and his antlers. As he would, at the end of the day, he would be sitting there pulling moss out of his antlers after just a day of adventure. And curiosity, he's a druid as well, so he sort of wants to see what it's all about, that we now have this covering our world. I think, started examining it, and then, give it a smell, give it a taste. And, I think he starts to realize it's not, the glitter moss isn't just one uniform type of moss. It's, hundreds of species of moss that sort of make this weird collective that, covers the trees and branches and everything else. And from that, sort of discovering which ones are, the ones that can be used for medicinal purposes, for cooking, for ornamental purposes, the flowering mosses that are in the trees, other things like that. And so I think it just sort of came from his own innate curiosity about the natural world. And pretty much he was raking the branches with his antlers as he was walking through the forests every day as we traveled following Kate the Key around.
I love this so much. Because I feel like there's a level of frustration that started this kind of, and just was like picking things off of his antlers and finally went, you know what? I'm so frustrated of not knowing what the heck this is. I'm going to find out and find some purpose that isn't just the decorating on the pretty antlers. Because I guarantee you at least multiple people have at some point said, but it looks really pretty on your antlers. But I think that's actually a great place, because now we've built the world and built our characters and built everything, to kind of take a break. We're going to take about 8 minutes, stretch, refresh yourselves, get some more water, hydrate, use the restroom, and we'll be back in about 8 minutes, and then we'll see how the little mini games play out, or at least a few of them. So we'll be back in about 8 minutes, everyone. same as it was when it started. And we have our wonderful world of deep in the Feywild, the kingdom rests covered in glittering moss, the doors to other worlds shuttered. The keys to these other planes have evolved to gain sentience. They no longer open doors at our command, instead, only at their own choosing. Oh, the music is too loud, I'm sorry, I can fix that. Oh, there we go, I'm sorry. Is that better now? But yes, it is a world of magic, glittering moss, and our players are all trying to help save the world. Well, not save it. I already did that. Now they're trying to rebuild it and help people discover what they can do in this new world. You can't hear us. Okay, well, how's that better? Okay. Is that better? I should have done that. I mean, it's about as low as it can go without getting rid of it, so I don't want to... Apparently I went too high on the music. But yes, it is... Welcome in, Raiders. Sorry about that. We are playing a game called Wagon Wheel. It is about how your adventurers try and help rebuild everything after the calamity has happened. And we have giant glittering moss and sentient keys, which are our wagon. 2 halflings, a gnome, a tiefling, and a furbog walked into the forest covered in glittering moss. We'll be back in about a minute and a half, and we will see what happens next. But also check out the donation bar, either in chat, or the thing the panel underneath. It is a we're raising money for World Central Kitchen, and we're sitting just under halfway there. So hopefully we can get to our goal today. But we'll see you in a little bit. Hello and welcome in. Thank you, Raiders, for joining us. Thank you all for being here. I apologize earlier if the music was a little loud. I didn't check that. My bad. But we are playing for charity to support World Central Kitchen. As you see above us, we are sitting at $490 of our $1,000 goal. So we're moving right along. We're moving. There's movement. And we are playing Wagon Wheel. So, which is a lot of fun and wholesomeness and about life after you stop adventuring and try to help people in other ways. But now that we've created our wagon, our characters, and the world that they reside in, Trooper, thank you for that raid, Trooper. I appreciate you so much. Welcome in. As you can see, we are playing some Wagon Wheel, and now, I'm just gonna say, each of you, who wants to start picking mini games to play? Because this is like, Firebrands and Stew Pot, in that you, individual people, well, we can go around, and let each of you, pick.
I was just rolling through them. I like the rebuild the town that we come across a town that a prominent structure in the town has been gravely damaged.
Mm-hmm. We can start there.
So as we enter into this place, we see, I guess we pick.
Yeah.
What structure do we think it is? Is it like the big meeting hall? Is it?
Ooh, I like...
Ooh, I wasn't thinking about that, but yeah, is it on a river? Is it the docks, or maybe a water, like a granary or a grist mill or something like that?
Ooh, I like the mill.
I kind of like repairing the mill as well, because I think it'd be something we kind of would be, we'll help them repair it because it's something that we could also benefit. Not that we're doing it for our own benefit, but it's sort of like one, like maybe we were hoping to find a town that had a mill or something along those lines, and while theirs is broken, we're like, well, let's fix it for you.
We
I like
I
that.
vibe with that.
We needed a mill to grind so that we can get the special glitter moss flour that is necessary for the special sweet rolls, because
Yes.
Ermagerd is almost out.
I like it.
They need a new millstone.
That's a good one too, because that's going to take something to get a new millstone. I like it.
And then the question is, where is it located? Well, I mean, it's a mill, so it's usually out at the edge of town.
Yeah, probably, or near the river or the spring or the creek, or
Yeah, probably on the edge of town, next to the river, maybe.
yeah.
And I think if we're saying that it's the millstone that's broken, it's clearly no longer whole.
Yeah, maybe
Makes sense.
like a cracked millstone. So we either going to have to go mine a new one or create a new one. I mean, if there's cliffs or something close by, go quarry one, or is there a way to somehow repair this one?
Mm-hmm. I guess the next question is, because you're picking, who is playing with you?
Oh, I think it's the whole group. Yeah.
Okay. So then we can also.
I think it's going to take the whole group if we got to replace a millstone.
Okay. Then that works, and then how did you come to be repairing this? Well,
I think we were looking for flour. We had heard there was a mill, or before the calamity, there was a mill on this river. Maybe, and then we found that we got there and found that the millstone had somehow gotten cracked in the calamity, and this town still hasn't recovered.
Do you think it's the owner of the mill or like the leader of this small town that we go to and are just like, hey, we'll fix this for you if you let us mill our glitter moss?
I like it.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine this is like a small enough town where like the economy of the town is based around the presence of this mill, right? So
they're in real trouble without it.
yeah.
They've been having to haul their grain either on the river or by road to the next closest mill, which is a distance, probably a day's travel at least, if not more.
Probably more. Or doing it by hand, which just
it's very
brutal.
labor intensive.
Yeah, brutal. And of course, people aren't coming here. That people know that it, around the region, just go elsewhere. Even if they got transport or just so you don't have any of that traffic. You have no reason, to come here without the mill.
All right, so we come to this mill. And I love the image of like the key just most of the time, Kate the key just kind of like quasi hovers over the ground. Like we may have put wheels on, but the wheels are more decoration so that people don't ask how this very top heavy ramshackle house built on top of key actually moves kind of thing. That level of we're just going to we tacked wheels on the outside. They look real nice, but they don't do anything.
Yeah. If you look real close, you realize the wheels aren't actually turning. Yeah.
But it gives a good like cover. And I like the idea of I like the idea that Fulton's in charge of all grain related aspects of the moss. Our gardener. And
yep.
So I'm going to say Emmeline is with her nose in a book because she was fully expecting that this was just a stop and mill grain and, y'all come back to her in a little bit. She's going over the intricacies and the details of the differences between gnolls and minotaurs when it comes to cardiovascular systems. And she is not paying attention to the fact that we're not, she's just like in her own little world thinking that this was going to be, that Fulton was going to jump off, we was going to be in and out.
So what do we have to prepare this thing? I've got sort of weird, I probably could be more of an assist in this than an actual. I mean, I could talk to the animals and birds and fish to see if we want to try to find a place that's got a big enough stone that we could turn into a new one. Or
I like that, because like why haven't the townspeople like fixed it themselves or gotten at least a replacement? What if it's like where they would have gotten such a stone is just like lost now to nature / glittering moss now?
Yeah. Even or that it's at the bottom of this river or this creek, that there is a big stone down there, but they it's hidden and they don't realize that it's down there. Or we can also go the other thing of repair it, that there's where's there good clay that we could use to then fire and somehow cook into a way to
Well, Irma can transform things.
Ooh.
So maybe it's if there isn't a stone big enough, because again, moving a stone large enough to be a millstone is difficult. But if we can take a bunch of small stones and gather up enough small stones to create, transform them into one new millstone.
I got an idea and it's cute to boot. So
okay.
Hearing that, if people are on board with the repair instead of replace, Fulton, because I can turn into an animal, I turn into an otter and go down and start harvesting all the little stones off the bottom, and then also bringing up clay and other things, and to bring them up to Irma to start collecting a way to do that. And if we need heavy lifting, he can turn into like an ox or something to pull and drag and all that type of stuff. So I will be our hunter gatherer for this mission.
Yeah, so my like one skill is seal cracks, patch holes, resharpen edges. So that I think fits to the fix idea.
Perfect. So cook up some cement or something.
Yeah.
And then you can do the fine work. The fine work. How about Raleigh?
Probably just adjusting now. I think the existing part of the mill to fix the part that like it got cracked, or like to fix it better, to do just better in the actual mill. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure when it broke, it probably like messed up the shaft and the wood, all of the sort of woodworking around it. Certainly being familiar with ships, I mean, it's a axle for a millstone's very much like a mast of a ship.
Yeah.
And the paddle wheel on the water, it kind of,
Yeah.
went cockeyed, so it has to be
So I'm out.
Re-leveled, so any of that sort of shipwrightery.
Yeah. So I'm out getting supplies and just whittling it down to get it to fit.
I mean, I think that at some point Emmeline looks up and realizes everybody else is not here. And like kind of puts her head outside the door and is like, sees Ermagerd like on the bank, like collecting these things, and looks and goes, "What are y'all doing?"
well, dearie, the millstone's broken, so it has to be patched.
Oh, but that I'm confused, but I'm coming to help. And she kind of like hops down and is like, "All right, what do you need?" Because she doesn't. I mean, like the closest thing she could do here is ward it.
It's like I pop my head out from the other side of the building, and I'm like, well, you could come over here and help me with holding this bit while I try to fix it to this bit.
The extra pair of hands.
Yeah.
Oh, I can do
That
that.
was always needed.
I can do that. I can
And
do
once
that.
the millstone is done, warding the new millstone so that it doesn't break again.
That could be cool. Leave it better than we found it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So is this when we start flipping coins?
Coins, yeah.
Yeah.
You can. You can also describe, like playing it out in character. Like, I think at this point, like
I don't know what sounds an otter makes, so there's a happy little otter diving in and coming back out and bringing out all the little stones. And I think if Irma wants to be like, nope, bigger, smaller, I need a one that's kind of a triangle. Or
Well, she just takes whatever stones you bring her and starts transforming them into to all of a like matter for the millstone, and then taking that stone to Griselda to shape and fix.
Yeah, I can imagine we've got this otter filling up like a bucket of stones, and then Irma's like
stone and clay.
processed. And then Griselda's doing the patchwork.
playing with the puzzle.
Yeah.
And I like that Emmeline is there, just kind of like, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm holding the two things together. Is this what you need?
I'm like, yep, just like that. I'm just gonna touch this thing right here. No. Still.
I am
You have doctor's hand.
I'm still.
Okay.
It's also
then-
like really high above me.
Yeah, you're actually holding it like this.
I'm like, no, keep it steady. There. And then you feel just the huge, and I'm like, ha, we got it. And I pick up my hand to give you a high five, but then I realize you're a little bit lower than me. So I give you a low 5.
I think after everyone's done, Emmeline just kind of comes over and like waits and leans next to Griselda, waiting for her to finish patching the stone.
Yeah, Irma's just got the bucket and her wooden spoon, and she's just stirring in the bucket until it's all one type of stone.
Mm-hmm.
And then once it's patched together, Emmeline is gonna ward it. So it can't break ever again. And then, yes, we should flip.
I flipped. I got a heads. I don't know what that means.
Heads are community points, which makes townsfolk inclined to like us, and suspicion points are tails, which they don't like us.
So do we each flip, or how does that?
Technically, the person,
I flip because I started it.
Oh, you flip.
Okay. Slash R1D2. So it's we'll go with 1 is bad, 2 is good, because it's
Cool.
as though it's natural 1 that you want. Oh yeah, we did.
Oh no.
So the coin flip is about how the community reacts to you, not whether or not you succeed in the task.
Right. So I'm thinking we fix it, but since it's me, it was my flip. I think I freaked them out turning into an otter. Big Furlbog guy witchcraft, definite witchcraft vibe. It's like take your flower and go.
We did too many creepy things.
Too many
To
creepy
fix it.
things. Yeah, we did too many creepy things to fix it.
Yeah.
It's not that they're not going to still use it, but they are, it's going to be like the town's shame that someone with witchcraft fixed their mill.
Also, you're covered in glitter, and we're milling glitter moss, and I love just the image of like, now all of our flowers gonna have.
Yeah, that's true too.
We just glitter bombed a town.
We just glitter bombed their main source of income. Yeah, it's going to be years before there's not glitter in everyone's flour and bread and everything else. Yeah, we glitter bombed.
Yeah, Irma tries to show them recipes to use with the glitter, and they're just like, no.
Just leave.
It's
leave.
only 1 point of suspicion. It's not 5.
Yeah.
It's just like people are raising eyebrows at this point. It's like, oh.
They would like us. We don't need to leave town, but they would like us to stop trying to help.
Yeah. They're like, did you see that the wagon wheels don't turn? Yeah,
It's better than new, but different.
Way too much creepy stuff. Okay, so there's mine.
So do we each have to roll if we used a skill? Is that the way this works?
So it says,
Right?
if you've checked off a skill during the game, take a new skill and talk about how you learned it. Restoration skill.
Mhm.
Oh, if you checked off an adventure skill, take a new restoration skill. I did not check off an adventure skill. Mine was my
Okay, I
restoration
checked
skill,
off an
so.
adventure because I turned into an otter, so I need to do a different. Okay, got it. Cool. That's cool.
I have to remember which is which.
Yeah, Sam.
I used word,
Okay.
so I get to add
Adventure.
a
So
new,
it's my adventure.
restoration skill.
Yep.
So I used an adventure skill.
Ooh, I'm gonna take suture.
Huh. So I'm going to take sow because it says just the right time to plant seeds and ideas. And his basically was, yeah, I totally did that wrong. He learned sow because yeah, he introducing people to glitter farming a little too soon. Now we know, and knowing's half the battle.
I also feel like there was an element of we just kind of like, oh, there's a problem, we should fix it, instead of like asking, and we just fixed it.
All of the above. Hey, we need to grind our moss. We're gonna fix your mill.
we still have that level of adventurer, like, of course you want us to do this thing. Of course we can talk to the noble here. We don't have to be stopped by guards because we're the adventuring party.
Must adventure. Must save.
I think Irma's going to take gossip. Because, again, she's been, she's stirring this bucket and it's all this, and everybody's like, what is she doing? And then she's just chattering with anybody that will talk to her. And I think she gets to talking to a couple of the older ladies, trying to trade recipes, and starts hearing about things that maybe are happening in another town or with the farmers or something. But there's definitely something going on somewhere else. They're like, why don't you go help them?
Why don't you go somewhere else, please? So I guess the question is, who wants to go next? And are we in the same town, or are we moving on?
I'm gonna throw out an idea. I think based on Irma's gossiping, maybe she learns about some corruption in the town, and we could do root out corruption.
Ooh, I like that. Root out corruption. So you are the game picker. You play your PC. We can join. You can invite the rest of us to join at any point, or we play NPCs, or both.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like everybody could be involved again. I like, since we don't have too much time to play some of the ones where everybody gets to be part of the crew. So this says there's a corrupt element in the town. So how did you become aware of the corruption? So
we were told about it.
Yeah, I think Irma was told about, or overheard maybe about it.
Yes, dear. She'll go to the rest of the group. Dear, as I was stirring and I was talking to this really nice lady, right over there, she's got a son that's not married. And she gives a look to Emily. Well, anyways, there has been some trouble here. It seems that even though the farmers are taking their grain to another town, that, well, certain individuals are asking that they still get their percentage of grain here. I don't know why, but, that's how people are, I guess. But nobody's quite sure what's happening to it.
So some of the grain is going missing.
Well, even the farmers are still having to provide a percentage of the grain to somebody in the town, of their crop to somebody in the town, even though the mill hasn't been working.
They're like paying for upkeep of the mill, even though
the
mill's not working. Got it.
Paying the percentage to the mill, like if you would originally pay the percentage of the mill of grain that you were leaving to the miller for the use of the mill, even though, but apparently this grain isn't going to the miller, it's going somewhere else.
So either extortion of the underclass or taxation's out of control. But something like that. Yeah.
Kind of both.
Yeah, a little bit of both.
Okay. So how do we handle the problem?
I'm gonna get us in trouble again.
Please embrace.
Well, because if someone's keeping the grain here and it's not getting milled, that means it's probably all stored somewhere. But if we don't, if if we don't know where it is, I can talk to like, the field mice are going to know where that grain is. I can like talk to the local mice and find out, or try to find out.
What if we do something where like there's the distraction team and the strike team, right? Where somebody goes to the miller and challenge them to a drinking contest or something, while the rest of the group tries to find where the grain is and expose or something like that.
Town. I love that plan.
But who's on which team?
Fulton's on the outs with the town, so he'd be on the not as visible he's probably on the outs. So I'm thinking he's not on the let's have a drinking contest team, because I think people would just be like, yeah, no, I'm not drinking with you.
I wonder if Raleigh would make sense to be the distraction, because you didn't do anything kind of mystical to fix anything, right?
Nope. Just use the guns. Oh, it would totally work. Because Raleigh loves the bars in town.
And super charismatic, swashbuckler, stories to tell, high seas adventures, sea shanties.
Exactly. And I am perfect at picking fights. So I'm down. I volunteer as tribute.
I think that Ermagerd should be on Team Distraction because she's already like bonding in the gossip column.
Oh yeah, she's taken a good percentage of the people in town, and she's got them totally distracted with cooking. And she's handing out sweet rolls. I mean, she's bribing people left and sweet rolls,
trying to prove that there was good use in us covering their grain and glitter.
See, now, sometimes you just can't get wheat, and so you have to take the moss and you have to dry it out. Now, if you take the moss, some of it glitters like this and some of it glitters like that. You have to make sure that you get the kind that glitters like this. You let that dry, and then, you spread it out, and you only need to give it just a pass or two with the stone. It powders right up, but it makes such a nice fine flour. You don't have to sift it at all. It's wonderful. And then if you take if you take this color glitter moss, oh, it's wonderful. It makes such a nice sweetener. If you don't have the sugars, you can just use that to sprinkle it on top. It's just, it's so good. Here, let me show you. And then she just bustles them all into the tavern kitchen.
I think that Emmeline is going back and forth between Team Distraction and Team Infiltration in the sense, like, she's here to cheer on, and I think because I love this because I'm going to throw this back in. All of the Toss Bottle Sisters had a criminal background, so she's also starting in her fine halfling criminal ways, spreading the book out. What's a drinking competition without betting?
Yes.
And she's also a healer, so she's here to make sure that nobody gets too sick in the ingestion of fine alcohols of various types. But she's also, kind of being the lookout for Team Infiltration to see, make sure that nobody notices them or anything. So she's kind of flittering around, kind of thing.
So is it me and Griselda doing the infiltration? Okay.
Yeah, you get your mice to scout out the situation, and I'll go in there and knock some heads.
Sounds good. Yeah, no, I'll start chatting up the mice, the local mice, see where they're, if they've heard of any big, when stuff that gets a little slim pickings out in the fields, they all kind of know where the big stash is.
And then I'll go follow those directions. And I'm going to say that we find that the miller has been giving the grain to like his sweetheart's family to like pay the dowry or something.
And so I rolled again to see how the mice info going, and I rolled a 1. So I'm voting. So I totally I got the information, but got busted again. Now the weird guy the weird creepy moss glitter bomb dude. Not only does he turn to otter, now he's talking to the mice who spoil our crops and break into our pantries and get into our things. I am the worst. I am. Oh no!
It did not go well in the kitchen. Because now the kitchen has been glitter bombed.
Oh,
Oh. We're gonna get thrown out of town. I can't wait.
Yeah, we're already at 3 suspicion points. This is not going well.
/R.
Yeah, /R.
Yeah.
Oh, we're good. Woo, yay.
But I managed to infiltrate the house and locate who has the grain. And I sit the miller down and his future parents-in-law and have a very stern talking with them about how that this isn't fair. And that now that the mill's up and running again, they can expect that he's good enough for their kid. And I will use my intimidate skill to talk some sense into these folks.
So is this Griselda gesticulating at each of her points with large motions of the flail?
Yeah, I'm just
pointed.
walking around their house casually swinging and just being like, it's really, this whole dowry practice is really old and it's a little bit sexist, so she probably shouldn't be doing it to begin with anyway. I mean, can you really put a price on your kid? And besides, now that the mill's working back up again, you know that he's going to be a good person, and you should have been having this conversation with them, not me. You should have been stealing from people.
I love that so much.
I need to know. Yes! 2 community points!
Inside,
And Emily makes bank acting as a bookie.
Meanwhile, in the bar, I am just we're a few drinks in at this point, and I'm like, oh, you people never hold your mead well. Look at you, already swaying on your feet. He's like, oh, I'm not swaying on my feet. I'm standing very still. Look at me, 2 feet on the ground. And definitely just swaying side to side. And I'm like, I bet you can't keep standing for another 5 drinks. And I turn over to the barkeep and I'm like, that's 10 on me. Fine for the good sir over here, and 5 for me. And we just keep on drinking, and I just like start riling up the people inside the bar, and I'm just like, look at this guy, I bet you could drink more. Come on, I bet you could drink more. 1 for this lad over here too. And it becomes like a whole thing. And meanwhile, this guy is just swaying, and I'm just knocking him down like nobody's business, and also drinking water. Make sure to drink responsibly. And this guy does not make it another drink. He's halfway through before he starts stumbling and trying to catch on to chairs and tables, and someone manages to shove a chair under him before he falls on his bum. And I'm like, come on, pay up. I said you couldn't, and here we go. You know what? Don't even have to give me any gold. Barkeep, tabs on him. And I will, I'll like wink to the barkeep and take another down for the road, and I just walk out.
I feel like it's only appropriate if I roll for this, for how well Emmeline has been doing at keeping, like, Emmeline, the minute Rurali's combatant finishes, like, she's got this drink that she hands first to Rurali, and then she goes over and hands to the combatant, and it doesn't smell horrid, but it smells herbaceous, like
Like a Jaeger?
Not, well, a little, but more like a really, really, really strong vegetable kind of smoothie kind of thing. With, like, you can smell the pureed spinach and some other herbs, and, like, it looks like pond scum. It's not looking pleasant, but it doesn't look or smell like it's going to make you sick. But she's like, alright, now, here, have some of this, and then, it'll help you feel better, calm your stomach, get rid of your headache, prevent yourself from, wheatgrass, and soybean, and, like, some alfalfa in there, too. Good for you. It'll keep you going. And it's just this little bit of, like, blue-green glitter that you can't quite see in the dimness of the tavern, but there's a lot of glitter moss in this. And then she hands it to, so she hands one to Raleigh, and then hands the other to the combatant, and just kind of like, but he's probably swaying real bad at this point, so she just kind of taps him and, like, does that, grab his nose and pours it down him kind of thing. It's like, this'll make you feel better, don't worry about it. We here to help. But he don't take it well. I think he just gets...
He, like, sniffs it and, like, tries it and then just gets really sick from the, like, grassy smell.
And then there's a little bit of suggestion that perhaps people stop moving because the person that Raleigh was drinking with is actually, like, what amounts to the headman of the town, you know. It's like, did you poison him? No, I did not poison him. If I wanted to poison him, I would have given him this. And Emmeline is a little too blunt in her answer of, like, I could have poisoned him, but I didn't. Exactly, sparkling wheatgrass.
And the
Only sparkling wheatgrass if it comes from the sparkling wheatgrass region in France.
And I feel like we keep rolling ones, so I wonder if
We're one away from them kicking us out of town.
Like, they've already asked us to leave. They're at the asked us to leave level.
I think maybe the miller takes credit for being a good guy and giving everybody back their grain, and so nobody knows we were actually being helpful. And since you made everybody get since you made this fellow sick, they're like, well, you can leave now.
Bye-bye. Don't come back.
Yeah. And
Yes, the question is whether someone wants to try to make it better with one more game in this town, or whether Kate's like, okay, we're leaving.
Kate is probably smarter than the rest of us, because Irma would be like, oh, I mean, some people are just grumpy. Maybe they're just having a bad day.
I'm sure we can make this better. You know,
I mean, who doesn't like glitter moss?
apparently them did not appreciate anything. Also now realizing that glittery wheatgrass means that when he got sick, it's glittery too.
oh yeah. Yep.
It gets everywhere.
This
No avoid
town is just glittered.
Oh, y'all.
Oh, God.
I can't.
Kate's like, all right, guys, come on, let's go.
I think because I rolled the fourth one, I think that Emmeline is like, fine, y'all don't want my help, I'm not gonna give it, and she's just gonna like pout stomp to the key, to Kate the key, and then climb in and pull out the book she was reading and go back to that. It's like, I had much better things to do today anyways. Ignoring everybody.
And I feel like Kate would probably start ushering us out, like, let's go. Let's
I feel like she's got like some kind of bell that like the key shakes and it like jingles to tell us like train's leaving.
It's the last call. Come on, let's go.
Yeah.
So at this point we play Move On. No coin flipping in this. This game, how do the people of the town you're leaving feel about you?
We're lucky they're not throwing rotten vegetables at us.
We're probably just happy, you know? All she needs when she's leaving a town is that it's not with fire and pitchforks and that she's settled her tab. And both are checked off. Neither of those happened. She had a great experience here.
We know we did good. We don't need them to know that we did good. We don't need that kind of external validation.
Not anymore. We've been there, done that.
I mean, we did get 2 community points out of this, so there were probably some people in town that actually appreciated us, you know, who might be repeat customers in the future, but we don't need to go back too soon. It's fine.
We left behind a town divided.
Against itself, I'm okay with that. So, and then...
They definitely are telling stories about us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
There was that big... I don't know what he was, but he had antlers. And then he was an otter. Have you ever heard of such a thing?
I could have sworn I heard...
Demon. Definitely a demon.
And that lady just threw glitter everywhere.
Yeah, I could definitely see Irma being like a messy baker, that flour goes everywhere, so therefore glitter goes everywhere.
Oh, yeah. I mean, she uses, I mean, her magic spoon glitters to begin with. So, you know, and she's mixing and she looks like a, you know, they don't have KitchenAid mixers in this day and time, but that spoon sure works like one. And there is just flour.
They don't make deep enough bowls yet.
No.
I feel like there's this gossip though going around the town that they don't understand why Raleigh is hanging out with the rest of us. She was so helpful repairing the mill. She knocked this guy in charge down a peg, which is always nice to watch. She settled her tab. Like, it's not like she came in and like left chaos.
Yeah, totally tried to talk her into staying. You don't really want to be with those folks, do you? They had a minor intervention. She got invited. Someone was going to meet her for a drink, and ended up being a whole little group sitting in a circle waiting for her.
It's like, look, you seem like a nice enough gal. Why don't you stick around here and let your friends go off by themselves? It's like, what do you mean leave them going off by themselves? Can you imagine them without me? There's no way. I can't let them get in trouble without me.
Dude.
But you know...
Yes. So I take that to mean that no one came with us.
Oh no.
No. I feel like a field mouse, but aside from that, no.
Yeah, I support we have a random extra field mouse.
Random extra field mouse. I'm fine with that.
And then we don't have enough community points to upgrade the wagon. And how long are we on the road before we get to the next town?
We got to beat the rumor mill. Sorry.
I respect that one.
So probably like a Kate takes us to a close town, but gives us enough time to cool down from the last town.
Maybe a day or two.
Yeah.
A week.
I think 4 days. Good time
Yeah.
for travel,
Yeah.
but not faster than the speed of rumor flying across the country.
Yeah.
What is the new town called?
Huckleberry.
I'm here for it.
Sure.
Bye.
How big is the town? And the number of residents?
Ooh, what do we think? Smaller or bigger than the mill town?
I feel like we would have gone at least a little bit bigger. Maybe someplace where we don't stand out quite as much.
A few
Okay.
more roads.
So a little bigger,
Mm-hmm.
you know, a couple hundred, maybe.
Yeah.
What is the weather like?
It's turned rainy.
Yeah. A little miserable.
Yeah, it's gray.
Probably planning to go a little further, but decided that it was just too wet and messy, and we wanted
Yeah.
just someplace dry.
It's that spring day where you think it's been warming up, and then all of a sudden, it's that cold, gray rain for 2 or 3 days. It's just
Yeah.
miserable to be on the road. So we pull into the next town.
And I want to say that it's like we're following the river, right? So I think we're going downriver at this point would make sense.
Sure.
So it's a little like, I'm going to use this term because it's fun. It's a Piedmont, which is those small rolling hills that aren't quite mountains, y'all. North Georgia, it's fine. Where the Appalachians meet the flat of the rest of Georgia. Before you get into Florida. And what are the residents like?
It's a larger town, so they're used to people passing through. I mean, we can't be the only ones out there on the road. There's maybe, 2 or 3 other groups, but there's trade and everything. So I think they're not as suspicious. They're not as they're not staring as much. It's like, oh, okay, people. We're used to travelers here.
What if we came into town? Like, I assume because it's rainy season, a lot of people have migrated to a lot of adventuring parties or just wandering parties have ended up in this town. What if there's like a few like traveling bard groups that have just stopped by and there's just a lot of music happening as you're going down the streets in various places?
Traveling shows, plays.
It's just very very artsy right now in this town.
Did we roll up on Edinburgh in the middle of French Festival?
Yeah. Exactly.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Sure.
To combat the dreary weather.
And they just look at us, I think like you said. They're just like, oh, more people.
So what
More
do you
people to
guys
spend
do?
coin.
We occasionally fix things and or people.
As you watch in the river, this like floating set of glitter on the top of the river from upstream.
And Emily
Foreshadowing.
doesn't even doesn't even look. It's like, nope.
Is the mill's working?
Exactly. So then, the question is, whose is the next turn for the mini game?
How about mend what's brought? Something small but important is brought to you to repair or mend.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, okay. So it's a game for 2 players. You get to play, because you're the person who's picking, you get to be the mender, and then you play someone who you choose someone else to be a town resident.
Ooh. Instead of a town resident, could it be one of the traveling groups?
Sure, I'm assuming it's anybody in this town.
Yeah. So, let's have it be like one of the... oh my gosh. I've forgotten everything I've ever known in this one moment. Oh, what if it's someone who's bringing like a pitch pipe over to our group? Specifically me. Because I'm sitting there like whittling away at a piece of flotsam wood that I had left over from fixing the axle before. And who does anybody want to be the other player here? Or do I just choose someone?
I'm trying to see if I've got anything that will help in this situation.
Well, I mean, it's not like, that's the thing. It's like you're just playing a townsperson. You're playing an NPC this time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was helping. Okay. So sure, I'll be. So I'm a person. I'm bringing the pitch pipe for mending.
Yeah.
Okay, I can do that.
Yes, looks like there's questions that each of you answer.
Okay.
Yeah, you're the holder.
I'm the holder. Okay.
So it's so we already know that you're bringing a pitch pipe.
Yep.
Who are you? What do you look like? And what is your name?
Oh, he's a real hayseed of a guy. His name's Calvin Horton, and he's a bard. And he actually doesn't. He does sort of like a poetry recital, but every once in a while he does sing a song or two. And he just does not have good pitch. And unfortunately, he was he was out by the stream and. Washing things, and his pitch pipe fell in, and when he picked it back up, this big glob of glitter got stuck down inside of it, and now its pitch is all messed up. And luckily I saw this nice seafaring lass down on the riverbank and whittling away with some tools, and I ain't got nothing like that, so started heading down that direction.
And let me pull this up again. And as you approach the mender, what do you notice about them?
Well, certainly that they're there whittling, and as my pappy used to whittle, made some amazing things. In fact, he made this pitch pipe right here, and figured, well, maybe, and so headed that way.
Let's see. And then there's 2 questions for the mender. Looks like the first is, when do you first notice that the holder is approaching you?
So while I'm sitting there whittling away at this piece of wood that I'm trying to make look like a sea otter to give to Fulton later, and I noticed this person pretty early on. It's been a year and a half, maybe a little bit more at this point, since I last had to be really up on my guard, but, old habits die hard. And I start noticing that someone's creeping up on me. But I'm just still whittling away. I'm not too worried. I mean, writing might be broken, but writing still can stab real good. And as this person starts approaching, I don't really acknowledge them until they're maybe like 10 feet away from me.
And then what is something that stands out about them?
I didn't say what he looked like. Tall, half elf. He's wearing a straw hat. Has sort of real slender build. Yeah, probably not looking like much of a threat.
What's something that stands out? It's their nervous hands is what I really notice about them. They keep twisting something around in their hands, and I can't really get a good idea of what it is. It doesn't look too threatening. I mean, they don't look very threatening, but they look very, in the face, very assured, but their hands are real nervous. Let's see.
And then you guys have questions for each other.
Ooh.
And the holder goes first. So there are questions for both the mender or the holder, questions for the mender, and then questions for the holder. You may each ask 2 questions of each other.
And it's page 2728.
Yep, got it. Just found it.
Cool.
He sort of walks up, and as soon as he at least caught her eyes, or might, clears up, and Calvin sort of takes off his hat and does a deep sweeping bow, and you just see he's got like this straw colored hair that just goes everywhere. Just like the most unruly head of hair you've ever seen in your life. And does a real deep bow and just, excuse me, ma'am. Calvin Horton. My name's Calvin Horton, and I see you're whittling there. And I was just upriver a little bit, and my pitch pipe it fell in the river. And when I pulled it out, this big clump of glitter from this moss got all down in there. And now see, he sort of blows on it, and just you hear this just shrill, horrible thing. Goes, I'd love to say that when I sing that I could get my own pitch, but I just can't. Never had that ear like that. And I see you're whittling there. That's a mighty fine broken sword you got there, but it seems to be doing the job. I was wondering if you could give me a hand. And I because I hand out what I bought. So I hand out this pitch pipe, this sort of little circular pitch pipe, and that's why you can't get down in it, because it's not just like straight pipes. It's sort of circular.
So I reach out to pick it up, and do you let me?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And I start assessing the problem, and I'm like, well, it looks like, Mr. Horton, you got a mighty problem here. Now I know a thing or two about this glitter. My companions are real big fans of this new glitter moss, always doing experiments here and there. But what I do know is that this is a wonderful bonding agent. So this might be a little bit tougher than it might be. And so I put it out through my mouth, and I take a huge gulp of air from my swimmer's lungs, and I just blow as much air as I possibly can in it, trying to dislodge, or to see if I can dislodge what's inside of it. Which, man, does not make a pretty sound. It does not make a pretty sound.
I totally want to see a roll on it to see if a big old glob of glitter flower glitter flower glue.
Oh, I'll do it.
Griselda throws something at Raleigh's head from the other side of the fire.
Oh, I rolled a 2.
Nice.
And so I go, and as it goes into a straight tone, and with it, you'll notice this glob of glitter goo that has now hardened goes sailing out of this pitch pipe and onto the river, and it just starts skipping like a river stone until it finally lands down. And I'm like, well, look at that. and I look at the other side and I put it up to the sun, or at least the light, closest light, to try and look through it to see if anything else is stuck in there. And I start like sticking a little piece of like splintered off wood that I've carved off this piece of wood I have, just like scraping the last little pieces inside. And as I'm doing that, I'm like noticing how well it's made, and I'm just like, where did you get this pitch pipe, Mr. Horton?
Well, like I said, my pappy, he was a whittler too, and he made all sorts of instruments. This is just one that he made for me when he realized I couldn't carry a tune in a water bucket, and so and knew that that was my life's calling, to go out and try to bring at least a little joy and entertainment out to the world. But while poetry gets you so far, once the drink starts a flowing out there, so everybody wants a song. And once I get going, I can pretty much stay on a note or two, but I got to get going first. But yeah, no, my pappy made it. He made some mighty fine other instruments. You a musician yourself?
Well, I would like to call myself a musician, but I don't think my companions very much would. Once we start, I think I'm a wonderful singer, especially once I've gotten a few drinks in me. But don't know if they would agree. And I nod over to my companions, all kind of glaring at me after that very shrill, obnoxious noise I just made to free this pitch pipe. But I think, and I blow into it again, and I get a nice, straight tone. And I'm like, I think this is all fixed up for you, sir. And I gently hand it back to you. And I'm like, well, we're staying here a few more, at least a day. Where are you guys staying to make sure we can drop by and hear you guys perform?
Oh, well, I'm up at the tavern. And he just sort of turns around and points up. I mean, it's not far away. Yeah, me and my whole troop will be playing there tonight. It's a whole festival. It's the Edge Festival, not to be confused with the Fringe Festival. Trademark pending.
And I slap my hand over to where Griselda is, very haphazardly, and I'm just like, definitely at head level. I'm definitely just like smacking you on the face right now, and I'm like, do you hear that, Griselda? There's a whole festival going on.
I heard it. Now I'm seeing the stars. I got it. I heard. We'll go later.
Oh man. Well, Mr. Harden, I hope you're happy with the work, and make sure you know, if you ever see Rivali around, here to help.
Well,
Or poke you in the face.
He sort of, with that, he starts backing off a little bit cautiously because he doesn't want to be poked in the face, not the face, and puts his hat back on and just sort of gives a smile and says, "Well, if I see y'all up there tonight, they often let me buy a round or two for folks as part of my payment, so I'll make sure that you've got some libations."
I once again extend my hand very aggressively, but this time not at the face. This time I go straight for the gut, and I hit Griselda straight in the gut. I'm like, "You hear that? Free drink,
free drinks."
Yeah, I heard. Oh.
And I'll just wave you off.
And I think, oh, that's wonderful. I love every moment of that. So, we got an extra community point out of that. Rirali coming in clutch as the popular person in town. Um, if you have checked off an adventure skill during this game, you take a new restoration skill and talk about how you learned it. If you checked off a skill from any job or had a significant moment with another PC, consider recording a memory. I think you didn't do an adventure skill, right?
Let's see, which ones are the adventure skills? Yeah.
The stuff you would have gotten from Swashbuckler.
I do not think so.
Yeah.
No, only my restoration skill is what I used.
I think we have time for one more mini game before we wrap up today.
I'd like to serve a meal.
Yes, okay, that's fair. That's fair.
I think, and there's one for everyone where it's called Set the Table, or all players can play. So I'll leave it up to you guys if you want to play as yourselves or if you want to take the role of NPCs. But as I said, Irma's youngest son is a bard, traveling bard. She hasn't seen him in forever. And so I think with the festival here, she's looking for information. You know, maybe somebody's come across her son, or maybe her son's here, but she's she can't help but feed these people. So she has all day long, she has just been cooking. I mean, she's got like multiple fires going with pots everywhere. There's something roasting. She's been pulling out these tables and setting them up. And I think she's probably tapped the rest of you to go invite everybody to eat. That she's going to be throwing dinner, and it'll probably be really late at night because everybody's performing and everything. So it's after all of the performances have shut down and everything that she's got this huge meal set out, almost buffet style, I think. So it's at least 24 people, maybe more, and she's probably throughout the day has come to each of you and asked you to go either go out and invite the different performers over, or to fetch. Could you go? I need carrots. I need potatoes. I need a rutabaga. Could somebody find me a rutabaga? And just different things. But it's this definite, there's something for everybody here as well. There's just, and you guys have no idea how she does this. I mean, this there's just food. It's like, where did this all come from? I don't know. It's Irma. Food just seems to appear around her. So she's going to invite everybody to food.
So I'll have Fulton, he has cultivate as a farmer. So I think certainly for the foraging and finding, and I think probably up in Kate, up on the very top of Kate, there's a little patch that he has been cultivating some very special glitter moss that has sort of like, almost looks like eggplants that grow on them. And they take a long time because it's not like a real eggplant with deep roots and stuff. It's just moss, and it's taken them probably all 6 months of him just carefully cultivating and tending and making sure either putting other moss on top of them so they make sure they don't burn up, or keeping them when it's raining, making sure they don't get wet and that everything's drained. And so it's finally time for them to be ready to harvest. And he lovingly brings down these 3 big, beautiful eggplants for Irma. I've been tending these, waiting for the right time. And he sort of looks around the town and probably knows the story of her son. And because they've shared special memories together, I think he goes, I think this is the right time. And hands them over.
And she stuffs one of them. And then she takes the other one and she puts it in slices. And you think she's going to be doing like an eggplant parm, but no, she does a pizza out of it.
Nice.
So she covers it in the powdered moss. and kind of grills it and then puts different, little toppings on it. So it's its own veggie pizza.
Nice.
And then the third one is definitely eggplant parm type dish. Oh, these are perfect. Oh my goodness. Oh, look at that. Oh, they're so nice and big and firm. I love them. It's beautiful. Thank you so much, dearie. Have a sweet roll. Tide you over till dinner.
And he does. And
so I'm going to flip a coin to see how well the invitations go are accepted. So fingers crossed. Okay. That's another community point.
Yay!
Yeah, and community points carry over from town to town, but suspicion points do not.
Yep. So we take turns. The host goes first. There's a list of questions. It's page 24. And then the game ends when everyone at the table has said either something about the food in a row or when no one but the host is left at the table. And if you excuse yourself from the table, play it out in a short scene. So...
And you ask these questions to a particular player.
I think so. So, let me think. So Irma likes to talk, and she has probably grabbed the closest person that doesn't resemble her son, but that would remind her of her son. And she starts telling them stories. She starts telling them about her son and about her boys, because there's Oima, what was it? Oimagerd, and what was his name? Imagerd. And so she's talking about her sons, and she's just going on and on about the boys, and how, one of them's married and is her grandson, and then she was having all these adventures, and and then there was this man, and he came by my bakery, and you have to help somebody out when they're traveling. So, he had, the poor man, it was just, his cloak was all tatters, and, so he wanted some bread. And so I offered him some bread, and he paid me with his bag of beans. He said they were very special. And I'm telling you, they were the most delicious beans. I put them in my stew that night. They were so good. And then do you know what happened the next morning? The next morning, my spoon was magic. You would not. I stirred the pot and it froze over, and then I stirred the pot and it boiled. The spoon is magic. And at 20 years, I had the spoon. 20 years. I never knew it was magic until that morning. It was just amazing. Well, anyways, so my boy, maybe you've met him. He's a halfling like me, maybe a little taller. He takes more after his father. God rest his soul. But he plays the lute. Oh, he plays the lute. It is so beautiful. And she's just going on and on and on and on. So, Kelly, if you're playing Griselda,
Sure.
if you're going to be an NPC. So I'm telling a story that goes on perhaps a bit too long. Do you humor me or do you interrupt?
I think you're telling the story, and I think it's to kind of the group of people that I had invited and brought back, right? So maybe I'm standing there with a little group, and I think Griselda just lets you keep going. She, after all of the hubbub in the last town, and she's thinking about, we've had times together where you got interrupted by bad things, or when she went off by herself, everything was so quiet all the time without Ermagerd around. And it's just kind of nice now that we're all back together to get to hear these stories that she's heard a million times, and just comforting, and she just kind of enjoys her meal listening to Irma tell these stories that she knows. And there's moments where Irma's telling a particular story and she adds in the like flavor afterwards. She's like, and it's like, and bam, and lets Irma keep going, and it's almost a shtick that they start getting going. And it's kind of one of Griselda's favorite kinds of evenings. So should I do what we did before, and I'll ask a question?
Yeah.
Yep.
I think, as Irma's talking, at some point, Griselda kind of leans back around to the edge of the table and grabs the last sweet roll and steals it and makes eye contact with Emmeline, and is like, and so I take the last portion. Do you smile? Do you call me out? How do you react to me just kind of reaching around somebody's back? And
she just kind of laughs and smiles because she sees behind you that there's a whole other plate of sweet rolls next to Fulton. It's like you went reaching around this way when you didn't have to, because there was one like right here that would have been easier to get, but you can't see it because Fulton is there, and the height differential means that you couldn't see around him. And so she just kind of snort laughs, and then will reach over and, like, maintaining eye contact with you, will reach over and grab one of the sweet rolls from the table next to Fulton and say, "Thank you, Fulton, I really appreciate you for getting these for us." And she'll take a big bite of one, just, like, keeping eye contact with you.
Out of nowhere, the spoon comes out, and you each get a light tap on the back of your hand. Children, mind your manners. We have company.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Irma.
Mm-hmm. And I think by this point, because the music's going, and, like, it's that level of dinner music, so that you can hear the music in the background, but no one's actually singing along. And I think Emmeline is just, like, one of those people like me, who you hear the music and you automatically start singing to the lyrics that are there, even if no one else is singing. And so she's like, oh, God, how is it this sums up my existence, y'all, that the immediate thing that comes into my head when I start thinking of folk songs is the night the old dung cow caught fire. Because if you want a drinking song, let's talk about a drinking song where literally the bar catches on fire and everybody's going, doesn't care. Upside down. Oh, what's the actual lyrics? Old dung cow, what are the lyrics? It's McIntyre. And there was Brown, upside down, licking up the whiskey off the floor. Booze, booze, the fireman cried, says they came knock the door. Don't let them in until it's all mopped up. Somebody shouted McIntyre. And then, of course, she's thinking, she's singing along in this in her head. And the minute this happens, she's going to shout out McIntyre because that's what you're supposed to do. And no, oops. We lost Jay again, but I can fix it. And she starts singing, and she's singing real loud, a little aggressively loud, and shouts it out. But hey, I can fix that real quick. And somebody shouted McIntyre, and we all got blue, blind, paralytic, drunk. And then when the night the old dung cow caught fire. Yes, it's a great song. Go look it up. And she's, wait, where is it? Raleigh. I break out into song that's well known in the town. Do you join in as best you can, or do you stare at me in disbelief?
Oh, so I brought a group of bards in the form of Holton and his troop. And as soon as I hear you start singing, I look over at you, so excited. And I turn over and I look at Holton, and I'm just like, Horton, and I'm just like, and I take in a big breath. And as he's doing it, I see him take out his pitch pipe and tune to the song as I'm taking a big breath, and I start joining in with you, and I think so does everybody else around me.
There was Brown upside down, licking up the whiskey off the floor. Booze, booze, the fireman cried, knocking at the door. It was all cleaned up. Somebody shouted, McIntyre, McIntyre! And we all got blind, paralytic, drunk the night the old Duncal caught fire. Because Irish drinking songs are fun. Yes, I love this.
Griselda starts clogging on the table.
Yes.
That would put you just about eye level with Fulton.
Maybe like chin.
Yeah, maybe chin.
We'll have to look up that a little.
So, Raleigh.
So I look over at Fulton.
My audio's being weird. Sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. I think into the sky for a second while audio gods are figure themselves out. I sit there and I'm just I'm singing along and I'm just hitting, swinging around my tankard, making sure not to spill anything anywhere, or, like spill any of the food because I don't want Umrica to get mad at me. And as I'm swinging it around, I started kind of thinking about just our adventures as a whole, and just like how this is that I'm glad that this is where we're at the end of the day. And with that, like it puts me in a really good mood, I'm in a really good mood. And I look over at Fulton, and I'm just like, you know what, Fulton? I'm in an amazing mood right now. Lay it on me. Any favor, anything you want, I will do for you.
Fulton looks over and just reaches out his hand and goes, let me show you one of the dances that we used to do in our tribe. And he teaches you sort of an old druid, sort of circle and stones type dance. Something that that they would have done on like a midsummer festival or something along those lines, or a solstice festival.
Absolutely. Raleigh goes into it head on. So excited. A, to get you moving, and B, that you're teaching me this. I'm just like, oh, like this? I'm like, is this where I jump?
Yep, absolutely. And he takes you through all the different steps. And for as large of a being as he is, he's actually, while doing this, I mean, it's like a powerful dance, but it's also, start realizing all the different intricacies of it the longer that he's doing it. At first, it just sort of looks like it's just some, a little bit of spinning and stuff in circles with a hop or two. But then as you start to see more of it, as you learn more of it, you start realizing that there's lots of subtlety to it as well.
Oh, I even put my drink down. I'm like, I'm fully invested in this entire dance until we get it down. And then I'm just like, Holden, play one more song, Horton. And then I'm like, and then I do the entire dance with you throughout the entire piece.
Cool. I love it.
And I think you get the last question, Fulton.
You get the last question.
Do I have a question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you get the last question.
I might have disconnected. Right. What's the last question?
Page 24. It's page 24. There's
If you check the skill, no.
No, it's just above that where it says questions. You get to ask the last one.
Okay.
Yeah, pick out one in there that you want to ask, that you want to do.
Somebody.
Just set a scene with it.
I think he's gonna sort of look to the group and I think a lot of times he sort of walks, instead of riding on top of Kate, and maybe sort of he notes to the group and goes, has anyone else noticed that we're heading east again, back to where it all began? Kate's taking us where we need to be, but over the last 2 months, it's pushing us back to the door where it all started. As I point out an interesting quality of the wagon. I'm not sure if I'm ready to go back there yet. Are you? Sort of asking the group.
I think Emmeline, who's been, by this point, like, the music has kind of calmed down and there's less dancing, it's more calm music, and Emmeline turns to Fulton and says, well, I figure the only way you can end something is where it started, and the door needs to swing both ways, right? And the key needs to be open to turn a lock, to lock it and to unlock it. Perhaps we'll figure out what the locks or unlocks when we get there. But we got time. Ain't like she's rushing nowhere.
There's always time.
Yeah. I'm not ready yet, but I think I'll be ready by the time we get there. Knowing Kate.
Go where the wind blows. Or in this case, the way the Kate drives.
And Irma is sitting there, and anybody that looks close enough will see her doing this every now and again. As she's watching all of these people, strangers and family, friends, enjoying the food and the drink and dancing and singing and telling stories. And as much as she misses her boys and would like to see them again, she has her family here. And she wants to go home, back. But this is home too, and we were parted for a while and then brought back together again. And I'm not sure she's ready to be parted from all of you again.
And I think we just kind of close, like, we see the camera pull back on this moment of this festival, and, pan over to Kate the Key, and there's just this moment of like one of the shutters on the windows just kind of closes and opens, like she winks, and the camera ends. And I think that's where we're gonna have to end it for today.
Yay!
But thank you everyone for coming. Thank you for playing this little fun game with me. This was so much fun. And then thank you everyone. We are at $510 towards our goal to support World Central Kitchen. I really, really, really appreciate it all. We're gonna go around, let everybody tell you where you can find them, and just say what you thought about this game, because it's a really great little indie game. I'm gonna put links to the game in chat again. And we'll go in reverse order this time, so we start with PB. Hey PB, thank you. This was so much fun. I missed this.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm PB. You can find me at most places that PB plays inside. And honestly, thank you for doing this charity drive for World Central Kitchen. I hope everyone keeps donating to this wonderful cause, because it's a great one. And I'm excited to see where we get to.
I'm hopeful. What did you think of the game?
Oh, I loved it. I'm such a fan. 100% a fan.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of the Firebrand's King is Dead system mechanics. They're just this kind of thing, and I can't wait to see. But next up is the wonderful, the fabulous Tall Squall, who persevered through tech gremlins to continue to help
I know.
us.
Sorry about that.
No
No,
worries.
I've craziness. I don't know what's going on. But no, it was a great time. I really enjoyed the game, had fun telling a story with all of you and creating this fun little world that we came up with. And you can find me all around the interwebs as Tall Squall, and stay tuned for fun and exciting things that hopefully will be once again coming out of my computer as I start to write again some more modules and my larger world book.
I actually cannot wait. And also, if you don't know and haven't done so yet, there's this thing on YouTube called The Vice. You should go watch it.
Yes, you are. If you follow my Twitter or anywhere else, or you just go to my YouTube channel, all 140 sessions are there, 3 to 4 hours each. So if you're looking for a binge, it's a long one, but man, oh man, what a story it was. Had a wonderful cast. We had a wonderful fun telling it over the course of 3.5 years. In the process, raised almost $19,000 for 12 different charities. So yeah, if you want to check it out, check it out. I will say it was my first time streaming, so the first dozen or so episodes on the stream side are a little shaky. They got a little better before all was said and done. But if you want to check it out, yep, you can find it there on my YouTube channel.
They're really good. I will support all my friends and everything they do. Speaking of friends and who do wonderful things, hey Kat, how are you?
Hey, Prax. Thanks for having me. When I saw the charity and then I saw the game, and I knew I was going to be bringing Irma into this somehow, because food and love are just a big part of who she is. And I love that everybody else brought somebody from their past, a character that they've loved and enjoyed and perhaps missed, who've retired and still have enough kick in their step to continue adventuring, because your family. And so yeah, this has been, I love this game. I want more of this game. I want more of this group adventuring together, glitter bombing towns, because that is the best. That is the best. And Kate the Key. But my name is Kat. I'm at Cleric of Court on Twitter and various Discord servers. I don't do much on Twitter. Mostly I retweet what my friends are doing, and liking people's posts, and occasionally commenting here and there. But I drink, I roll dice, and I play games on the internet with my friends. And if you want to see one of the games that I'm playing in, because I've cut back a lot of my streaming for lately, is next Thursday over on This Is How We Roll, the Lawful Geeks channel, where we are playing Shadowrun 6E that has been heavily homebrewed because Shadowrun 6E. But it's a lot of fun. My street shaman has just pretty much lost every connection with her past. Everybody that she knew is now gone, and so she's starting on a new path, and it's been interesting. And we are currently in the middle of a bank heist. It's gonna be fine. It'll be fine. It's Shadowrun. It's fine. This is fine. This is fine.
Yep.
It'll be fine.
It'll be fine. It's Shadowrun. It's not like this is going to be horribly, horribly wrong. And,
yeah, I mean, the Yakuza. I mean, the corporations.
So the real question is, do you have enough D6s?
Yes, actually, I do. I have about.
Okay, so the answer is that something will go horribly, horribly wrong because you believe you have enough D6s for Shadowrun.
I have enough D6s. I had to invest because I'm one of those people where the dice have to match the character, and so I couldn't just use random D6s from different sets. I had to, so I am a dice goblin.
It's fine. We're all fine with that. We support this. We support this. But last and certainly not least, hey Kelly, I'm glad you could join us. This was fun.
Yeah, I had a really good time. I'm Kelly. You can find me at @KellyLane on Twitter, and I rage about TTRPG stuff and higher ed, and all sorts of other things. I don't really have anything else to plug, but I really liked this game, and I can really imagine myself using it like at the end of a long-term campaign, right, to help everybody decompress and wrap up and say goodbye, kind of, you know. I think there's comfort in knowing that your characters have more to say, even after a campaign might be done. And I can definitely imagine using this in that way. And yeah, I thought it was really fun. It was very calming and relaxing, and a great thing to come back to streaming to.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you all for hanging out so far. We are we're 2/3 of the way through tonight. Today is 12 hours. And we'll be back at 6 o'clock with Zia's recipe book, which is actually a game that I ended up writing. It's a game about food, family, memories, and how those all interconnect and how you build the story that those tie together. And we are going to keep going until 10 o'clock tonight, so we hope to see you back. But I want to thank all of my wonderful players for being here, for telling this wonderful story with me, and I can't wait to see you all next time. Have a good one so far. See you in a few. Hello and welcome back. It is our last game of the day. This is our last game of this 12-hour stream to support World Central Kitchen. You will see our ticker above us right now. We are sitting at $510 to support this wonderful charity, and I will go through the rest of the spiel afterwards, but I'm going to go around and let my wonderful players introduce themselves, let you hear who they are and such good things, and then we'll get to the actual game itself. So, first up, directly above me on the overlay, hi Mem, thank you for joining us.
Hello, hi, I'm Mem. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say, but I'm very happy to be here.
That works, you know. Welcome. We're saying pleasant things. It's not like this is a game that has lots of complications. Next up, directly next to the fabulous Mem is the wonderful Lynn. Hi Lynn. Thank you. Hi.
Hey, I'm Lynn. I'm excited to play this. I've enjoyed all the wholesome games that were up today, so it's been super nice for a good cause.
Okay. Yay. And then last but certainly nice, hey Anna. How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. Hi everybody, I'm Anna, also Numeria941 online. I use she, they pronouns, and I'm actually super excited to be here because I don't think I've never played with Mem, and I've only played with Lynn and Prax one time each, and I'm like, I want to play with you more. So when Prax asked me to be in this game, I was just like, yes! So I'm really, really stoked to be here.
I am really stoked to have you. This is... Now I also get to be braggy and chill for myself, because that's a thing that I can do on my own channel. Hey all, you know me. I'm at Dirgeon on Twitter, Praxagorth as me as you see me around here on Twitch. Your friendly neighborhood Prax. And the game we are playing now, this last game of the day, is a game called Zia's Recipe Book. It's a game that I actually wrote. If you want, there's actually a panel down below you on the Twitch page that has a little link that takes you to all the games I write on Twitch, on itch. But I will actually put the specific link in the chat. It is a game about family, memories, food, and how they all interconnect. So, like the last game we played, this is a GM-less game. I'm gonna kind of take sort of a lead in this to kind of help guide people through it, but it's a really kind of simple game. And all you need to do to play this game is a d6. You can even play this game by yourself. And because it's my game, I can read out the introduction in the front of the book because it doesn't matter and it's not a copyright violation. Isn't that fun things? So Zia's Recipe Book is a game about the dishes that connect families across generations, be they family of blood or family of choice. Zia is Italian for aunt, but this recipe book can be from any auntie, mama, mother, grandmother, nonna, nana, tia, bobe, Makuahine, Kapuahine, or Anaki across generations or ethnic groups. It is full of recipes that have fed the family for generations. It is a treasured artifact that connects the present to the past. But Zia never measured in cups or tablespoons. There is not a mention of ounces or grams anywhere inside this book. And you are to make one of these signature recipes for a major event. The story of how this dish is made and who you make it with and what history you remember together is the tale you will tell at this table. You'll only need a d6 and some writing implements and some paper to play. So, who's ready to get started?
I was like, there are my writing implements under the pile of other writing implements that I definitely didn't just knock down off the camera. It's fine.
They didn't knock down at all. It's fine. I have invested in these. They're half-size index cards.
Cool.
They live on my desk, which is great, so I can just write quick notes and then not make life wonderful. Also, this is hashtag not sponsored, but if you want the best thing to write with in the world, it is a Frixion pen. Because it is a erasable pen that goes forever, it doesn't leave any eraser marks, and it's just friction based. And to facilitate it even further, they make the greatest invention in the world. You see this in my hand? This is an erasable highlighter.
Whoa.
I make so many mistakes with the highlighter, let me tell you.
We all make that mistake with the highlighter. You go too far, you highlight the wrong line, you need to go back. And then
You're like so
Please.
yeah, you're so excited to start highlighting that I suddenly keep going. I'm like, wait, I wasn't supposed to highlight this much.
Yeah.
And it has a little friction thing, rubber piece in the end. You just rub it out and it's good.
Well, now I have to find this stuff. I'm gonna put a note to myself for later.
I hashtag not sponsored, but hey, you know, pilot if you want to, we can talk. But so we start this game really kind of simply, and we are all friends, family, and everyone here. So we start this game with defining the family. So you have to create, this is basically character creation for this game, so we figure out how each of us is connected to each other through either family of blood or family of choice, and how you are connected to the original author of the recipe book.
So there's no rule that like we all have known each other for the same amount of time or anything. We could be okay.
Yep, there's not, you're not, the length of time of how long you've known them or length of time of knowledge. No, there's no tie to that, but everybody has a tie to someone else at the table.
Okay, cool.
So do we start with like our connection to the author?
Mm-hmm. Start with how you're connected to the author.
Okay.
And some of the ideas are child, in-law, adopted, friendly neighbor, protege, anything you can think of.
I kind of like the idea of being a friendly neighbor. Like, I think maybe, in my head, this person might be, if not like an elderly person, at least, you know, significantly older than my character by like a generation. So I kind of like the idea of being like that neighborhood kid that just shows up and is like, what you do? And like, you know, have grown up since then. But, you know, I think we were neighbors and they knew me as a kid.
Hey.
I like that idea as well. Like I had somebody like that when I was a kid, and
yeah,
like, they were older and they were really nice. I was gonna say like they used to give us candy, but saying that out loud now sounds weird, but it wasn't weird.
Yeah, there's a difference between
in context.
Yeah, like there's a difference between luring somebody into a van with candy.
Yeah, there was no luring. There was no luring.
And the local
Wait, how'd you know?
And the local Nona looking at you, going, "Your skin. Why are you not eating?"
Basically,
let me feed you.
It's like, how long has it been since you ate? What candy bar do you want? And she'd give us candy, and it was nice.
Exactly.
So I kind of like the friendly neighbor idea as well. Another of the kids from the neighborhood.
Okay.
Oh, I like that. Oh, maybe we're all.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of nice.
I like that idea. None of us are actually related by blood to this person who had this book, but all of us are all kind of like, she took care of the. Now the question is this a neighborhood or is this is this a apartment building? Because I just see this, you know, older woman living on the third floor of this block apartment, like.
Yeah, like a brownstone or something. Yeah, totally. I see it.
But I really acknowledge being a New York stereotype. It's fine.
It's easier to run into kind of like have that casual kind of like morning thing happen in apartment buildings.
Yeah, I think so too.
You can smell her cooking coming through your floor.
Mm-hmm.
You're like,
oh, that's so true.
You go down and go get it. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then, so the question is, why do we have the recipe book now?
Her kids didn't want it, and she wanted to pass it on.
Ooh, I like that one.
good.
Excuse me. Next, we choose 3 traits and 2 flaws to describe yourself, because these are characteristics, and you use them as tool for role playing with your friends. Bonds are connections and tools that help define how people interact. Friends, rivals, siblings, lovers, exes, students, crush, hidden loathing, jealousy. All of these are examples of potential bonds you can have, and those are bonds that you'll have between characters, and we'll get into that. But the actual so 3 traits and 2 flaws. So 3 positive adjectives about yourself and 2 negative adjectives about yourself. Things that you're working to overcome. You know, that little note in the grammar school thing that said needs improvement.
Okay. I don't know what this says about me as a human being, but the first thing I came up with was one of my flaws.
Me too.
Me too. Like, all right. Good.
Off to a great start.
I was like, how did that come so easily?
I mean, fair.
I think I'm gonna make this be kind of a flaw because I'm kind of thinking of this in relation to cooking, but I think that my character is a bit of a mischief maker. So like the kind of person that like as a kid would prank people by like, I don't know, harmless stuff, but like replacing sugar with salt, for instance, and then somebody goes to put sugar in their coffee and it's just like, ah! And like they always knew it was that one kid, and it's just like getting in trouble for like being a mischief maker.
That should be fun. I put negative irritable.
Okay, so we're starting with the negatives. Okay, this is
We're gonna build on
We'll
it.
build up. We'll build
this. Yeah, we're hyping ourselves up slowly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my character's first like flaw is easily overwhelmed.
I am going to continue this role of flaws as abrupt.
Ooh.
You know, that level of not quite curt, but abrupt.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with, for my second flaw, flippant.
Ooh.
Doesn't take things too seriously, sometimes to the detriment of self.
And I'm gonna take, because it goes with abrupt, I'm gonna take blunt.
Like it. I guess we'll take we'll do fickle.
Ooh.
For mine, distractible.
Okay, now we needed to go positive. So we have to
Build
think
up.
positively.
Build up.
Yeah.
Exactly. I even have a chart that I found about positive personality adjectives.
Oh.
Yay! If you can't think of them, get help from a chart.
Yes. There is nothing wrong with building your character based on charts.
Not at all. Not at all.
All the best.
That just makes me think of all the Witcher tables, and I'm just like, everything good. Yes.
That's Wednesdays. I'm not playing that game today. That's Wednesday's game.
Cheerful. Cheerful.
Ooh, I think.
I'm gonna go with quick to help. So, like, not just helpful, but quick to help.
Wish my eraser were friction based.
I'm gonna go with detail oriented. What you got, Lynn?
I'm thinking of the word. Not the word's like stuck. Maybe you can help me. On the fly, like thinking. That's the word. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Or
like improvisation.
Yes, or
Yeah,
something along that
or-
thing. Easily like someone that's quick to like.
I mean, I keep going back to problem solving, but
So, but there is a word for that. But I can't think of
that
it.
word out.
That word.
That word.
That one.
Yeah, that's not quite clever or witty or something like that, but it's. It is a word.
It is a word.
It is indeed.
It is not on the list. The list is not.
Quick-witted, maybe.
I'll just while I think of it, I'll put honest on there.
I'm going to add. I'm going to add dauntless as a word.
ooh, I like that. I like that one.
I
Oh.
just love that word.
I'm just gonna, because God, I realized as I've got like 3 of these down that I'm building a Vulcan. It's fine. It's fine. I'm okay with this. I'm going to go with intelligent.
Let's see. She's very polite. Also, if you hear little tiny barks, sorry.
Puppers are vitally important and to be respected. We have, as been proven by today. There are so many good doggos today.
I was thinking, because I was like, I have one more positive trait. I was gonna put animal lover, but I'm like, is that a trait though, or is that just like the theme of the day? I don't know. Like, it's not really a personality trait, but I'll go with down to earth.
Well, I mean, they're things that you are going to play into, however you choose to do it. So if you can,
Yeah.
I put down resourceful just because that's the closest I can think of for that word, and I will put something down because it's gonna make me.
it'll come to you probably
It'll come-
on the cat bus, but it'll come to you.
It'll come to me like hours from now. Like that is the word.
Yeah, I've been there. I think I'm going to go for my last positive trait with timely. Or more accurately, punctual. Let's go with punctual. Punctual, because I also like that word.
Trying to think of what's a good word for like easily pleased, but like in a good way.
Like amiable, maybe. Amicable, easygoing.
Easygoing. She's going, but also easily overwhelmed. Is that? Can you be both?
I think so.
Yeah, I think yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Thoughtful is my other one.
Ooh, I like
And I found the word flexible. Flexible was the word.
Ah.
There we go. See, we knew it would come to you.
Sweet.
And then we choose, because we have 3 or more players, we have 1 positive bond with a negative player, and you have 1 negative bond with another player. And they need not be the same player.
So I guess I have a question. We all have known our cook, our chef, since we were kids. Are we still kids now, or are we like grown up and this is years later?
I think we're grown up and this is
we're
years
grown
later.
up. Okay,
Yeah.
That's what I thought, but I was just like, well, okay.
Yeah, the book assumes that the person, the individual who originally wrote the book is no longer living.
Right. Okay. So this would be years later.
Well, Prax, your very punctual nature clashes with my character's not very punctual nature, and probably is annoying.
I mean, that's fair. I can be, what? The annoying, rival?
Sure.
Yeah.
Rival? But I feel like it's more the lack of punctualness on my character's part. That's the annoying thing.
Yeah, but it's little things, so...
Once again, we're starting with negatives. We're going to build up. Build up.
Okay. We are into the building positively here on this channel. Except when Trooper decides to pull a Yanto.
Oh boy.
Hashtag no spoilers for this week, but windows are interesting egresses.
Open or not open? I have to...
It was not open at the time.
Ooh.
Ow. Ow.
If anybody wants one, I have a good one. Maybe Bell out of touch. And there's maybe...
But is
I like that.
Yeah,
Huh?
who did you fall out of touch with?
Yeah, that's why. And you want to do that one?
Yeah, I'll take that. I think
All right.
maybe we were friends who fell out of touch. Like we were really close as kids, but we haven't seen each other in a while or something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna go really basic and say, if it's okay, Lynn, and say that you and I are friends.
Okay.
Because I think That's the most
is-
important at the moment.
It is 100% the opposite personality thing, I think.
But it's the opposite personality thing
yeah.
that wouldn't be like as opposed to the ambitious rambunctious level of Anna's character.
Yes.
There's a level of different personalities. Okay. And if you have to, and then
have to think positive one. I think if Mem, you're okay with it, I love the idea of us being or our characters being siblings, because I feel like we have one of those like classic sibling dynamics going on where they're just kind of like, these kids are both very different, but they're like together all the time kind of thing, and they sort of like play off of each other.
Let's go for it.
You go with that? We'll be
overwhelm me
siblings.
with your hijinks.
Yes. It's like, you've probably helped get me out of trouble a couple of times because people are just like, what an easygoing, polite kid. Must be telling the truth about their crazy sibling. And then I've probably been like, no, come on, let's go on an adventure at some point.
Drug me down the path of wrongdoing. I like it.
Yeah.
She dragged you down. She dragged you down the garden path of sin and degradation.
Truly did. Truly did.
Oops. I did a degradation again.
I'm sorry, I have to add that. Oops. I did a degradation again. Okay, I'm better now. So once we have created our bonds and our ties to each other and like the very, very simple character traits and flaws, that's it for character creation. But we need to finish setting the scene. The most important thing about this game is the book itself, right? It is a recipe book. So then we work together to describe what the recipe book looks like. What do we think?
I think this book has been obviously very handled. Not necessarily dirty and gross, but like handled and well loved.
Yeah.
Yes. I like that just because, like, no matter how well you take care of it, you're always going to get that little bit of, like, where something hits it and just kind of smudges a little bit.
Yeah, like accidental oil thumbprint or something.
Yeah, just,
Exactly.
I mean, no matter how careful you are, you always have.
That greasy little fingerprint, just
Yep.
without fail.
And chocolate. There is chocolate somewhere on this.
Yes. I think it's probably, like, in my mind, I see it as like an amalgam of different pages, and some of them are in like very neat handwriting, like classic old recipe card style, and then some of them are like electric typewriter typed up, not like mechanical typewriter, but you know, electric typewriter, pre-computers, and there are a couple that are just hole punched and like put in there as well. So a mixture of different writing styles.
A whole bunch of different things written down on different pieces, and it's like, I want to say that it looks like it's not really like, it's one of those smaller binders that you used to be able to see that were like account book size, so they're like,
yes,
you know, like 10 inches by like 5 inches, you know, like 8 inches by 5 inches kind of thing. It's not very big. I like that. I like this whole kind of thing.
I like the fact that it's like there's pieces in it where it's like it doesn't like squish flat. It kind of has that little like angle to it, like those things. Yeah, it's kind of
a little overstuffed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Obviously, her kids did not deserve this book.
Clearly not. Oh.
I guess the question is, you next define what dish you are making from this heirloom and why you're making it. Are you taking it to taking a family favorite to a local potluck, hosting a dinner party and want to impress with traditional dishes, just missing the author and wanting to make a dish that you enjoyed to feel closer to them? Why did you choose this dish in particular?
I like the idea of lasagna.
Oh, yes.
Okay,
I love lasagna.
I'm going to be that person. Can we at least be making Southern Italian lasagna and not Northern Italian lasagna? Please keep your greasy meat out my lasagna because it's not going to cook right, y'all.
I don't know what the difference is between the two.
We can make it
I'm
greasy
sorry.
meatless.
Literally, the difference is the meat.
Oh, it's just the meat? Okay, I was like,
Okay.
Sure.
What is preferred meat?
Well, no,
What is the preferred
The point
meat?
is, okay, so
No meat.
Okay.
the point is, in Sicily and in the rest of southern Italy, you couldn't afford to kill. You can't afford to kill the cow until
Right.
long, long later after you were done. After the cow no longer gave you milk or anything, right? Like,
right.
So most dishes didn't have meat. There's no
Right.
meat. There ain't gonna be no meat on this table. But
Mm.
also, by the way, remind me because I have a thing for you. If you like lasagna, I might post a thing later because I have a thing for somebody with my Sia. Also very. So when you cook, and so the point is when you cook Southern Italian style lasagna, it's pasta, cheese, and sauce, and that's about it.
Okay.
Oh.
So it
Okay.
actually sets.
Oh.
I'm also asking this partially because I want to know as a person, but also because I feel like we had this conversation with the person whose recipe this was and was just like, what do you mean it's Southern lasagna? Like, I could totally see my character being like, but why are we doing it this way? Explain it to me, adult. I am a child and I want to know why.
Yeah, the fact that we just had this conversation means we can have this conversation again in game.
I think,
Mhm.
yeah, I think we've
I
had
am-
this with the original chef.
It's thrown into like stages 2 and 3.
Oh, no, okay, cool.
No, I planned that out in the game. So so setting the table is like you decide what the game that you're going to do. You're setting the scene and all of those things. So you decide what the dish is, why you're making it. Then you're going to describe the kitchen, and all of this is the space in which you're playing. And then later, once we actually
Gotcha.
start playing, there's things like there's stage 1, which is choosing the ingredients. Stage 2 is preparation. Stage 3 is actually cooking the dish. Stage 4 is the most important, or one of the most important, is presentation. And that's all about how the dish comes together. So this game is also all about the memories tied to that. So it's about doing the flashback of like,
Yeah, okay.
why did we choose to, why is it done this way? And also, how accurate is your memory of what actually you remember being told to do?
So I have this idea that this probably was a person that a lot of people knew
Mhm.
in this apartment building. I feel like she was probably very familiar and beloved to all of the residents. And it seems like maybe it's been, some time after the fact, but we decided to do something to do something like have a park bench with her name on it, or like a brick in a community garden or something like that. And we, like everybody that knew her while she was alive, decided we'll just get together and like celebrate our friend's life and remember our friend and you know, place this brick in the community garden kind of thing. And so we made these dishes for that gathering.
So we're planning the potluck for this community gathering to...
Yeah. Yeah.
In their memory of some sort. And
yeah.
I like that idea. Ooh, can we take it one step further?
Totally.
I like the idea of this potluck kind of thing, but I also like the idea that this person, because I just have this image in my mind, was one of those, like, quote-unquote gorilla, like, the original Gorilla City gardeners, right? Who just found this random plot in the neighborhood and was like, well, of course we're gonna be growing vegetables here. And now, finally, officially, it was like, okay, we're not going to have, you know, this has been an ongoing fight with, like, the city for a while about, like, is this, you know, could you do this or not? And somebody finally got this approved to be just like, this will be the community vegetable, you know, the community garden kind of thing. And so we're like, yeah, we're gonna celebrate her win, quote unquote. I like, what do you think?
That's perfect.
Love it. Sounds great.
Love it.
Actually can like specifically see this location but in my neighborhood, and so I'm just like,
okay, so and why did we choose this dish in particular, this lasagna?
It's her signature. That smelling that sauce waft through the building.
so good.
Okay, I just want you to know that I am officially falling down a deep, deep hole of a particular individual who may or may not be related to me. And looking going, wow, tomorrow is Sunday. I figure we're going to be making Sunday sauce. It'll be great. And then the great question is it sauce or gravy? Probably gravy at this point. Either way, it's marinara. And you can smell the tomatoes, wine, and garlic 5 floors away.
Yum.
So that in the last thing we need to do to set the scene is prepare the kitchen. We need to talk about what this kitchen that we're going to be cooking in looks like.
Oh.
So it's someone who stayed local.
Mm-hmm.
I think. Well, I think I stayed. Probably local.
Okay.
I know that either Lynn or Anna, one of you left because you fell out of touch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think my character left probably like within the same city, but maybe like moved to a different neighborhood and just, you know, it wasn't like I went so far away, but it's just when you're no longer in
that
close...
makes it. Ooh.
Yeah, like you're no longer in close proximity with people, so then you kind of fall out of it. But
it's that thing where it's like, I just have to take like the number 24 to get there, and
yeah, exactly.
You know. You just have to take the number 24, but you're in a different high school than everybody else because you're in a different district, which means it's an entirely different.
I realized that like the one sentence pitch for my character is you never call. Like that's who I am.
Oh
no.
That made me uncomfortable as a person for real though.
I'm hearing IRL echoes in my head. You never call.
What do you mean? You can't come over. Are you sure you're eating all right? Yes.
So are we at your character's place, you think?
I can say that. Yeah, I can't. I don't think we're in her apartment because I figured by this point, even a rent-controlled apartment is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But I think, and I think, I think it's one of those. The apartment building is the same, but it's different because the new owners have tried to modernize things.
Ooh.
So you got the.
But it's like it's still a 1900 brick tenement block apartment, and they're just like, we're gonna, it's cleaner on the out. The hallways are cleaner, and somebody actually polished and pulled up like years of linoleum to find that there were hardwoods underneath.
Yes.
And you're like, oh, okay. And somebody's like, well, why don't we deal with these beams here in the venting? We can make it look so much nicer if we open it up. And everyone goes, no, don't touch that. That's covered in asbestos. As long as we don't touch this, it's fine.
Leave it. Everything.
I feel like they compromised in favor of an exposed brick wall because now that's back in fashion again. So it's just like, well, we're not going to touch the ceiling, but this wall now, this wall is nice. It's like a...
Look at this wall, this excellent wall. Let these ceilings keep their history, please.
Yes.
And of course, and it's like, the biggest shock of all is that the elevator actually works.
Oh. This place is fancy. So that's a...
Please, can it still be the one with the little closed folding gate
you gotta
thing that you
make sure that thing's
practically
closed.
lock yourself in like a diving cage? Yes.
Yeah, but they cleaned it up and they polished it, and it doesn't quite squeak anymore. And it actually they invested in fixing it because they needed to meet health codes and safety.
You have to like have it adjust. You don't have to like adjust it so it hits the sensor, so the thing can go up.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah, you don't have to hold it in just the right place.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
But I think like her like. My character's apartment is a little bit bigger.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? I'm sorry. I'm just falling into this voice. It's gonna happen, y'all. I'm sorry. Officially, we're gonna be talking like this. It ain't gonna be a problem. I'm just gonna go ahead and rename myself because I know exactly what her name is, and I'm sorry right now, everyone.
All right.
Because I'll spell it phonetically instead of the way it's spelled in Italian, but Adelina. And I think she has spent years trying to convince everybody to call her Del or Lena, and it never worked. Because, all the little old ladies, all the people in the apartment complex is like, but you have such a beautiful name.
Oh my goodness. Yes.
Yeah.
It's like, why don't you like your name? Because I go to school and nobody can spell it or say it. Sorry, that came to me. I was like, that's what's gonna be. But I think Adelina's apartment is, on the same floors that she grew up on. But it's one of the other apartments in the building, so it's just different enough. And I think when they redid the building, they kind of like opened up a bunch of things that were probably like divided in like it was one of those. It was a 30s building. It was subdivided like later in the 60s to kind of give this impression, and when they redid it, they like took down a bunch of things, and so now all the old crown molding is back, and they have the really high, like 10-foot tall ceilings and the double hung with the windows that are designed. They're not double hung, but they're designed so that when you originally had these kind of windows, that you would open the bottom and the top, and it would create air circulation through the building. It was the original air conditioning because they're huge windows, and I think that's where the kitchen is, and I think it's a modern but classic. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because I'm sorry, there are some things I can deal with as a person, even in a fictional sense, but an all-white kitchen is not one of them.
I love it. You hit down your standards.
I'm like, look, anytime I see that, I automatically go, that person doesn't cook. Because it doesn't matter how neat you are. Spaghetti sauce is gonna splatter. Grease is gonna splatter. There's no way to keep that pristine white. And I'm not spending 6 hours a day scrubbing a wall. Just
right.
No.
It's either you don't cook or someone else cleans up after you. It's just like,
After once in a while you do a deep, but you know, it had enough time.
I mean, like, you keep it clean and you clean it
Yeah.
up all the time, but it's not like you're like, honest to God, this is my mother the other day. She goes, you know, if your stove is pristinely clean longer than 12 hours, you're obviously not cooking in your house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That tracks.
That is.
I'll pretend that's why the stove is gross and not just because.
I can feel like heat under my collar as I think about my kitchen upstairs.
Oh no, yeah, it's like I got
like everything is just warming in the oven for dinner tonight and it's a mess. So I guess this is
but
kind of your idea about the nickname gave me an idea, because I came up with the idea of the name Sarah or Sally for a character, like Sally being a nickname. And I think that only people that knew her when she was little call her Sally still, because it's one of those like, oh, I got to middle school and suddenly like I can't have this nickname anymore because that's for babies. And so like she just kind of insisted people call her Sarah, but y'all can, you know, you were around when we were all still really little, so like probably you and then this cook. And, you know, maybe occasionally like her parents or whatever would still call her Sally sometimes.
Forever Sally.
Yes.
Look, I totally understand that. When I was in college, we had 6 Sarahs in my class.
Yep.
So there was Sarah, Sarah S., Cooper, Scout.
Yep.
It's like, and then my friend Taylor, who was a Shauna, and people are like, and I still forget that people call her Shauna. I'm like, no, you've been Taylor for almost 20 years. Why would I call you anything else? All right, so Sally, do you want it to be Sally or Sarah on the overlay?
Put it as Sally, because you all might call me that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So somebody else add notes to this kitchen that we've been building.
Is there room for an island?
I think less an island and more a pass-through, you know what I mean? Like a bar that divides like the kitchen from the dining room.
Okay, that's good. So there can be like some seats so people can prep at the pass-through.
So you're technically like standing in the living room or the dining room or whatever, but you can still like be on a cutting board and then shove it over to the okay. I like this. I like this. And then that gives you like the perception of more space to move around in what is actually an apartment galley kitchen.
Right.
Yeah. Exactly.
That has, for some reason, actual full-size appliances. Like, right? It's one of those you have to maneuver to a side when you open the oven door, because you can't actually stand behind the oven when the door's all the way open.
Is it one of those setups where like you also can't have like the oven and the refrigerator door open at the same time, or like there's no space?
Yeah.
And you could,
I think
a little coordination to do everything.
You have to have timing. It's like, no, excuse me, that kind of thing. I think all of this. All right.
You can only be using like 2 out of 3 things at a time, or else doors collide. And
Yeah.
You can't have the oven, the dishwasher, or the refrigerator open all at the same time. You can have the refrigerator.
Oh, the dishwasher,
the refrigerator and the dishwasher open because they're kind of like at corners of each other and they're going the same direction. But the minute the oven's open, neither of those things open. choreographed cooking. Thank you, Kim.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so we know what we're making. We know why we're making it. We know what this kitchen looks like, and we all have this kind of, you know, perception of what it feels like. Is there anything else you want to add to this kitchen?
This is very small detail, but in my head, it's probably I see us as being kind of, you know, younger adults, so we probably are still in that phase of most of your like crockery and silverware and stuff is kind of mismatched, like you've got it from like a thrift store or an IKEA, and then there's like that one plate that showed up at somebody's Super Bowl party and no one knows who brought it, but now you have it. But I think it's like a combination of these like mix and match dishes, but you have also this really just like nice set of old fancy glasses, like old stemware or something like that. And it's just like, yeah, everything else was kind of like put together on the fly, but these, they're actually, all of them are still intact too. Like it's a full set of 8 or whatever it is that we want it to be. And not one of them has broken even through, you know, all of these tumultuous years of young adulthood we've had.
So the answer, of course, then, okay, this is not actually in the book, but this is me as being me.
Yeah,
How much of this is going to be sink sipping? Because I'm going to raise my hand right now for this. And if you don't know what that is, that's, so there's a very, I spent 10 years living in Atlanta, and there's the concept of the Southern genteel lady housewife who doesn't actually drink a lot at dinner or at parties, but she does what we call sink sipping, where when she cooking, there be a glass of something on the counter next to her so that she can refresh herself as she's cooking. And like every Italian I go, no, that just means that you're cooking in the appropriate way, because you know, half for you and half for the pot.
Yes. Yes, exactly this.
So I'm going to suggest that we have that in addition to facilitate this whole kind of event, Adelina has bought a couple bottles of acceptable, which by the way you can do. It's called go buy French and Italian, because you can buy spend less than $10 a bottle and get real good stuff. Wine for this event, fully intending to share with everyone else who comes.
Nice.
So now we have set the stage. We are in the... and a bottle of wine is gone before dinner is even in the oven. There are 4 of us.
At least one.
It's fine.
Yeah. Plus we've got, the neighborhood people coming in and out, being like, everything needs to be at this location on time, and
Yes.
This is,
all of us.
Offer some as hospitality always.
So I think my character is going to be Jess. I think it's going to be the opposite of Sally, where it's Jess is new. It was Jessica, I think, when they're growing up.
Yeah. 1 S or 2. Jess is 2. Okay. And cool.
Well, I was gonna say, while we're adding names, we'll just go ahead and I'll be Emma.
Emma, I like. Okay. Cool. And then Emma, spelled the EMMA.
Yes. I was like, how else do you? I don't even need to know. It's fine.
Just extra vowels. Extra vowels.
Yeah, extra vowels that don't make any sense. But look, there's some people.
EHMMAE, Emma.
That's like Canadian Emma. Emma.
I don't know how else you'd spell it.
I will.
not high school, y'all.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I've seen some names, but I in my head, I can't figure out how else I would spell them.
There are some people who have taken to spelling traditional names in very untraditional ways because a lot of people have started using embracing ethnic names as a thing, which I did way too early. And so, but there are people who are like, let me change this up so it can look cool. They are also the people who name their kids Green or North.
Ask the internet.
How many?
You know, I don't want to assume these things.
That's fair. That's fair.
And I know that there is a name that sounds very much like Emma, but it's in Hebrew and it's not spelled the same way. And I can't remember it off the top of my head, but all I remember is that my friend, when I was little, her name was Alexandra. Her name was Alexandra, and her younger sister had this very yeshiva very Hebrew spelling of Emma that I can't recall off the top of my head anymore. None of us ever called her that. Like, only her grandparents ever called her that. We all spelled it as Emma, but I know that it exists. And, like, I don't want to mess people's names because those are important things. Cool. So we have set the stage. We have built this kitchen in this block apartment building, and I think it's one of those where there are like 4 floors and only 4 apartments in each floor, kind of thing. And then we start with stage 1. This is the shopping stage, where you choose the ingredients that will make up the dish. While Zia wrote down the recipe, some things are very vague. Meat, for example, can mean many things. Is it beef, lamb, ox, goat, or some other type of meat? Each player at the start of the stage rolls 1d6 on the following table to decide what they remember about making this dish at the start of the scene. Remember to play into your bonds, traits, flaws when playing with others. So I think when we set this stage and what this looks like is Adelina is wearing... I love this whole thought. Adelina is, like, pulled her hair back in a very messy braid. She's wearing jeans and a t-shirt that's, you know, long sleeve t-shirts that's just this level of broken in that it's a little faded. And it probably was at one point like a band, you know, a rock band concert, you know. But, like, it's so faded you can't quite tell what it is anymore. And she's opened the door to you guys, you know, all of you, and like the recipe book is on this kind of counter pass-through, you know, bar setup that's kind of like peninsula instead of an island, and it's kind of set there so it's out of the way and you don't get stuff on it. That never works. And there is glasses all ready for you to and there's also, because this is me and I'm going to be my stereotype, there's meats, there's salami and cheeses for nibbling because you're gonna be hungry cooking.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
this is
perfect hostess.
I think
this is good.
Jess is used to this, like, at least not necessarily cooking. The cooking part she's not, but like the wine and, like, you know, hanging out portions. So she just goes to that, just finds a scene, just like starts pouring some wine.
There are stools on the overhang side of like the you know, the bar, but they don't have any backs because they're designed to kind of like slide all the way underneath so that you can get a little bit more room.
Yeah.
If you need in the main living space. So there are stools on that side, though. I like that idea. And so then we each roll a d6 to see what you remember about this as she invites you all in. And it's just like... I mean, like, I can roll actual dice. I have dice right here. I have a lot of dice right here. I have dice right here. Then you must pull over there. Okay. D6.
3 for Sarah.
Ooh. This kind of works. Okay. So. All right. So when you all come in and you pour this out, Adelina, being her very abrupt and detail-oriented self, is like, all right, so I've got all the ingredients here, and we've got the pasta and pasta sheets and cheese and sauce, and we've got the tray, and we've got the aluminum foil to put on top, and we got the extra grated pecorino to throw into it, and everything is all ready. Well, at least we have to boil the pasta first, but everything is mostly ready. And she kind of like turns to look at the rest of you.
All right, then, let's go ahead and get started. And Sally is wearing what looks like probably like not having spent the night at her own place, like maybe a late night at the office, wrinkly button-down shirt. It's very clear that she, fell asleep probably on a desk or something like that, then maybe woke up and like rushed over to the neighborhood. And she just like strides confidently into the kitchen and starts taking the box of like the lasagna noodles, but shaking it like way more vigorously than you need to into boiling water. I should have put salt in there first. Whoops.
And you just see this moment like of Adelina just reached out to try and stop you, but it's like, no, wait.
I think while this is happening, I think Jess is just kind of like looming over the rest of everything, just kind of like, narrating, like, this is everything, right? Like,
well, yeah, it's everything she wrote down. She wrote everything down like that, the important stuff.
Like, so Emma's relatively put together, unlike her sister, looking nice and fresh and light. Little pastel sweater, cardigan, excuse me, neatly braided back hair, just kind of put together. And she's also on the other side of the bar, kind of looking at what's going on, and is kind of like not thrilled about this idea of these dry noodles, because we never would have used dry noodles before. Why didn't you make these noodles from scratch?
Because it doesn't say in the recipe book that you have to make them from scratch.
But we
It
know
just
that
says-
she made them from scratch.
are we? How long does it take to make things from scratch?
Pasta?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, like, a pasta maker and the right flour and stuff, it doesn't take that long. It's just, and you just see like Adelina's face going, I cleaned my apartment.
So it's out of the question then.
It's not out of the question.
I suppose if it's too much work, we don't have to do it, but that's the way we used to do it before, right?
There's this look at Emma.
I think Lynn also has Jess also has a look of like, I don't remember.
Yeah, no, I don't think we ever made pasta from scratch together. Maybe she did it by herself, but she did say, she always said, make sure the little like sprig of oregano goes in just this spot, and it's not in the book, but she was always really, really insistent that that's what you had to do. That's what I remember.
Are you sure?
I don't remember anything about pasta noodles.
Here, it's not. It's.
Yeah, I know it's not there, but like she said it all the time, like every single time I was in the kitchen watching, make this like 1,000 times.
But you somehow didn't see the homemade noodles, huh?
No, I did not see the homemade noodles. Do you remember the incident with the hard-boiled eggs?
I think we all remember the incident with the hard-boiled
Yeah.
eggs.
So, like, not supposed to have me around that much boiling water. And yes, I was 7 years old, and I did not know any better, even though I probably should have. But yeah, which is why I don't remember.
I mean, I
Noodles.
can't make fun of you. I still can't. And I think of what was it? Jess is just like in like jeans and like kind of a beat up little hoodie with like a like V-neck shirt and stuff like that. That's like a graphic shirt.
Adelina has started going to her dining room table and like pulling the chairs away and pulling it open, and laying out Koza.
The noodle making?
And a mupping and a, what's the English word? This will be the problem, people. I'm sorry. I'm like so far now. I have to stop and remember words in English. The thing you dry dishes with.
The
towel?
dishcloth?
Thank
Towel?
you, dishcloth.
The-
That works.
Yeah.
In Sicilian, it's a mupping. Is taking one of those, and they're like the flour sack looking ones, so they're just white with like the band on the ends.
Mhm.
And, you know, pulling a couple of those out on one side and pulling this big board out to put on the other side of the table and pulling out the pasta machine and then going to find, like, digging through to see if she has pasta flour, because you don't want to make pasta with all-purpose flour.
No, that will end very badly. Sally doesn't know that, but Anna does.
And she starts pulling out the semolina and the 00, which you can get in any good importer store. It's fine. You can even get it in Whole Foods if you want to spend for the markup. And she's like, okay, well, we've got enough, I think. And she has this moment where she's turning to look at Sally and starts to say, Sally, why don't you take the flour to the table and I'll get the eggs?
Sounds good. Just, you know, I don't really know what I'm doing, but tell me what to do and I'm there. Like, I can stir things and, you know, crack eggs. You know what? I'm just gonna carry this flour to the table while you, yeah. Okay.
And then she's we're gonna do this the old-fashioned way, so there's not going to be eggs in the pasta. There'll just be oil, salt, and a little water. And so some pasta, water, and I think Adelina turns to Jess and says, well, the recipe for pasta's in the book too, so why don't you pull up that recipe, because then we can go back and forth, right?
All right. Well, what should it be under? What should it be?
Pasta?
Okay. And she'll come like just start like it's like okay.
It's that moment of like, and I'm sitting here going, wait, would I categorize making pasta?
Yeah, and maybe you know that what was it? Ellie maybe knows Jess enough that like she knows that Jess does not cook for herself. It's all like she buys stuff from like Trader Joe's or something like that and just like warms it up.
There miraculously appears dinner at Jess's place occasionally,
Mm-hmm.
like meals for like a week. It's just very simple directions.
Just put it in the oven. Just put it in the just like
freezer.
Yeah.
20 minutes at 350. Rotate.
Keep an
halfway
eye on it.
through.
Don't set the timer. Don't like.
Make
Do
sure
not fall asleep.
grate
You're not
the
going to
fresh
your room.
cheese over it. Grate the fresh cheese over it. Well, no, actually, there's a baggie of cheese that comes with it because you don't have a grate.
It's one of those people that it's just like by force had to learn like one of those meal prep things. Just it's like it is the hardest thing for.
Yes.
I am here for all of this. Thank you, by the way. So yeah, she's Adelina's gonna ask for Jess to find the recipe for pasta. And then she's gonna turn and look at Emma like, you're the one that wanted to do it this way.
And Emma's just kind of like nibbling on some cheese with a glass of wine, enjoying herself off to the side, not really paying attention anymore.
Just watching Sally make
a mess.
Sally said that she was just gonna carry the flour to the table, so she trusts that she's just carry the flour to the table.
She did, but it appears, judging by the little smattering of white down the front of Sally's pencil skirt, that she did a little bit more than just carry the flour to the table. She has gotten a little bit of it, I think potentially in her overzealousness has just gripped the bag hard enough that there's now a little hole that's just look over and just kind of like stage whisper at Emma while the rest of you are looking through the recipe book, and it's just like, you didn't tell me that the recipe for the pasta from scratch was in the book. We could have just avoided all of this and she's just like turning around oblivious of the fact that this bag is leaking
Important
flour.
question about Adelina's apartment. Is there an apartment animal?
Yep.
There's
Is there?
a dog.
Oh,
that dog's gonna get some flour.
Okay, because this is me, and I have to do this. Adelina has a mixed breed mutt, black mutt. It's written on the apartment lease that this is a mutt. But you look at this dog and you know that a big chunk of that mutt is American Staffordshire Terrier.
Oh.
Because I'm not paying for that, breed restriction or insurance hike just because y'all think that a pit bull is mean. They ain't.
They're super sweet.
They're so sweet.
But also hungry. They're probably just like
they just want the snacks.
Just waiting.
Just love in the snacks.
They're just fighting their
It's
time.
a black dog, and I think it's just like because it knows where the snacks are and knows that Sally is the weak link when it comes. He's like floating right underneath Sally.
Yeah. Oh, it's that like kind of like that dog is your shadow, and it's just waiting. They're just waiting.
Important question, because I need to know. What is this dog called? What's the dog's name? What's this pupper?
This pupper's name? Oh, because I
need to write this.
I know, I'm gonna write this down. This is important.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. It is very important. I'm sorry. Give me a second because, like, I don't want to make it too on brand. Just a little on brand.
Because, like, I'm used to having animals, and like that definitely changes how you prep in the kitchen.
It does. It really does.
I would like to point out that I have 2 dogs downstairs who are firmly of the opinion that they're both 60 pounds, and they are firmly of the opinion they don't need to move. They just need to stand right next to you and stare at you. Because
exactly.
Well, they just do that. They do that sideways, like sleep, just like on the floor. It's like you just kind of like walk around them.
Oh, I will post pictures later. I will share pictures later. The dog's name is the dog's name is Giuseppe.
Yes.
For those of you who don't know how to spell it, it's Giuseppe. Giuseppe. It's Italian. It's Joseph in Italian. And more people call this dog Joe than anybody else. It's like, Joe, move, dog.
Joe. Shoot, Joe, come on,
Joe.
So, okay.
And I think this dog was black.
He's now skunk, just like a little streak of
white.
Yeah.
Little cookies and cream pattern going on now, I think. In the fluff of flour.
Oh.
Like Emma looks over with her little glass of wine, just having a great time over at Sally. Sally, you're making a mess. Put the bag on the table.
Oh crap!
On the table.
And then she tries to like usher Joe, the dog, over towards the kitchen because presumably, we can sweep up here, and it's just like, okay, sit, and then feeds him some of the fancy cheese, and just like tries to brush the flour off the dog's back, but onto a floor where we can sweep up.
I think at this moment there's this turn and look, and Adelina just sighs and reaches, and hanging on the wall, the one fancy thing in this apartment beyond like the computer system and the TV, which is in another room, and like the TV is just on like the radio station, and it's playing like, because it's thematically appropriate, it's just a Rat Pack mix of Frankie, Dino, and Sammy kind of playing, and Tony Bennett and whatever playing. But there's a hanging on the wall right inside the apartment is a thing that we actually invested in recently, the Dyson stick vacuum cleaner that charges and hangs on the wall, because it does actually clean up all the dog hair.
One day. One day.
Look, we only got it because it was on sale and it had a coupon and it was on cheap discount.
Yep.
Sounds fancy.
Yeah.
Or...
yeah. But it's the only thing so far I've seen that will actually clean up all the hair from two dogs.
Important.
Who are not hairless dogs. And she kind of just reaches over, lifts it off the cordless, and turns and hands it to Sally. Thank you.
No problem.
And then Emma will wander to the table where there's already a little pile of flour next to the bag of flour. How's that recipe coming along, Jessica? Jess?
Excuse
me, Jess.
All right, it's here. It's here. It's on one of those. What's in the corner? It's like in the.
It's in the front. Really in the front.
Yeah. I think it'd be one of the first things. It's like, okay, this looks right. This is it, right? You're the one that knows about the noodles or the pasta. I looked through noodles first. Let's be honest.
Okay. She comes over to come take a look. I've never actually made the noodles, so I actually don't know.
Like, look at Adeline. It's like, is this right? This is it, right?
There's this moment of like Adelina gripping a knife, a chef's knife that she took out because she's gonna use it to cut the pasta noodles to the right size, and just like gripping it within her fist, just like,
right.
Yeah, it's this one right here on this page.
Okay, great.
Oh.
Right there. It should just
Ooh.
be pasta, salt, a little olive oil, and some water in a well. And we need about 5 pounds because you're going to be making a full couple trays of pasta.
Well, it sounds like we didn't even need the recipe.
There's a lot of steps in here.
Can you just walk us through it then? And she just closes the recipe book. So can you just walk us through it? And comes up and like walks away over to the table.
I love this so much. Thank you.
I feel like just to add a little bit more to the dramaticness of that scene, when you're like, can you just walk us through it, is loud because you were talking over the vacuum cleaners. So when Sally stops vacuuming, it's like, could you just walk us through it? She just walks over and is like, yeah, I kind of do better at this if I can see somebody else do it first. So
cool. We'll do it this way. It's easy. It's not that hard. It's all just really kind of basic. You just need to make sure that you have all the stuff that you need. And she kind of like has pulled the flour, and she's very detail oriented. And so she's moved the flour to one side and the salt in front of her. And there's a thing of warm, ice water or cool water, not ice water. You want cool water. And then the little cruet of olive oil that she kind of picks up off the side of the counter, which is sitting next to the red vinegar because it's both a cooking utensil and a condiment. And it just is. She picks it up and takes it over, and she's like, okay, so now we have everything. And she's going to start leading you through making pasta the old-fashioned way with a well and the whole bit, except, Southern Italians, again, we don't have a lot of money, so you don't waste the eggs on the pasta.
And then Emma's just gonna be like, I just want to explain. I just want to understand. Why are there no eggs?
Because you don't need eggs. It's not that kind of pasta.
Wait.
Are you sure?
Yeah, there are no eggs in this recipe that you just found and we just talked about that you told me to put away.
This is the right one, right?
Yes, there's
You
only
just hear
one
from the outside
recipe.
of the kitchen. Okay.
There's, and you know, like, Adelina turns and is like, there's only one recipe for pasta in that entire book. Because she is abrupt and blunt.
Is this good quality olive oil?
Takes a moment, picks up her glass, raises an eyebrow as she sips. What kind of olive oil did you think it was?
I'm just asking.
Hear like a whistle from the other side of the kitchen.
Yeah.
I don't want to mimic. It's just like it's the you're in trouble.
Feel like we share a look because
Yeah.
Sally's very much like, oh.
Well, would you like to taste it? I'm sure it will be helpful to determine if it's good enough quality for you.
Well, I wasn't implying that I didn't think it was high quality. I just wanted to make sure that when we offer this dish that we give it everything because it means a lot to a lot of people.
Yes, the olive oil is extra virgin olive oil from Sicily. What else do you think I buy?
I don't know.
She's turning olive oil from olives.
She just like turns back.
Oh my god. I love you. Thank you.
I think noticing the tension in the room dissipate for just a second, Sally's gonna hop on that and actually take the bottle of wine from the pass-through and just wordlessly go around and like offer to refill people's cups and be like, okay, pasta making time.
And I think that's an appropriate moment to take our break right now.
Okay, pasta making time.
Because pasta.
I'm sorry for the way that Emma is.
No,
It was so much fun. It's great.
Yeah.
It is hilariously fun.
I love how we are just like so invested in food, but hardly any of us know what's going on. It's fantastic.
I was like, when you're like, what kind of olive oil? It's like, I don't know, olive oil. I can't take this any further.
The olive kind.
I mean,
Good
there's
one.
extra virgin, there's virgin,
Yeah.
and then
We
there's...
can use canola oil, right? We can use that's fine, right?
Add some canola in that for me,
that
please.
particularly hurt me just saying that.
Like even Sally knows that you can't use canola oil for that.
Oh, that physically hurt.
Well, we'll be back with more food shenanigans for these wonderful people, and we'll see you in a little bit. We're gonna put about 8 minutes on the clock, and we'll see you in a few. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, welcome back. We are diving back into Zia's recipe book as we are all having this wonderful drama of making this lasagna dish from scratch, apparently. Making pasta from scratch at the kitchen table with a 5-pound bag of semolina 00 flour and the hand crank pasta machine. Because, like, I think that Adelina invested so far in a KitchenAid, but she hasn't gotten the pasta making attachment for it.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I think what was it? Jess is like, oh, I know how this part works. She uses it for clay. She has one, but she uses it for clay and not for pasta.
Adelina is happy to let her use the pasta machine to hand crank it. Go for it. I think we're moving into stage 2.
All right.
Where we preparation and everything's being prepared, which is what we're doing.
All right, let's see. What?
Ooh.
Oh, this is. Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect.
Oh.
And I think.
I'm ready.
Okay, we're ready? We're ready?
Yeah.
I think at this point, like, Adelina has kind of turned because we're at the point where she's, like, been mixed the pasta dough and has worked it, that she's kind of let Jess start winding it through the pasta machine and has kind of turned away. Oh, ma'am! Thank you! Thank you. So we'll let someone else go first, because I went first last time.
Does anybody know what this stands for? It just says, I think it says BLG, but there's kind of a thumbprint over it.
What?
Is this relevant to actually making the pasta, or was this just like one of those, with notes with redundant words and stuff like that?
What's
She had
BLG?
BLG? I don't know. I don't know what BLG is. That's why I'm asking. And it looks like that. It might not even be that.
What spot was it? Was it in the? Was it in the prep or was it after?
It's like in the margin, sort of between. It's not really in a helpful place. I'm not sure what it means. Is it like? Maybe
it's down here. Maybe it's like. Figure.
She was trying to say like building, like make this for the people in the building, or like belong maybe, or baloney.
5. Oh.
It's LB.
5. Yeah, it's like 5. Oh.
Wow. Okay.
It's 5 LB. 5 pounds.
I have a master's degree. Awesome. Okay, cool. 5 pounds minus, the few ounces of flour on Giuseppe. But, okay. I can take these and make sure that we have them drying without breaking. I will be very careful. I promise. I will not repeat what happened with the flour with the noodles.
Yeah, but if we're doing this fresh, we don't want them to dry for the lasagna.
Then I will wait. For instruction.
So, because see, here, and she kind of flips, Adelina will lean over, and, like, her hands are still, like, she's doing that thing where you're, like, flipping with your knuckle and, like, turning with your...
Yes. Yeah. Here, I can, just, like, tell me when to stop. Tell me when to stop.
Yeah, there. See the lasagna?
Yeah.
We got the casserole dish, the lasagna pan. put a little sauce in the bottom, and remember, you got to get all the way to the corners, right? You got to put sauce all, thin layer all the way to the corners, right? See, it says all all the way to the corners, right? And then you put the pasta down on top of that so it doesn't stick.
We
got it.
Do we already have the sauce?
Wait, are we?
Yeah, of course, because I already jarred it.
Oh,
did you make it?
Thank God.
Yeah. Yes, that's why it's in jars without any labels on them.
I think, what was it? Jess just like takes a sip and like, oh, thank God.
Well, I just don't ever remember Dia, making the sauce so far ahead of time that she had time to jar it and then pouring it in. I mean, she usually made it fresh. Don't you remember smelling it?
Yes, but she also jarred it every Sunday, so you know what? I'm only making sauce on a regular occasion. We have fresh sauce.
Fresh?
Yeah, homemade and everything.
I'm sure it's fine. She goes over and gets the jar and comes back.
Just sort of like very awkwardly, but meticulously, which is a little unusual for her, start, doling out bits of this with a spoon and getting it all, into the corners, very carefully laying the noodles on. Just like Sally's really concentrating on making sure that she doesn't mess this up, because she hasn't done great at that so far. Okay, this part's kind of familiar. I'm like, yeah, this, I know what to do. I know what to do.
And the spooning the sauce into the thing. It's like one of the things I could do that, wasn't a disaster.
Yeah.
So it's like Adelina's making out the pasta, Jess is cranking it out, Sally is spreading the sauce, and what, pray tell, is Emma doing?
Emma's just watching very carefully, like managing Sally, of course.
I think Jess just looks at it and it's like, how's it going, supervisor?
Going great, thank you. Is there anything else I can do next? Like, what comes next?
The cheese.
Okay, great. She goes over, and you said there was like some pecorino?
Well, the pecorino and the ricotta and the mozzarella, and we're gonna need a couple eggs.
Oh, now we need eggs. Okay, great.
I know the mozzarella goes on top, right?
Well, it's gonna get layered in, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, if you do this as a stuffing, you mix the ricotta with eggs, a little garlic, salt, pepper. Are we doing this like, remember when she would say that there are family rating of spices and outsider rating of spices? So are we doing this with the spicy version or the not spicy version?
I mean,
well,
everyone's used to the spicy version. Why?
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. Besides, we're making this, so like, shouldn't we get to decide how spicy it is? Other people can't take the heat.
Well, they did get out of the kitchen.
Get out of it, yeah.
I mean, it's authentic, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
There's crushed red pepper for that.
Excellent.
Be sure not touch your eyes. I know that part.
Yep.
Don't inhale when you're sprinkling it into the cheese either.
Also.
Just better not to like touch anything until after you've washed your hands from dealing with it, just in case.
I mean, it's just a general food safety handling thing. You shouldn't touch your face and touch other things.
Yeah, I know. Do you want to take a turn with this layering?
Oh, I'm preparing the cheese. You're fine. You've got this. You're doing a great job.
Okay, thank you. I will make sure to show my gold star to Mom and put it on the refrigerator when we get home.
Well, it'll be an interesting change of pace that you show Mother anything.
Oh, what is that supposed to mean, huh?
Nothing. You're just very busy. And our parents feel neglected. That's all. And she's just like kind of doing stuff, but actually didn't ask any instructions and just doing things. So good luck, y'all.
Know how they feel.
Adelina kind of turns like, wait, you're gonna need the spoon there, the one that's sitting that I left out with this bowl that you're putting the cheese in with the eggs.
Oh, okay. Great, I'll use that spoon instead. And she's kind of like sloppily just puts the other spoon down on the counter and keeps going.
There's this look of like, oh my god, I'm gonna have to clean my kitchen again. And then Adelina turns and looks at Sally and is like, just tries to give her a smile and like, and kind of leans over and is like, hey, Sally, I think we need more wine.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea, actually.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'll go. Yeah.
There's another 2 bottles. I prepared.
She just brings the bowl over.
So then it's like, see the recipe? It's pasta. Well, on the very, very bottom, it's sauce, pasta, cheese, sauce, pasta, cheese, sauce. And you gotta make sure you get it all the way into all the corners so that when you chill it before you bake it, it sets evenly.
Well, of course. And then she just starts plopping down cheese. But then just like smooths it over nicely and like it's a nice even layer. It's just the careless plop. Careless plop, but smooth, even precision.
And I think there's this moment of like, where Adelina then looks to Jess and goes, well, you can see that they're related. They're very good at getting into the corners and it's very even.
Totally.
The even spread.
Joe, you're not supposed to be. Joe, move. Joe. No, you want some cheese? No.
No, you can't have
whiny.
that. You can't have that. No. Mm-mm. Go lie down. There, go find your toy. Go find your toy. And then I think that leads us into shifting into, by this point, the cooking actually stage.
Hey. Have we layered already then?
I mean, there are gonna be like 4 layers as you're going. Unless you can think of other things that you want to talk about while we're layering here.
Nah.
I mean, like we can
some more parental distress.
Yeah.
I feel this inherently. So then we move into, I guess, stage 3, which is the cooking. In this case would be baking, but we probably need to... waiting... Oh look, I prepared for these things. Waiting for an oven to heat, a lasagna to bake, some ground beef to brown is a prime time for discussing issues that might be lurking among those who are dining, or just getting good gossip. And you're going to roll a d6 on 2 tables. The first table defines how they decide what they remember about making this dish at the start of the scene, and the second one define what you're doing while the main cooking is being done.
Hell yes.
So...
6 2. All right.
And then we can get into questions. And I was like, I think it, like, when we finally finish making homemade pasta for lasagna, Adelina would say, Emma, why don't you get the tin foil, because we need to cover the top of this after that top layer of mozzarella.
Are you sure? We need to cover it now?
Yeah, so when you put it in the oven, it doesn't burn.
Oh, that's true.
But then you take it out part of the way through,
Part
so
of the way, so it gets
like,
all nice and,
you'd always
and
do it.
toasty and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Of course. And she goes over to the kitchen.
It's like right there on the counter, because I left it out, so we were ready.
I'll go get it, of course. And she goes and gets it. But then also like sweeps by the little platter of cheese and meat and like throws Joe a couple of little pieces of cheese and wanders back.
Joe loves when we all come by. It's like, yeah.
This dog is gonna be so spoiled. Hashtag bestest puppers. That is the theme for the day. It's like, so, like, then Adelina, like, looks at her hands. It's like, can one of you, like, cover it? We got, like, 3 trays now that I gotta fit in this oven.
Yeah, I can.
We gotta, not too tight, right? Not too tight, because
Yeah, no, you don't want.
Room to breathe.
And the cheese, not the stick.
That's the most important part. Make sure the cheese and stick.
True. We want those nice toasted.
Or at least make sure the person that has the tinfoil afterwards, so you get all the cheese, right?
So you get all the
Right.
cheese.
All right.
Maybe we should add that to the recipe book.
Perhaps we should.
No.
That's the
It'll just
secret.
be- Wait, what's the secret?
The tinfoil is the secret.
The tinfoil is the secret?
Yes.
Huh. I didn't remember this. Like, I know it. I'm pretty sure that I know this because I've done it when I've made pies. Don't look at me like that, okay? Like, I'm not completely incompetent when it comes to making stuff. And yeah, it kind of fell apart after I cut into it, but I made one. People at my office really liked it. It disappeared quickly. But I don't...
You know where it disappeared to?
Their stomachs.
Of
But
course.
no, I'm actually really glad that you remembered that because the toasty cheese is the best part.
Well, you know, I remember the best part being smelling that amazing sauce. Smelling that smell as it just simmered all day long. And then she would make the pasta then and would use this fresh sauce right away to then make the lasagna. And she would always do it this way. And then maybe she jarred the sauce for the rest of the week. But the lasagna sauce was always so fresh. And I just remember her always doing it that way. And she just kind of, and then kind of touches the tinfoil too much over the pasta.
It's gonna stick now.
Just tap it on the...
You're right,
Yeah.
you're right. I'm sorry. She just kind of fiddles more and probably makes it worse. Smiles at everyone. And then carries it over.
Tinfoil. I get a tinfoil when this is over. If anything sticks to it.
This is the tinfoil to get.
You shotgun in the tinfoil, is that it?
I'm making sure this is the best tinfoil. No, she's just sloppy.
Are you okay? You're acting kind of weird. Like, stressed out weird. Not, you know. Well, okay. That's not weird for you, but it is weird because we're all, you know, seeing each other after a while. And it's supposed to be kind of... I was honestly kind of surprised that we all made it in one place at one time. And yeah, I know it's usually me that was saying I couldn't make it and I couldn't come. But why now? Like, we didn't all just magically become, what, less busy?
Well, to be fair, none of us were ever as busy as you. But we're here for this wonderful reason, this garden, and I'm glad that we all put aside time in our very busy schedules and lives so that we could be here right now and to make this. And I just want everything to be very nice and perfect.
I mean, it's been years since we've, you know, had whatever this was, so.
Yep. There is that. I mean, I'm glad that you could all come. You know. Glad you chose to join me on this little adventure. Very entertaining to see how this turns out. But I guess, you know, I mean, and like she turns and like gonna do this because I love it. She has like an actual like old turn timer that you have to turn past and then turn back, and you hear it clicking as it sits there, and you kind of sets it on top of the stove.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, like, I heard about your promotion, Sally. That sounds like you're doing real well at this job. How's that going?
Especially it keeps you so busy.
I mean, it takes up a lot of time, but it doesn't take up that much time. I mean, like, I still call mom and dad like once a month.
Oh, I do that. I'm dead. So.
They basically feel like they have one child now.
Ow.
So when were they gonna tell me this instead of, you dropping not super subtle hints that I'm neglectful?
Whenever the next time you speak to them is, I suppose.
Fair.
Well,
So how is the job actually going, Sally, if you think it's not going that great?
I mean, it's just, I don't know if it's what I really want to be doing. I don't want to be doing managerial stuff. It's a lot of, fine-grained, tiny detail type things that, you all are way better at that stuff than me, and I am not good at managing other people and keeping them organized. I cannot even keep myself organized. So, I don't know. I'm gonna try it for a little while, and if it sucks, I'll just go for maybe a lateral move. Or maybe I will throw it all away and run into the hinterlands and live in a log cabin.
That is a dream, isn't it?
It would be nice. Yeah. Like, we could all go in and split it 4 ways.
You would give up bagels, lox, schmear, and the internet for living in the cabin in the woods?
Okay, maybe like a couple weeks out of the year. Maybe we could take like a trip or something.
Vacation doable.
Vacation.
Yeah.
I acknowledge my city living too much to give in to going out in the middle of nowhere.
That's fair. That's fair.
Like, look, can cook and do all that stuff that involves, like, plucking a chicken and crap, but does anyone really want to?
Absolutely not.
I don't even think
chicken.
Zia really wanted to do that. It's like we can do this a little bit less mess for a reason now.
Right.
Take advantage of that.
There's a note in the book about that. It's like, you can buy the chicken breast already cleaned.
The joys of modern living.
Thank goodness. But what will we use to stuff our fluffy pillows with?
Store-bought feathers.
Hey.
I don't think you use chickens.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's like, what? Down? What does down come from?
Geese.
Geese.
Ducks.
Oh.
Somehow that's worse to me, but perhaps it should.
I don't like geese, so whatever.
Yeah.
I can't do any of the down. It makes me sneeze.
Okay, so we'll go on a vacation at some point. Synthetic down in pillows because sneezing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we can, try out some of the other things in this book that we now have. It could be fun.
Yeah. If this...
Could be. A cooking vacation?
Yeah.
We'll think about that once we figure out if she'll point at the But we should with the vacation though. We should make a specific time. It's just so we don't forget. Or we get too busy.
I mean, Sia used to say that if you didn't plan it when you thought of it, you weren't going to do it.
It's good advice.
Great advice.
So, and she kind of pulls out her phone and looks at her calendar. What's your July looking like?
actually good. I would love to get out of the city in July.
Yeah, get away from the heat.
Ugh.
Sounds lovely. Let's do it.
And look, just because if we're planning things when we think of them, Emma, and she's going to very sort of dramatically show you her phone, and it's just like typing in call mom and dad on like a Sunday morning reminder kind of thing to just pop up on the phone. Like, okay, it's a start.
It is a great start. They'll love it. And then they'll call me less, which is great. Perfect. I love it. Thank you.
Yeah. It's overwhelming.
Well. Speaking of calling less or more, Evelina, are you still seeing? Who was it you were seeing before? Do you? I don't remember.
No, I am not still seeing him. It's fine.
Well,
yeah, he was not good. It's fine.
He really wasn't. You're better off.
That's the truth.
Definitely.
I mean, Jess was here when I threw things out a window.
Oh, yeah.
God, I wish I was here for that.
You have quite the arm, I would say. That went...
That's, like, super unexpected.
It was,
wow.
It was cathartic.
You know, the few times that I saw you two together, I wanted to throw things, so I completely understand. I'm glad that that's done.
Throwing
Cheers.
things is fun. Cheers. It's like
to throwing things.
Also, the Good Riddance wine was very good.
The Good Riddance wine was good.
Oh.
And on his bill.
This is how it should be.
Exactly how it should be.
How are you doing then, Emma?
Doing great. Expecting perhaps a proposal here soon.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Yes. Our dear Sally isn't the only one who got a promotion. Ben recently promoted to manager at the bank. You know, living that American dream.
I just can't believe it because it sounds so cheesy when you say it out loud, but like, can I please make you little like flower girl bouquets out of Monopoly money papers? I found this really cool board that does like origami things on Pinterest, and you can just do this with the manager of a bank. Sounds precious.
Oh my god, I love this.
You can have a bank-themed wedding ceremony. Why am
Oh
I
my
saying
God.
this? And then she looks over at the bottle of wine. Like, probably we've made our way through at least two.
All right,
That's
number 3.
why I'm
All right,
saying
like, I'll open number 3. All right, I'll get it. If we get really, once we hit the box, the box wine, that means we've had two enough. So
There
Yeah.
is no box wine in this apartment. I don't know what you think is
We'll never hit the enough point.
I think
I was about
Jess
to say,
brought like the terrible box.
if we ever get to the point where we're
Just
hitting
in
the box wine, we know that we have made terrible decisions past the point of no return, and I will be forced to rescue all of you from your worst judgment. And yeah, that sounds awesome coming from me, but
Will you
That's
rescue
really
us by having even worse judgment? Is that how you'll rescue us?
probably, honestly. Just leap back from the worst danger. But, like, seriously, I'm really happy for you, Emma. That's awesome.
Thank you.
I
At least I
didn't know
think
you
it's
were
coming. Yeah.
That close, exactly. But,
at least-
you know.
I mean,
Well,
at least
I've
Close.
sent him some pictures of some rings and had some ideas, and he hasn't seemed opposed. And I've met his family, so I think it's about time.
I mean, still here, so
Yeah, and it's been what?
that's
like
always a good point.
4 or 5 years now?
So, you know, if we were in the South, we'd already have like 4 kids. So
Oh, God.
Okay.
about time.
Ah.
About time.
Mm-mm.
If we were 100 years ago, we'd already have like 8 and probably cholera.
I don't want to even think about what.
Forget I said that, like, this building has suffered enough.
This building probably housed people with cholera.
Yeah, at some point. I'm really happy that they didn't, like, completely knock this place down when they renovated it. It would have sucked to lose the whole thing. I mean...
Yeah.
I will say, the hardwood floors are a lot nicer than the linoleum or the wall-to-wall carpeting, creepy shag carpeting.
Oh, the carpeting.
Gross. Why do
I
people ever think that was
discovered when they remodeled that carpeting that we all thought was olive green was actually supposed to be white.
Oh, no shit. What?
Ew, gross. Ugh, disgusting.
We rolled around on that floor.
Yeah, that was...
Like I said,
I picked off...
it was an experience. Also, they replaced the hot water heater, which, that's a big thing.
I'm just not gonna think about it.
We're all fine, so...
I mean, it had to have improved our immunity.
Exactly.
Or decreased our life expectancy. We'll never know. We'll never know.
At least it's gone now.
True.
That's still
To it being gone. Cheers.
Good.
The end of carpet in kitchens. And whoever thought that was a good idea.
It absorbs the mess. It absorbs the mess.
Oh, it does, and we'll never let it go.
It just hangs on to all of your meals for you forever. The way that a cookbook does.
Yeah, good cover.
Require more wine.
The cookbook is a little bit nicer, less creepy.
You know what I really want to make out of it?
What?
But I probably need, guidance, because eggs. What did she call the little, they were like the little lemon cookie type things that are like tied in knots?
Ooh, what?
Oh,
It's on the tip of my tongue, but I remember like watching her make those for the first time, and she was singing a song.
Not the agnonettes, the other ones.
Yes, that's it.
The agnonettes,
That's
with
it.
the icing on
Yes.
the top and the sprinkles.
Yes. Oh my gosh, we need to make those again. It's been forever since I last had those. That would literally make my day. That would be so
It's 3/4 of the way through the book. On the left-hand side, about 3/4 of the way page down the page. Read the ingredients off it and tell me what's in there. We can make them tonight.
Oh,
awesome.
We are in. By the way, we are fully into the wine drunk baking portion of the evening.
Oh yeah, this is
Because wine drunk baking.
It's the sketchy baking hour.
The appropriate baking hour.
Yes.
So, alright, then, Sally, are we making these agnonettes?
Yeah. Although, weirdly, in a strange moment of clarity, I'm actually remembering to read through the entire recipe first before I try doing it, and then realize halfway through that I have no clean dishes. Learned that from the pies.
The cookie sheets are underneath the cupboard on the bottom right-hand side of the stove. There should be 3 of them.
But also, aren't we supposed to go to something?
Yeah, in the morning. Or later.
Is it in the morning?
Well, I mean, later. I don't know.
Yeah,
I was doing dinner.
Well, according to the internet, because, of course, she did not have time written down, this is only going to take on average 27 more minutes, and the lasagna will be done by then. So, we've probably got time. I'll be quick.
Yeah, and time for it to... You gotta let the lasagna cool before you cut it.
Otherwise,
Otherwise, it's gonna fall apart.
No, for example, it's very hot for a good long time.
Hold on to that heat.
Oh.
It's not Giuseppe, but I love. So yeah, Sally will, again, in that weird moment of wine-drunk baking clarity, suddenly look into the matrix of the kitchen and be like, okay, I know what to do this time. I'm gonna zest these lemons and I'm going to whisk this icing and I'm going to tie these knots and they are probably going to look a little bit wonky because again, wine-drunk baking, but good faith effort here.
In the other thing, as long as they taste good, they can look as messed up as you want, but as long as they taste good. I mean, ideally. Ideally, you want them to look nice, because people think they'll taste better, but you know what? Sometimes.
Yeah, and I feel like it's also a smell thing, too, because they'll just smell this delicious citrusy scent, and if the thing is a little collapsed, I'll be careful.
Although, if they do taste good and they do look a little wonky,
we get to eat.
It is chef's.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
The taste is what matters most.
Chef's purview.
Yes.
I would also like to point out that you're gonna cover them in icing. Nobody's gonna see them.
That too.
That is.
I'm still gonna try to make them look good though.
Gustav. Aww. That's an appropriate pupper answer. So I think Adelina turns to Sally and is like, pats the KitchenAid, is like, there are some things I am no longer willing to do by hand. Creaming butter and sugar is one of them.
Good.
Thank goodness for technology, I guess.
Sometimes this is the appropriate answer.
Yes.
So how are you, Jess? As she starts handing things to Sally to start mixing the cookies.
You know, busy.
How so?
Busy enough that, yeah, and work weekends. You know, freelance is, that sort of thing. Your own boss, but, you know, sometimes the hours suck. But, you know, do what you like. That's one thing you gotta live with.
I mean, but like, I'll take a little bit of. I mean, I'm working weekends. I shouldn't be either, but grading for school does not end when 4 o'clock comes around.
Very true.
I honestly don't know how you do it, and I don't have the patience for one person, let alone the full days of classes.
Because I teach high school and I can send them home afterwards. They don't have to come with me.
High school. Still, I was a pain in the ass in high school, so.
Yeah, me too.
Isn't that just part of being a teenager, though? Just, you know, pushing the boundaries, rebelling against absolutely everything.
Emma, what did you ever rebel against?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
She's just kind of like, she's just like zesting a lemon.
One thing that you.
Just one, come on.
That entire list of, you know, rebelliousness. What?
Staying in the library after hours.
Ooh,
Dun, dun, dun.
Scandalous.
I will have you know, I snuck out in 10th grade to go on a date with that wild senior boy, Zachary. We went to the movie.
The one who was on the football team and got his leg broken and couldn't play the rest of the season?
Yes, but it was prior to the break, obviously. What I do with him afterwards, his leg was broken. We went to the movies midday, and it was lovely. We had a great time. He got a little handsy, and I had to slap him, and then it stopped. But I have my small rebellions here and there.
You just said you went to the movies midday.
Yes. The matinee is, the economical choice for high schoolers.
And old people.
How did you sneak out? Why were you sneaking out midday?
I'm just gonna, put a hand onto Adelina's arm and be like, let her have this one spark of freedom.
It was from school.
There it is.
Oh, you cut class.
Oh.
I did.
You shady lady. Oh my goodness.
So shady.
What particular class did you end up cutting?
So, prior to lunch in history, I just, said that I needed to go work on, a very, very important project for the school newspaper. And of course...
Oh, you got permission. It's still sneaking out. I'm just giving you I'm giving you a hard time.
It was lying.
It was
I mean, yeah, exactly.
And then she realizes I actually did get permission. And no one questioned it. Because I was such a good kid, no one would think I would ever do anything else.
It's a start. It's a start.
It's the thought that counts. You got out of class.
Yes.
To go to the movie on a date. It still counts. It still counts.
And also, we didn't know about it until now, which is awesome because it's only bad if you get caught. And clearly, nobody had any idea.
Well, I actually did get caught coming back in.
But
I said that I had been out picking out trash, and they believed it and let me come back.
Okay, if you want to think about this, think about it this way. Think about you used the system against itself to have fun. So there we go. That's how you think that.
But I didn't actually have fun. Remember, I just got pawed.
The idea of.
Okay, so we need to change up a lot of things that you did to try and make them a little bit better. If you're counting cutting class as without having fun doing it.
It should have been fun. It wasn't.
Okay.
She swirls her wine. You know what else isn't fun?
What?
Benjamin, he's boring.
So why don't you kick him to the curb?
We'll make lovely children.
Ooh, no, see, here's the thing. I seen his brother.
Oh, you're right. He is pretty disgusting.
And recessive genetics are a thing.
Oh, what if I have little disgusting fake manager children in our Monopoly Money wedding?
Yeah, because that is true. You see the famous person, and they see this famous person's brother or sister, and it's.
Emma, I would also like to point out that you're wearing a pastel pink cardigan as we're making lasagna with tomato sauce. By the way, that cardigan's no longer 100% pink. You got some spots of tomato sauce.
The bravest.
I mean, I came in with a black hoodie, and look at me. I look like.
There's a
I
reason
look like Joe.
wore junk clothes for this.
Nah, I mean it's junk, Ray.
Looks down at pencil skirt with flowered residue that has still gotten stuck in the fabric. There's a reason why I use extra strength laundry detergent and OxyClean.
Don't. Flour not through the wash. Send that out.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay.
Wait, you don't just.
Like dry clean, send it out?
Dry clean, send that out.
Send it out.
I don't even own an iron. How am I functioning?
You skip an iron and go straight to a steamer.
That's fair.
That's
faster, easier, takes up less space.
Especially if it's just hanging the shirt on the towel rack when you're showering and it like...
Yeah, you gotta make sure to pull it when you do that. You know, pull it out the...
Yeah, I mean, I do, mostly, but, you know.
But yeah, no, you
I'll
don't...
I'll send it out, yeah.
You don't, like, wet flour on twill?
Gross.
That's gross.
It's about as appetizing as that white carpet.
Yeah.
White green carpet. But I guess what I'm saying is, though, if Benjamin's boring and you're worried about having gross kids, maybe you should drop him like a green carpet for the hardwood floors beneath.
Like, and if
just say
I hate to say it, but if you if you think he's boring now, can you take 20 plus years of, is he going to get more exciting in those 20 years?
One, those carpets were here until they became green. Keep that in mind.
Yes.
They were long-lasting, terrible, but they did their job. And we all just put up with them. And that is how I feel about dear Benjamin.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the less wholesome question. Because we are 3 bottles of wine into this night, and we are currently baking agnolettis from scratch, which, hey, all for it. Almost ready to start dunking, by the way. Into the icing.
Yeah.
Is he going to be that level of boring, stereotypical, where he's going to have the horrible, stereotypical affair with his own secretary as the bank manager?
I'm sort of counting on it. I'm counting on it, right? So once the children have gone off to college.
Oh, that's not.
And I'll be ready.
Emma, come on.
I will be ready for a new lease on life and a different person. And so at that point, he'll have his affair. It'll be his fault for the divorce. I'll get my alimony, and then I'll go on and live my life. It'll be perfect.
Emma, I would like to also point out that sexually transmitted diseases are a thing.
If you have sex.
How are you going to have kids?
It'll stop once the children arrive. It'll be fine.
You assume that the affair isn't going to start until after you have kids?
Well, I did, yeah. He's boring. Who'd want him?
Apparently you.
Just barely.
I don't know. This is a really tough sell here, and as your sister, I feel contractually obligated to say, fuck no.
As your friend that has made terrible decisions on that front, I have to agree with Sally.
Yeah, like, if you're gonna be with somebody who's boring, make sure it, doesn't last for longer than maybe a long weekend at most. But, like, there's no reason for you to make yourself suffer through 20 years of, he's just okay. That's a lot of your life. You deserve so much better than that.
But I'll have a comfortable, happy life and a comfortable home, and at some point, hopefully not disgusting children, and this wonderful sense of security. And
Adelina is going to take Emma's phone from her pocket and hand it to Jess and say, give me his number. Give me his number.
That's right. Yeah, here.
She's kind of scoffing, but not trying really hard to get the phone back. Just like, I can't believe you would take my phone.
Here. Like, it's too fast. It's too fast. Like,
yeah.
She broke it.
I feel like I clock it, and I'm just like, don't let you hold on to
it. She starts going through the pictures and going through it. It's like, Adelina, Emma, he's not even looking at you in these pictures.
Well, of course not. He's vacant and staring into space. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I still have Christopher's phone number. We should fix this. Hey, Sally, you remember Christopher, the one that Emma was going out with when they were freshmen in college, and there was the whole bit about the sorority event?
Why, yes, I do. Thankfully, he's gotten rid of that horrible center part that was doing nothing for his hairline and looks much more fashionable now.
Did he get rid of his center part by also getting rid of all of his hair?
No. He just learned how to use hair products instead of having a bowl haircut with a center part. To be fair, I'm pretty sure his mom was cutting his hair at that point.
That's also fair. But I would also like to point out that the gentleman has his own business and is thoroughly thriving and is currently single.
Oh.
And he looks like this. And she turns her phone to show a picture of a shirtless Christopher.
Emma just takes the phone and sits back.
What do his siblings look like?
Okay,
Just because, you know, we have to cover all the bases.
That's James, that's Charles, and then there's...
Oh, damn. Mm-hmm.
Well, we don't need to talk about Oz. He's a little weird right now.
There's always one unfortunate one. That's not happened. It's fine.
Well,
it's fine.
it's not about his looks. It's that he's trying to discover himself, and mostly that means he's smoking a lot of pot and pretending to play acoustic guitar.
Oh no.
That's a good look for college freshman. Okay, great.
He's going to have such an embarrassing, like, SoundCloud account, too.
Oh, maybe it's there. Maybe... She like, I think Jess is just like now looking on her phone. It's like, oh, is there one? God.
I'm looking for it too, and then I'm basically just going to, because of my mischievous nature, create a sock puppet account to just like mess with this guy a little bit.
I think
like not
Jess,
anything mean, but just be like, oh.
I think just like, oh, yeah, it's right here. Look. Just show to Alex, like right there. Look.
Yeah. Exactly.
She'll just. Yeah.
Whoa, so deep, man. It's like I looked up at the night sky and saw a universe of stars, but it was in your eyes. Send. And then it's clearly from like an account that's like whatever the SoundCloud equivalent of like a Twitter egg is.
Yeah,
so
there's no
like,
profile.
It's like Sarah 07, like long string of numbers, no profile picture, nothing, but just the like, yeah, just the bizarro random number generated username.
Random generator, random name,
Yep.
very
Yep.
basic.
Yep, exactly.
And Adelina still has Emma's phone and is oh.
Oh.
What is her? She is abrupt and blunt, and she looks at this picture of. She takes the phone with a picture of Benjamin, and then pulls her phone with a picture of Christopher next to each other, and puts the two of them going. Of the two, which one actually succeeded in life? The one with his own job, who's paid off all of his student loans, has good hair, looks hot, and is kind to most of his siblings, or the one who cannot look you in the face or look anyone in the face?
He's not succeeded, he's just awkward, it's fine. However perhaps my long-term plans should change, perhaps.
Hey, Emma.
Yes?
You remember how you said I should call mom and dad more frequently?
Yes.
Well, I was gonna wait until Sunday to do that, but seriously, if you accept this guy's proposal, we are going to have a family emergency meeting, and they're going to be so shocked that I'm even contacting them because I'm saying, hello, this is an emergency. You cannot stop, like, you're gonna let your daughter, you know, get engaged to this guy and potentially get married to someone that she doesn't like, and...
Oh.
But
What?
they find
What?
him perfectly acceptable and pleasant.
Acceptable.
Your mother actually used the words acceptable and pleasant. Did she
Yeah,
have this
like-
look on her face where she goes, he's perfectly acceptable?
Acceptable?
That face, actually.
Acceptable?
That's the face she gave you when you screwed up.
If that lasagna was halfway burnt, that's something you'd call acceptable.
Yeah, like acceptable was that science project that we did together in 3rd grade where like yours was that really awesome model of the dinosaurs in the volcano and mine was literally a shoebox that I put dirt in. That's acceptable.
Was it even acceptable? Let's be honest.
No, but that's the point.
That's
the point that I'm trying to
participation.
make here. Like, no, in no way is this acceptable.
Message received. Message received.
Thank you.
I will have a conversation with Benjamin.
Yeah, I know we're being, but you just want you to be happy, you know.
I would be.
No, you're not. You're pursing your lips and looking like you're sucking on a lemon. And also,
Yeah, your
like,
body language looks real rough.
Also, like, you would be, you're like,
There's a
if
lot
you
of-
clenched your ass anymore, you wouldn't be able to do anything.
My goodness. Well,
No farting.
The lady doesn't fart in public. But however, okay, so I will take all of your thoughts into consideration. I just find it hard in one evening with people I haven't seen in some time, for some of you, to decide to throw away a relationship that has been 4 years in the making. So give me time. Give me time.
You'll probably have until about we finish making these cookies.
And she just kind of pouts and turns away.
And I think at that point the timer, very cinematically appropriate, the timer goes off at the same time you pout and turn away to kind of take the lasagna trays out to put them on to the stove to cool, and it's just about the time to put the cookies in the oven so that they can start cooking.
Yes.
And now the apartment smells like cooked tomato and cheese and the added zests of lemon. And
Ooh.
Delicious.
Oh, that means, look, but that smells how it should smell. Ooh.
Yeah. And it looks how it should look too, because corners. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes.
We got the corners.
And
Corners.
look, unfortunately, nothing is sticking to the foil. It's my loss, but it looks great.
Well, maybe when we make that vacation, I will make a fail lasagna on purpose so that you can have cheese encrusted foil.
I mean,
Aw.
that's fair.
Yeah. I need to redeem myself.
Only the most extravagant delicacies for me, of course, right?
Always the most extravagant delicacies.
Cheese wrapped in foil. Ah, I missed you guys.
See?
Miss you too.
Glad we could do this. We need to do this. All right. Sundays. Standing dinner party here. And we'll do Zia night.
I love it.
Food.
That's perfect.
She would love it.
Wine. Sounds great.
Let's do it.
Oh, I love this so much. And that leads to the final stage, which is presentation. A dish is only truly completed when it's plated for final presentation, ready to be consumed by both the eyes and stomachs of hungry diners. But will you plate it like Zia, or will you do something different?
Well, I think we're taking it to the actual community garden area, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think maybe a little different, because I mean, I got paper plates, we got plastic utensils, or fake plastic that's really compostable utensils, but it looks I don't really get exactly how that works either, but
none of those paper straws, okay? Look,
no.
found out we found
No.
the two problems with the paper straws: one, they just dissolve into everything, and two, if you're gluten-free and have celiac disease, the paper binding is flour and you're just gonna make yourself sick.
This is true. So
true.
avoid the lasagna because that's kind of obvious, but straw avoiding is yeah. So paper plates. Anybody have one of those little wedge cake cutter things? That's actually really good for serving lasagna,
You mean like a
the thing that you cut a cake with. It's shaped like a
Knife?
triangle.
No.
No, I don't. Listen, I don't know what these things are
It's like
called.
a spatula, except shaped like a little diamond.
I've just seen them in kitchens, and
Do you have one? Elena?
I used to call it the kitchen trowel because
that's what
like
it
a
is.
trowel, but it's for a kitchen. We got one of those
in that drawer, but I was just gonna bring this, and she kind of holds up the pizza cutter.
That'll work.
That'll work.
And a spatula.
You are smart. You are very smart. You are very smart. We would all be lost without you.
We would not have had any idea what to do with this lasagna.
Or
the corners would
figured
not have
out-
turned out. The corners would not.
I probably would have broken down and just got one from the Trader Joe's and brought it. I don't know. That's all I got.
Or we would never have figured out the secret decoder ring message of pounds written in the margins. That was also you.
Thank you. You did a fabulous job of making sure everything was spread evenly and looked really nice.
Why, thanks.
And Emma did a fabulous job as well with the cheese.
So, shall we walk to the garden?
Yeah, let's, hold on, and she gets out. Oh my god, I can't believe I have this. So, like, my mother left these, and I still have them. They're the Rubbermaid insulated bags that go around a casserole dish with the handles.
Oh my god, yes! Yes! Beautiful.
Yes.
Perfect.
Because you need them.
You really do.
Like, there's, like, look, okay, guys, real talk now. There are some things that have been created that were invented in, like, the 50s and 60s that just, they make so much sense and we can keep them. It's fine. They don't have to look great, right? Like, they can be the ugly, most god-awful, tackiest, largest, and this one has the big orange, like, hibiscus flowers.
Yeah.
On like 50, late 50s, early 60s, you know, orange flower pattern.
Yep.
But it works well. It's like some of these things are really useful, and if you find them, keep them.
Yeah.
Do.
Totally.
All right.
I will also box up our cookies.
Yeah.
Yeah. We should hold
We're
off on icing.
ready.
Well, we need to ice them.
But we can wait till we get there.
Yeah.
Just, you know, container 1 for icing, container 2 for the cookies. Bring a knife, just in case. Or we dip, I guess. You're
You're supposed to dip.
Yeah.
You dip and twist and dip and twist.
Dip and
Right.
twist, dip and twist.
Yes. See, she can learn new things sometimes.
Yes, you can, Sally. I have full faith that you can dip and twist. I don't know. Can Emma?
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
When was the last time you went dancing?
Oh no. It's been that. Oh.
Benjamin doesn't dance.
Oh my god.
Another reason.
Carpet. Brr, brr, brr.
I just wanted my 20 years of disgusting use first, but I suppose I have to rethink that.
I beg you reconsider.
I will reconsider, especially since Christopher is looking much better, honestly. I'll just say that. Yeah. You know, I've just had a very 50s housewife thoughts about marriage, and you just something to deal with. That's all.
I mean, if that's your choice and you want to have this very taken care of relationship, fine. I mean, we're third wave feminists, we're postmodernists. It's your choice what you want to do. But if you aren't even having fun with it, then why are you doing it?
Security and expectations. I was the boring kid who skipped school to go to the movies by asking for permission to go work on a school newspaper project. Did you expect more of me?
Yes. Otherwise, why would I care about you being my rival? Because now I've officially proven that I'm better than you.
Oh!
And Adelina just turns and winks at Jess like...
May I look at my phone, please?
Here you are.
Thank you. Excuse me. She like wanders off down the hall, doesn't ask permission, just wanders into her room.
And Adelina turns and looks at Sally and goes, I got 3 that we're gonna get the pleasant announcement by the time we get downstairs.
She's in the room, leaving a voicemail because Benjamin's very busy with bank business, telling him that he could just clear his schedule of all meetings with her in the future, that they're done. Thank you for the pleasant 4 years. Hope for the best in the future, and just like hangs up and comes back up. Okay, great. Let's go.
You broke up with him on voicemail, didn't you?
It's very efficient, and he's all about efficiency. So I think
And you didn't even have to throw anything.
And there was no throwing. I think that makes me better than you. And she picks up the bag. Let's go.
There's something nice about seeing something thrown all the way across the street, though.
It did also dent his car. So, and then Adelina turns and looks at Sally, is like, so if you want to make sure that you end up on the good notes with your parents, you should text them about the things that they would not believe happening.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And proceed to the garden, which is like down the stairs and around the corner on the side of the building.
She also, Sally, like, takes a second to send a text message to mom and dad, and also a picture of herself with the cookies before they're completely fat up, and it's like, look, it's proof I made these. Like, look at me next to these things that I made in real life. See?
And I think the last question we ask is, what new memory will you remember most about making this dish without Sia? I think for Adelina, it's, even though Zia isn't here, the memories are still, you can still make the memories, and the warmth of old friends that you haven't seen in a while can be rekindled through this kind of dish and food.
Yeah, but there's always that opportunity that, like, food and like memories can bring people together to just make more memories and have a good time.
I think for Sally, it's also the realization when she said maybe we could add that to the recipe. Like, I don't think it had ever really occurred to her before that this was sort of a living document after a fashion, you know, because previously all of her memories of this were from when she was little, and, you know, like, the adult that, you know, is doing the caring and nurturing and cooking is in charge, and that's their recipe. But I think like, it occurred to me when I said that out loud, I was like, I feel like something just clicked into place for her, that, like, this doesn't stay static, excuse me. Even though Zia's not with us.
I think for Jess, it's that the recipes are a vector for, you know, that because you drift apart doesn't mean you can't reconnect again, and having those good memories is a good of baking and cooking. It's a good foundation for that, creating new memories.
And I think we close on the image of us all bringing this lasagna in, and there's a card table set up, and people start serving, and I think everyone, like, you hear the sounds of the people at this garden going like, oh, I didn't know, like, oh, it's such as good as I remember, it's almost as good as if she did it. But there is that one curmudgeonly old man is like, it's fine.
It's acceptable.
It's perfectly acceptable.
Oh, I love that. Also, so that was Zia's recipe book. We have a little bit of time left, and I wanted to ask you some, you know, a little bit of things, like what you thought of this game, because it is one of the games that I actually wrote, so I do like to know what people think of it. I also was not fully expecting until we got into this to realize that I basically wrote Joy Luck Club the game.
It's good.
And I'm
I
kind of
saw
okay with
you
it.
put that in chat, and I was just like, "Oh wow,
Yeah.
Apparently.
it's happening!"
I'm like,
Oh,
No.
I really really loved this game. I thought it was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah, it was just like it's so easy to just kind of like do, and like you don't have to do a whole lot of prep. You just kind of get into it, get going, and then like you find your stride, and you can make it as much or as little as you want. And I really enjoyed that. And honestly, by the end, it was getting to me a little bit, and I was getting a little sad and soft, and I teared up a little bit, and I was like, "Don't cry."
Yeah, same. I was just
Same.
like,
Yeah. 'Cause it's
And we started talking about what it meant to us, and I was like, "It means this to me."
like food and like recipes and food is such a good thing to like kind of like build like kind of this kind of relationship like game to get like together. It's such a strong like emotional like core to it. It was great.
And I feel like there's so much about like food stories that lend themselves to actually building a story and a narrative around it, because I feel like everyone has, you know, that family member or that one dish that there is a story about. So it's just something that like, I don't know, because of the way that like humans work, this is something that we all bond over and have had like moments in our real lives, not as these characters. And I'm impressed with how well like this recipe genre of things lends itself to storytelling, because I also, not anything like your game, but also wrote a game about cooking, which I don't tend to love. And I was like, what if I tried to connect with this more? And it actually made me feel more invested in cooking and learning how to cook. And it's, you know, a completely different thing. It's a solo game, and it's not the same sort of like relational aspect of it, but I loved the relational aspect of this so much. It was just it's too cheesy, but it was chef's kiss.
I mean, I will take a chef's kiss on a game about cooking. I feel that's mildly appropriate.
Yeah.
It's such a good thing because food and food prep, it's like there's so many like personality things that people that it's like very tied to you that you can kind of like bring into into character stuff. It's so good.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. We do technically have an hour left of this stream for our charity for World Central Kitchen. We are sitting at $561 of our $1,000 goal for the month, which we'll continue for both Wednesday Witcher and Sunday's Blue Rose, because I can't. Anna.
Yes? Do you want me to take my headphones out?
I mean, do you want spoilers?
For which one?
Blue Rose.
I'm gonna take my headphones out and just somebody like wave at me when it's time to, and I'm not looking at the caption.
Did you not?
I'm just gonna say that there might be a running from a vampire, and the question is, do they run away or run towards?
Ooh.
Because do you run away from what you know is certain death, or do you run towards that unicorn that you need to rescue? That's what I say.
Ooh.
You can put your headphones back in.
I just saw faces being made, and I'm like, so how quickly can I get caught up? I'm listening at a consistent pace. It's just a consistently slow pace. I can't wait, though. So good.
I'm not gonna say nothing. I don't, it's do you want, because there are things that are happening, and I don't want to spoil you if you don't want to be spoiled.
I appreciate you.
Depends, is Susanna Grace involved? I mean, not yet.
Yeah.
Pope, not yet.
I have questions.
I didn't kill anyone, that's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, good.
You know what? I'm just gonna chill for another hour, and if you guys want to hang out with me while we try and chill, because I want to get to that 12-hour mark so I can claim that I did it. And so I guess we'll just kind of transition a little bit, and I'll ask the question, what are some of your favorite storytelling games.
Ooh. Ooh, that's a good one.
Ooh.
So I've been thinking about this a lot lately, just because I have TTRPG channel idea things, and one that I recently played just a few months back and I really liked was One Particular Harbor, which was designed by Megan Cross. It's another GM-less game. And when you play, you decide whether you're going to be like one of 3 factions, I guess. So there's like the Mer people, the Royal Navy, and the pirates, essentially. And the way that you tell the stories is just, you know, some things about your faction, and then the different players say, I would like for my character to do a scene with so-and-so. And I really like how through this series of like connected vignettes, this narrative here completely emerges. And I liked that about this particular game too, the way that it was like framed around the different stages of preparing the meal. In One Particular Harbor, it's a lot less structured. It's basically just like, go around and pick something from your list until everyone has done this number of turns. So it's got a little bit...
It's a Firebrand's hack, right?
I don't know, actually. I just kind of randomly got asked to play in it because I think someone had dropped out. And I was like, yeah, sure, what are we doing? And I had like 5 minutes to read through the basic rules. But it's similar, where you can just pick it up and start playing it really quickly. And I really enjoyed that. I think about that game a lot.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was seeing on Megan's Twitter the other day and was reading through it. Yeah, it's a Firebrand's hack. For those of you who don't know, the very first thing I ever published for a game was a supplement, because I'm a classics nerd at heart. Classics, not classicist, they're 2 different things. One studies ancient Roman and Greek literature and other ancient Mediterranean studies, and the other is a douche and shouldn't be showing up at my parties. And it's Renee, it's the comparison to One Piece is good. It's but the first thing I actually wrote is a setting supplement for Firebrands. If you liked the Megan's game, and or if you liked what we did in this previous game that we ran, which was Wagon Wheel.
Wagon Wheel? Yeah, I really did.
It's based on the same concept, and it was all come from a game called Firebrands by Vincent Baker and Meg Baker. So Vincent Baker is the original person who wrote Apocalypse World.
Yeah.
And Firebrands is, I love Firebrands because it's one of, here, I have my itch page up, I can just go in my library. The thing about Firebrands is, and The King is Dead is the other one, that came out of it, is Firebrands is a game that's all about messy relationships, and it's about 3 factions. Here we go. That's PvP openers. Where's Firebrands? Here we go. It's a game about you're a romantic and then ace mobile pilot, not romantic ace, but ace in piloting terminology.
Yes.
Caught up in an undeclared war for the future of the Bantrell system, and the point is to fight with your friends, ally with your rivals, and fall in love with your enemies. And one of the, it is, I'm gonna put the link in chat. So the point is, and it's that structure is like, you have people, you choose a faction that you're going to do, you create your character, and then you do scenes, little vignette scenes that are based together, and you ask questions and play off of each other and do all of these things. It also has, when was this published? Originally. It was originally published in 2019, but I think I played it before then. I think the update was 28. Oh, this is the full edition. That's what it is. It was like the earlier edition is, I have one, but it was earlier. But it, one of the favorite things about it is that it has the best rules for a quote-unquote romantic interaction for player characters. Like, it builds consent into every step of the scene, for lack of a term. It's like, I reach out to put my hand on in your hair. May I?
Yeah.
And then the response is, yes, you may, but, or no, you may not, but I do X. And so it's designed in a way that I think is really great, and I fully acknowledge that I put that, anytime I run a game, I put those mechanics in a game if I think there are going to be relationship issues between the players.
Yep.
That's smart.
Yeah, that's...
It is one of my favorites.
I'm definitely gonna check that out then.
But the supplement that I ended up writing for it was a setting supplement for the Punic War. Because I'm that nerd. Between the Sicilian Greeks, the Romans, and the Carthaginians. And if you want to see what happens when me, Simon Wandering DM, Trooper SJP, and Laugh Lev Lindy come to play a game involving messy romantic relationships in the ancient world, it's on my YouTube. It's called Among the Phoenicians. It is an event. I'm just gonna put that out there.
That I need to watch this too. I do.
It's a one shot. They're in the one shots.
Nice.
But what is one of your favorite story games, Lynn?
Conveniently, I love Golden Sky Stories a lot. I've only played it like once, but I love that the stakes are very personal. It's made to be not like, it's very soothing. I just like the way that the whole points thing works. Like I read it and it's like, okay, see how it, but it works. It's super good in not having that necessarily that stress of like, I have to make a roll. It's like, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to see where this goes. And it's like, it's the best aspects of something like a Miyazaki thing, or like Mushishi, like that sort of energy to it, which I don't get a lot in a lot of games. Like it's.
I'll be honest, that's what I wanted today to be. And I don't know how to pronounce it in Japanese. I'm sorry, I've never actually heard it said in Japanese. But the term for that level of like Mushishi, Sweetness and Lightning, Poco's Udon World, like quote unquote healing anime.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say the word in Japanese.
Yeah.
And I can't make the connection between the romanization and what it would actually sound like, so I'm sorry, I'm not going to try. Because I would probably screw it up. What about you, Mem? What is one of your favorite story games?
Honestly, not sure if I really have one. I mean, like, I feel like I've got very little experience with them, to be completely honest. But I've enjoyed what I have done previously. I just feel like such a little baby in like storytelling and TTRPG world, because I mostly just kind of stick my little toesies in, and then life gets busy, and I take my little toesies out and I run away, and then I come back every now and then. But I've had a really good time, like kind of exploring things, and I love this one today. I was like, oh, this is gonna be cute and fun, and it'll be really nice. And then I was just like, my heart, it like really got to me. And I was just like, I feel like that happens almost every time where I'm just eventually like, oh. And even if it's some like setting where I'm like, this does not relate at all to my real life, like I still feel like I just feel it so deeply, which has been really fun. It's gonna be kind of strange, but a lot of the like really like horror-based storytelling games are really the ones where I'm like, that's my thing. And so like horror always has my heart, and so some of the things that I've done in the past with some of the more like horror-related genres have really been like, I'm like so spooked by what I'm thinking, and I just can't wait to tell you more about these horrible things that are coming or could happen. And I'm just like, I'm really into that stuff. And it sounds really weird to say it out loud, and now I've done it, but people who have been around me before know that that's my thing, so it's less weird.
Can I ask you a question then?
Yeah.
Oh, and also, yes, Kat, definitely run Stille Nacht because,
Mm.
man, if you like that kind of story, and Kat is the best Stille Nacht facilitator. But I was gonna say, have you ever heard of the game Quietus? Because that's another game that's kind of like a horror storytelling type of RPG. It's a game for 1 GM and 1 or 2 players.
Ooh.
So it's a very small sort of like melancholy horror game that's a lot about the horror that comes from isolation, or it could be like physical isolation or people that are emotionally isolated from each other. And it's another one of the low prep games where you come up with your characters and setting and stuff on the spot, and it's fantastic. It is so good. If you like spooky horror things.
I do love spooky horror.
Spooky horror, I mean, like, Stille Nacht is a lot of fun, and yes, play with Kat. And it was great. It was a lot of fun. Haven't played. Here's the weird thing. I run really lots of dark games with dark things in them, but I don't like quote unquote horror, which is weird because like I run Witcher, I run Call of Cthulhu, I run Pulp Cthulhu, but I don't like horror as a genre, which is like this really weird fine line of stuff. I guess mostly because I freely acknowledge that I have way too good an imagination, and I watched Psycho at way too young an age. Like
Fair.
Fair. That'll do it.
Yeah, like dark and horror aren't necessarily the same thing.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah.
Like I can do a lot of dark and do a lot of things that creep a lot of people out apparently, like when I pull certain voices out and people are like, nope, I'm done. I'm like, oh, okay. Cool. Didn't know that, but okay. But I like there's a what is it? Game that's not quite horror, but definitely falls onto the dark horror genre. Dang it.
It's one of the first things I did was I think 10 Candles, and it was like,
oh, I'm dying to play that.
10 Candles is so
it was so good, and I was just like,
That's gonna be Yeah,
I just remember being like, I don't know what I'm doing here, and I'm here with these people who are like really good at this, and I was just like, but I got so into it, and I was just like, oh, I love how like it makes me feel so gross, and I love it.
It's such a good framing thing because you know what's coming at the end anyways, and it's just like it's just the build. It's the build. It's so good. It's such a good game.
So I'm going to share a game. Warning for sad feels of the interesting kind. So in a those of you who know, I play on Friday nights with Wandering DM over on his channel from some Cyberpunk Red. But he also wrote a game that you can find on itch. He wrote a bunch of stuff. You should go support him for actually things that he writes. But he wrote a game that's on itch called Journey to Black Mountain, which is about it's originally about one thing, but every time I've played it with different people, it's about different things. And so it's I don't want to give spoilers because like I can tell you what it was originally about, but I can also tell you that he tags it a game of hardships and letting go of the past is what it is. And so it's a game about like your travel to Black Mountain and there are memories that and like physical things that are tied to memory that you use throughout the game, which are mechanical advantages, kind of like in different things. And so it's a game about letting go of the past, and I think it's really, really well done. But it's one of those, each group that I've played it with is vastly different in the way it plays.
Yeah. I like that about storytelling games in particular. And then this kind of like, I have a question for you, Prax, if you don't mind, is something that I like about GM-less games in particular too, is because they do tend to have more of that collaborative storytelling and collaborative world building. So was there something in particular that made you decide to design this game as GM-less? Like, was it always that way from its inception, or like, what was your thought process for that?
It was one of those, when I started writing, so when I was writing this game, this was last year, I had written a bunch of games. I'd written I had written the supplement for Firebrands. I had written a bunch of games for, which are descended from the Queen games. Which, if you played For the Queen, it's a really great kind of card-based RPG that you can have a lot of fun with and get really into and get really. But I also, the ones I wrote are mostly based on history. I did What Price Glory, Captain Blood's Odyssey, and then Conspiracy of 44 BC. So What Price Glory is set in Verdun, France in 1916 and 1917, and about World War One. What Captain Blood's Odyssey is about piracy in the high seas during the reign of James I, and Conspiracy of 44 BC, which Kat did play with me on this stream, and it's on the YouTube, was about the assassination of Julius Caesar, and whether or not you choose, as a character, choose to play. So I was like, okay, these are really kind of fun, and then when I got talking online with Meg Baker, who is a really great person and she wants to help people, and if you reach out to her and talk to her, she wants to reach out and talk to you about your game design and what you do and all of these things. And then I met her at PAX U in 2019, which was a really great fun experience. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna write this game. I'm in the middle of writing this. I think it really is, like, this kind of game really was, like, conceptually in my head. It wasn't about whether or not it was a GM-less or not, because I'm not one of those people that thinks a GM-less is the only way to run a game, and that there is, some people think that there's an inherent imbalance by having a GM. I'm not one of those people. I think there are different concepts and different things. I think this game, the way it was so tied to what everyone remembers or doesn't remember, means that each memory is valid, rather than knowing that you got it right or wrong. Like, there is no right answer in this game.
Right. I really like that, because, like, every GM-less game does it differently, but, like, coming from the perspective of, I have never designed a straight-up GM-less game. I have designed games that have GMs, and then games that are for a single player, so there's no, like, distinction between that. So that is fascinating. Thank you.
Yeah. I also think that there are games that, when I play a game that's written with a GM in mind, and when I run games like that, I think they're designed with facts that the players shouldn't know. Like, does that make sense? Like, part of what a GM game is about the player's discovery of the world and things that they don't know. So you need a person, i.e. the GM, to know things about the world to help engage that discovery, that searching for. Versus a GM-less game where not all the players know the answer, but all the players are the answer. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Yeah. Huh. Which is, and I freely acknowledge that I am also currently in the middle of writing a much more complicated GM'd game, which is gonna be fun. Because, Irish mythology is a thing.
Yes, it is.
So, okay, Mem, you like horror games?
I do. All things horror. It's my jam. But I also like really cute stuff too. It doesn't make sense.
Yes, it does. I've seen the Maid RPG played.
I did this. I don't remember what game it is, but there's one and I think you're all princesses, and it was super fun.
Wow.
The Excellence?
No.
Was it How to Princess?
I don't remember.
Those are the two all princess RPGs that I know. So
it was really cute though.
There are
That sounds like
there's
fun.
some really great games on both Itch or Drive Through RPG that you're just like, I would have never thought of this.
Yeah, there have been so many that have been super fun, and I've had like a really good time with. Yeah, I guess if I felt like I wouldn't enjoy it, I just haven't done it, and so I've been able to say that I've really enjoyed everything I've done.
Well, that's good. Having fun is important.
Yeah, I'm like, this is like a really interesting concept, but I just don't think I would be into it, so I've avoided some of those things, or things just didn't fit my schedule. I was supposed to do a Bluebeard's Bride stream, and I have no idea what happened, and I'm very upset that I didn't get to do it. But one day.
Yeah, I know myself. I know that Bluebeard's Bride is not a game that, like, it doesn't bother me. Like, there are some games that I know it's my personal issues that I know I can't that I don't like, and I don't think I can play well, and Bluebeard's Bride is one of them. And then there are other games where I object to some of the major premises of this game, and I think they're a major problem, but I'm gonna keep my mouth shut and not play them.
Yeah.
And but I do have one last question for Lynn. What is your favorite game to run?
Oh, to run. Actually, I've run only a few things, but I like, I'd say like Mask is something I like to run. I only run it once, but I think it's I tend to do well with like Powered by the Apocalypse, because I think they focus on things I think I'm more comfortable with, and I like the playbooks because it gives me like a pretty good frame of reference for like how to deal with certain types of characters and stuff like that. And it's not a lot of math, which I am not a math person. Like if I run D&D, it's a lot of me just like, oh god, what do I? Okay, there's a lot of math, but like anything that is PBTA or like Coriolis, and another thing is something I can be more fiction first rather than like I'm gonna take out the map and like do that sort of things are what I like. And I like horror.
Your Coriolis game that you ran was like the first time that I watched a TTRPG that legitimately moved me to tears. Like, you know this because you were there at the end, but I sobbed like in front of people during the final episode. It was absolutely incredible.
The players did a really great job like running with their backgrounds and their like they put a lot of things in their histories and stuff like that. It's like I have to put this in. Like there wouldn't be any reason. Like that's something I have to do. If you put something in a character's like it's like I'm gonna have to use it. I'm like, why wouldn't I? This is.
I agree with that. I use all of the things my players give me in ways that they don't expect, which apparently means that I don't stab my players consensually with knives. I just double tap them. It's a sniper. Apparently that's a thing. Whatever. Yeah, that's.
I definitely did remember that during the black. I'm like, there's a distinct like, because I played a sea witch that was in love with her demon, and like I like for the last like 4 episodes, I was like, am I gonna have to sacrifice the crew? I'm gonna have to sacrifice my crew, my friend. I'm gonna have to sacrifice my friends. I'm like, oh no.
You could have gone that way.
I could have gone, like, I was inches. I was like, I had convinced one of the players, like, this is the best thing. We're gonna have to sacrifice your love to make everybody say, I'm like, I'm awful.
Now, to be fair, you didn't tell him that you were gonna
I
have to
know
sacrifice
that was
lover.
worse. That was worse.
You did tell him that you had to sacrifice other people, and he was okay with it, to allow a demon to walk on the face of the planet again. It was fine.
The worst I felt was like, this is something a monster does.
But it's okay, we got pretty art out of it.
Yeah.
we actually, if you want to know, that's Captain Blood. Black Flag was the title of the game. It's on Simon's Wandering DM's YouTube channel. You can go look it up. We played Captain Blood's Odyssey, which is the Descended from the Queen game, as character creation. And then ran Rapscallion as a PBTA pirate game with the characters we created in Captain Blood's Odyssey.
Actually, I really like that as a character creation mode for going through that. That was very helpful and kind of got everything set out.
Which I think I might do again in the future for other things.
Hell yeah.
But it got to a point where I commissioned an artist to make late 70s, 80s romance cover art of two of the pairings from this game that I've developed. One of which was Lynn's Sea Witch and her demon.
Wow.
It is. Oh, I can.
Amazing.
I'm going to
It was the most unhealthy shit I can imagine. It was.
It wasn't healthy. But I know that Anna has to run away from us because
I do.
Well, real life and important things. But tell us, Anna, where we can find you, what you're doing. Say all the fun things.
I have to go live out my real life version of this game as I go make my family Seder dinner. So where can you find me when I'm not here? First of all, thank you so much for having me here. I've never been on this channel before, and I'm so excited that I got to play with all of you. Let's please do many, many more of these. That'd be great. You can find me at Namiria941 pretty much everywhere on the internet. I'm Namiria Streams on Twitch. I like to play games that have a very strong narrative heart, and I do all of the voices for the non-voiced narrative games, which is fun. For TTRPG stuff, I play in a couple regular shows. I play in a Monster of the Week game on my friend Colin's channel, which is Colonomicon. I play a ghost who used to haunt a summer camp and is now a federal agent. We have a really fun sort of group of goth magical weirdos in that game. And I also play over on Weave the Tale in a game of Black Void, so more horror, dark, sci-fi spacefaring stuff. And I GM a game of Parselings there, which is about words and people that have word parasites living inside of them. Finally, and I think this is the last one, I play in a Lancer game on Valdrian's channel. So I'm kind of bouncing all over like a little small pinball of TTRPG stuff. But yeah, that's where you can find me. I'm always down to run new games and try new games. So if you're like, hey, Anna, I need a GM for blah, 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 please hit me up because I'm really looking to GM more games for more people as well. So,
hey, we're here for it. We're here for it.
And
then directly above Anna, Lynn, where can we find you? What you doing? What you got going on?
Hey, I'm Lynn, Flanksters on Twitter, Twitch, pretty much every place else. I do art and play a lot of TTRPGs and stuff like that. So actually, next time you'll probably see me is on Monday on Kobold Press for Order Up. It is about food. It's a fighting game, and we are running a restaurant, and we are, I think, Iron Chefing it, and I play a vampire who cannot eat food, so tries her best.
I really should post. Pope knows about this particular subclass that I created a couple years ago. I created a Waffle House cleric.
Ooh.
I should post that more often.
Yeah.
Please do. I need to see it.
Completely balanced too. Mem, what you doing? What you got going on? Thanks for being here.
Oh, hey. Hi. So I'm Mem. I am Uncertain Mem on Twitter and Uncertain Memory on Twitch. I used to stream. I don't stream much these days. And I'm only in one kind of current campaign, which is actually heading towards its end on channel Other Doc Sunday afternoons. It is a ghost. Wait, nope. I always get it wrong. It is a dark matter themed Ghost of Saltmarsh, which we call Ghost of Saltmaw. Very fun. Pirates in space. It's a good time. My first long campaign, and honestly, had a great time with it. It's been over a year, maybe running up to a year and a half. It's been good. It's been a good time. But otherwise, I just kind of show up in random streams and do things. So I'm always down for a one shot. I'm afraid of commitment, so you won't catch me in another campaign for a little while. But if you need me for a one shot, I'm available.
I also would like to shout out that Mem is a wonderful person to play 18th century farcical comedy with.
My goodness, that was so fun.
Yes, it was.
So much fun.
Those might come back. We might do more of those. And
yes.
As for me, I'm at Dear Jadalin on Twitter or Praxagorth as Meophores. You see me around on Twitch here, your friendly neighborhood Prax. Thank you all for being with us. I know Anna's got to go, so if you have to run away, go right ahead. I'm going to be sticking it out for the last half hour and keeping everything going, but I understand if you need to go feed your family. It's fine.
I shall. Which way would be the best way for me to not completely trash the overlay on my way out?
I'll fix it.
Okay. Thank you all so much. I'll talk to you online. See ya.
It's easy for me to fix. Watch me do this. I just delete that, and then I do this. Did I mention I've gotten really good at just moving little things around in quick change? There we go. Quick changes are good. As for me, you can find me online at Dear Jadalin on Twitter, or Praxagorth as Meophoria is on Twitch. And next you can find me is tomorrow playing some Romance of the Blue Rose, where now that Anna's not here, I can say there is creepy vampire skull knights, threatening unicorns, and questionable relationships with former with parents that you haven't seen in a while. Mem's got a look on her face like, I need to know more. So, do you want a spoiler, Mem?
Tell me.
Lindy, who's one of my favorite people on Earth, when we're working on building the character that she's playing. If you don't want spoilers for Blue Rose of up to the current episode of Blue Rose, pull your headphones out now. But if you're okay, spoiler warning continues. She was like trying to figure out what she wanted to do with her character. We were talking and talking and talking, and she's like, "No, I want to play." Oh, and she decided she was going to play fucked up Parent Trap.
Okay.
Evil Dad and Nice Dad, and she's impersonating her own twin sister who may or may not be dead. Who was the twin sister that went with Nice Dad when she stayed with Evil Dad in the Kingdom of the Lich King.
Oh no. That sounds so wild, and now I'm just like, how do I catch up on this?
Well, thank you for that wonderful, appropriate...
Is that a link to the YouTube? Yay!
Links. YouTube. Yeah. All of the episodes are up on the YouTube. They're all in a playlist. They're easy to find and just follow. Right up there with The Witcher. Roads Home, where things are even more entertaining because I love my wonderful Witcher cast because, you know, a Witcher, a healer, and a jeweler. He's not a criminal.
No, of course not.
He only deals in perfume.
Is that what a jeweler does?
Okay. It's specialty perfume. Hey Wild, welcome in. We're just wrapping up. I'm gonna keep going. I understand if the other two of you need to leave, but I'm gonna keep going for the last little bit because I can.
Yeah. I do need to head out, but it was great to be here.
Hey.
Had a good time. Thanks for having me. Thanks for thinking of me and asking me. And Lynn, it's super good to see you again and be able to hang out again. So gotta do it again.
Oh,
Think of
Read the
me.
tale.
Oh,
Thank you,
oh.
raiders. We appreciate your raid. We're wrapping up the last of our 12-hour charity stream to benefit World Central Kitchen. We're sitting at $561 to our $1,000 goal. Speaking of, hey Trooper, how's Yanto feeling? I mean, there was apparently a good defenstration earlier on Wednesday. Yeah, we are in the wind down after we finished out playing some wholesome games of wholesome fun. I know Mem has to get going.
Goodbye, everyone. Donate to a good cause.
Yes.
And I'll see you later.
And yes, and I don't even need to really mess with the. Oh. Are you gonna stick
Everything
around,
is.
or
I can stick around for a bit.
Hey, well, thank you. I appreciate that.
No problem. This was delightful. That was rad. I thank you very much for involving me. It was very emotional game.
I mean, Kat,
I should not expect it, but you know.
I mean, I will be honest. I didn't expect it until we were playing, and people were in chat going, "Well, how do we describe this game in a sentence?" And I'm like, "Well, the one sentence game is it's Joy Luck Club, the game, apparently."
That now that it was first, I'm like, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
And if you have not seen the Joy Luck Club, I'm sorry for you. Go watch that movie. And I don't know. Can you recommend the book?
I have not read my mom has. It was very weird with that movie because I think one of the child actors went to my school, so that was like a big thing. Like for a little while, it's like I could not have not seen it at that point. So but yeah, that was a pretty good summary of what the game was like. That was. I like the conversation around like food prep and stuff, especially the whole thing with like the wine, which happens a lot.
It's like, we're adults. The kids stream was earlier this morning. If you wanted to be small children, that was what we did this morning when we played Golden Sky Stories. This was adult game.
Adult game, yeah.
But it was. I'm glad we got to do this. I was kind of surprised. It turned out well. I freely acknowledge I always have a major panic attack when I ever ask anyone to play games that I write, because I don't know if they're actually good enough or worth
That's
it to certain people.
Yeah, I just really like those kind of intimate stakes games where it's just like it's conversation. You're not like doing anything super grand. It's a lot of like kind of honing in on like what your characters are doing and like how the relationship, getting the relationship stuff was I think just it was good. It was nice. Like kind of figure out like what our relationships were to each other, and then how we related back to the recipe holder. And then there's that little prompt in the cooking section that I really like, where it's like, this is something that comes up for during the food prep conversation, and it's like they're all really juicy. I'm like, oh, so good.
Yeah, the prompt for the cooking is like, so now you're sitting around for a bunch of time. What are you going to do? How are you going to play? All of these kind of things that are doing fun things.
Yeah, because there's always that moment in the cooking where it's like, this is hour 2. Now it's like serious talk now. Like, you have a small group of people in the kitchen, and you're just like, all right. We've had like our little the little fun initial. Now it's like, all right, there's some stuff we have to talk. And those are always great.
Yep. Yes, indeedy. And, like, sometimes you find the most interesting things that happen on the, those stories are the most interesting. I have learned as an adult some things I didn't necessarily want to know about things that happened when I was much younger. And, you know, events. But yeah, I liked the themes. I think it turned out well. I think the next time I play, this kind of game, it'll be interesting. I was kind of surprised we went down the Italian route, but I'm okay for it. I was here for it. I guess
it was nice because I think 3 of our characters didn't know how to cook, so that was.
I was like, wait, what? Okay. I mean, Anna does. Sally didn't, but Anna does.
Yeah. Like I think same. I cook everything. It's just like, okay, you do something that you don't know how to cook.
Yeah. YA does boiling water count?
Honest cooking, yeah.
I would like to point out there that yes, boiling water can count as cooking. You can physically burn a pan.
Yes, you can destroy a
burn
pot.
Boiling water. It's difficult, and I'm not gonna lie, I might judge you slightly and prevent you from ever cooking again without supervision. Oh, okay. So, just go with me, there's a connection here. One of the first long campaigns I was in on stream was, Shattered Eye. It was run by Kayla, and it was me, Chris Geary, Kika, and Simon. And we all played half-elves, and we all played cousins who were half-elves. It was kind of cool. Simon's character, Kadarn, was the protect, we must protect because he cannot take care of himself child. Like, Kika's character had a garden, was planting things, offered him, like, asparagus to, not asparagus, an artichoke. He's like, here, I need to keep sending you vegetables because I'm afraid you're gonna get scurvy, right? And he goes, well, what do I do with this? And like Kika's character's like, well, you eat it. And he goes, okay. And he bites. He says out loud, he bites into the outside of the artichoke. And I'm like, you see Kika and I viscerally react. And I'm like, no. I don't have any healing spells. I can't heal you when you cut your throat open and start bleeding. For those of you who don't know, you cannot bite into the outside of a
They are
artichoke.
prickly and...
Don't do it. It's not a good thing.
You see when you figure out why. Yeah, I think I have the same thing. It's like,
It was like...
It's like handing someone a pineapple. It's like, take a bite. Don't. Oh my.
I will also say that, and to give other people credit, other people in the stream didn't know why Kika and I were reacting so viscerally, so we had to explain what you need to do to an artichoke to make it edible, among other things. And you're just like, okay. Which then became an ongoing thing because, Kadarn ended up failed his role to bake a potato.
Oh no.
Failed the role to bake a potato. But Kadarn was also... Yes, Kat, I agree with you that artichokes being edible is debatable.
Certain parts of the artichoke.
I don't do it. yes, I can do some basic concepts of cooking, and share and do some of that. It is one of the things when I was teaching high school I did. I did cooking nights where I would, because the great thing was that there was a full kitchen in the school, like a professional grade full kitchen. So
oh no! Like, oh nice.
Yeah, it'd be like the club, the Latin club, or the chair, you know, because I ran a Crafters for a Cause, which was a club designed to encourage kids to get involved in charity work on a local scale, but also like handmade scale. So like, rather than just do a donation drive, why don't you, okay, you're gonna raise a little money, you're gonna go, and we're gonna go to Joann's and we'll buy yards of fleece and we'll make no-sew blankets and take those and hand them out to the local homeless over the winter. It's like, there are people in your area that are in need. This is a basic skill that you can use to interact with them, and it's a kind of nice thing. So I would do cooking nights, and I was like, you can ask for specific things and I will teach you how to do it, because you should be able to do, I want to send you to college with the knowledge of how to make pasta.
Yeah. Oh, that would have been,
which is going to cover things like ramen and macaroni and cheese, so you don't end up being that freshman who puts the Easy Mac in the microwave and destroys the microwave.
I will tell you one thing. Our freshman year, our dorms had 4 kitchens. All of them were close to something happened, like fire. I'm pretty sure ramen was one of them. Someone tried to put something in something, but that's appreciated for trying, because that is a thing. That is a hell of a thing.
I will also like to point out the state of Georgia removed functioning kitchens from all Georgia University dormitories
maybe
because of a fire.
That is maybe quick advice.
I've met drunk freshmen. It's fine.
Well, not even drunk freshmen. Sometimes it's like don't put the rice cooker thing in the microwave. Please don't do that.
No, don't. If it's metal, it doesn't go in the microwave.
The entire inner lining of the thing went inside.
Yeah, no. I mean, like, there are fun things you can do to be adventurous with food and do fun things with your food, like, you know, cinnamon rolls on a waffle iron.
Yeah.
Don't put the waffle iron in the microwave.
Don't put the. Or remember to keep an eye out for the waffle iron.
Yeah. Also, don't try and put your hand on it because it's gonna burn you. Don't just reach out and grab things. There are times that the phrase "reach out and touch someone" is useful. When it's a hot pot, don't do it.
Don't.
But yes, I enjoy teaching people kind of basics of cooking. It's a good thing. So, to be fair, by the way, in this Shattered Eye game, Kadarn also ended up, spoiler alert, ended up dying and then being reincarnated, which was very intriguing, and it had really great story things that just we couldn't get to all of it because of scheduling issues. But he was the character who was possessed by something evil and creepy, and then walked up to the guardian of the Feywild, where we're supposed to try and get the evil creepy thing out from being possessed of him, and the guardian's like, "You're evil and creepy and possessed," and he starts mouthing off, and he literally says, "What are you going to do? Step on me?" And then gets stepped on. And dies. Because Kadarn.
Ask a question and it happens.
It does. But we are 10 minutes to go. Why don't you, we shared where you can find us. Why don't you share one thing that you're looking forward to game-wise this week, Len?
I am looking forward to, actually on Wednesday for our Blades game, it's a downtime. And I love downtime so much in Blades. It's just like, ends up being a lot of like one-on-ones. It's like some mechanics, but like we've had new characters that we took for like a one-shot heist, and we're probably gonna get some good background stuff, which is, oh God, I love it. I love it so much.
That's on Sabric's channel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go check him out. He's good. He tells good stories.
Yes, that was very good. The Star Wars game that he does is very good too.
Mm-hmm. And as for me, well, thank you all for joining me. Thank you all for supporting all of this. Thank you all for having all of the fun with me tonight. I am going to get ready to go because it's been a day, y'all.
12 hours.
It's been a day, and but this VOD will be going up. It will be going up on YouTube, and I'm going I'm not going to look at that. It has been a day of wholesome games, and this will be going up on YouTube. So if you missed anything, you want to check out this morning's early game of Golden Sky Stories, or this afternoon's game of Wagon Wheel, all of that will be live. Thank you again for supporting World Central Kitchen. I really appreciate it, and I will see you on Sunday for more Romance of the Blue Rose and drama and fun that's going to entail. Ooh, I can't wait to find out what they're gonna do, y'all. So, Lynn, creepy vampire voice in your head says you're going the right way, running away from me, but I'm really going to enjoy eating this unicorn. What do you do?
Oh. Drawn to the vampire, I'll be 100% honest. That's what.
So you run back towards the vampire?
Yes, always. I would like to say, but I go with the vampire.
Well, that's a good thing, but let's see. Let's send some love, because we had some great raids. Thank you, Weave the Tail. Thank you, Trooper. Thank you, Simon, and Wandering DM for that Scion raid earlier today. Why? Oh, I know who we need to go send love to. Lindy is running her once-a-month alien campaign, and if you like creepy and scary, we're gonna spend some love over to aliens. So
Yes.
Thank you, Renee. I'll add that to the total for them for tomorrow. Well, that's technically Wednesdays, but I'll add it to the total for tomorrow so that they can get some extra conviction, because they might need it. But we're gonna send this raid over to them, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.